make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you want to taste me, you can try me.
Hello, my spooky darlings. Welcome back to another video today. In today's video, we're going to be showing about, I think, over 50 TikToks. Yeah, I tried to cram a lot of TikToks into this because I hope you guys like the longer content. That's just what I do. I usually tend to do longer content. Also, I notice everybody loves my spooky shorts, which I appreciate so much. But I get a lot of views on my shorts, but I'm trying to get a lot more views on my videos. So if you guys could also watch more of my videos as well as my shorts, that would be great. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel and leave some love by leaving a like and a comment. I would so appreciate it so much. Yeah, or just watch the video or leave any comment, whether it's negative or positive. I appreciate any constructive criticism. So yeah, so our first TikTok that we're going to jump into today is going to be from Sarah from East Tennessee, and it is TN instead of Tennessee at the end. And well, I put together a bunch of her TikToks so that we could do like, I think there was like part 1 all the way through like part 17, I think. Now I shortened some of it down, and took out the like parts that were not so important. Like, I think parts, excuse me, in part like 8, she talks about her like psychic abilities that she got as a kid, which is kind of fascinating. So like, if you guys want to go check her out, you guys can, on your own on the platform. But basically, she talks about how she got psychic abilities in this part, and how she was involved in this special program for kids in school, how the parents didn't even know about it, that the kids were signing up for it, which is interesting. But basically, she says that is why things started escalating in her childhood home after this, which is kind of interesting again, but I don't think it pertains to the story. That's why I took it out. But anyways, we're going to watch her videos first, and then I would say after that, we are going to jump into somebody called Lincoln. I think that's how you say their name. Some of these names I might say wrong, and I apologize, and that's why I leave them in the descriptions below for you guys. I hope that's okay. And yeah, that person's name is spelled LINNCORNIN, I believe. So anyways, with all that being said, let's just jump into these videos. I hope you guys enjoy them. Yeah, let's go. So our first TikToks we're going to talk about, like I said, her name is Sarah from East Tennessee. So, our first video was pretty shocking. I mean, she literally is trying to go to sleep, you know, as a kid, and all of a sudden, you wake up, blankets pulled off. Okay, not a big deal. Try to go back to sleep, pull your blankets up. But she said it happened again and again and again. And finally, she's just like sick of it. She's like, well, it has to be my older sister messing with me. Maybe she's home. And she calls out to her sister, and her sister starts laughing. And then in her mind, she finally realized, that's not my sister. This is something else entirely. And it was a sinister, evil laugh, obviously mocking her. And what's creepy is her sister, come to find out, was not home at all. She even asked her parents the next morning, did my sis come home and I just like missed her or something? And they said, what are you talking about? You knew she was not going to be here. So she didn't show up in the middle of the night. It wasn't her. It was something else messing with her. And clearly it wanted to freak her out, disturb her, and wake her up. That's why it was messing with her. And it would not give up on her until what? Until it acknowledged that it existed and did this prank on her. I mean, super wild, really wild. And yeah, so we're gonna move on to the next part.
I tried recording this several times and I do not know how to consolidate this into a 10-minute video, so I'm going to do my best. Palo Santo, incense, and sage for my own peace of mind. So here's the tea on the house to begin with. I'm 5 years old, my mom remarries, they buy this house. I'm not going to tell you all the specific town it's in for my own privacy, my family's privacy, but I will tell you in this specific town, there was a courthouse fire in the 70s, so all the property records are gone. All we have to go off of is what the real estate agent told us, one living family member that's left, and that's about it. So anything before the 70s, documentation wise, is gone. Something that was always weird to us though is everyone around town would call our house the old McAllister house. None of the family members on the paperwork we do have were named McAllister. So that's kind of also what I mean by it seems like everyone in town knows something we don't. Like even the sheriff one day called it, oh, y'all live in the old McAllister house, I guess. So that's kind of weird. The house is definitely pushing 200, if not over 200 years old. And we can tell this by the features, the architecture. We've had other carpenters, masons, etc. give us their best estimate. It's obviously that old. This house was built before electricity and before running water. I guess we should have known something was weird up front when we were doing renovations. But keep in mind, my parents did not believe in the paranormal and I was 5. Remember there was this one day I went over there with my mom while she was doing renovations, so we're the only ones in the house, and I'm just like hanging out in my, what's gonna be my bedroom, and she's like in the complete opposite end of the house messing with the floors or windows or paints or something. She just like barges in there just like hollering at me because she's like, I told you to stay out of that hallway and stay out of that room while I'm with you. And I'm like, I haven't been anywhere. She's like, I just heard you running up and down the hallway. I told you stay out of there. So Mr. Ghost, that's for getting me in trouble. Some other weird things happened after that, like when my stepdad would like knock on the walls to try to see if they were hollow in some areas to install some shelves, and we would hear knocks back in other parts of the house, and that wasn't the only time that ever happened. Anyway, we get through the renovations, life goes on. In addition to my mom's new marriage, I gained 2 stepsisters. One was older, like a teenager, and then my younger stepsister was like 2 or 3 years younger than me. My older stepsister would only come stay with us on the weekends, and then my younger stepsister lived with us all the time, but she would instead go to her mom's like every other weekend or something. So this incident happened after we'd been there for like probably at least a couple years, because I remember I was young. My older stepsister was in high school. She was a cheerleader. So sometimes on Friday nights when she was supposed to come over, she wouldn't come over till real late because it'd be after a football game. This particular weekend, my parents told me like I'm going to be the only one home, basically. My younger sister is going to her mom's and my older stepsister is not coming over this weekend because she has like cheer camp or something. So it's Friday night. I'm just doing my thing as like a 7-year-old kid watching Cartoon Network, hanging out with myself, eating some popcorn, and eventually I go to bed. At this time, my bedroom was at the complete opposite end of the house from my parents' bedroom. And through the duration of me telling y'all these stories, I'm gonna refer to these two particular rooms as the purple room and the room off the kitchen. That's important. Y'all need to remember that if you're gonna stick around for the series. So at this time, my bedroom was in the purple room and my parents were in the room off the kitchen. The purple room is right by the front door. So when people come in or out, I usually hear it. So I went to bed. I've been in bed for probably at least a couple hours at this point. And one thing about me, I am a stone still sleeper. So I wake up in the same position I went to sleep in. I've been that way my whole life. I've never tossed and turned. I've never kicked or ripped my blankets off, nothing. So this particular night when I'm supposed to be completely alone, I kept waking up to the sound of my name being called. It was in the voice of my older stepsister. I honestly thought that she had changed her mind and came over for the weekend. Now, mind you, I'm like, in a daze, I'm sleeping, I'm just trying to go back to sleep. You know what I mean? It's siblings, no one cares that much. But I kept noticing that I kept waking up, not just to the sound of my name being called, but I kept waking up because I was so cold. My covers were off of me, like every time. So I'd wake up, I would grab my blankets, pull them back up on me, and I'd try to go back to sleep. Keeps happening, like for hours it seems like. I feel like I was woken up 20 times. And eventually I'm getting frustrated. I'm thinking that she's just messing with me. At a certain point, I'm like, I say her name, like questioningly. Yeah, that was the wrong move. Whoever or whatever this thing was then started to laugh. And it was one of the most sinister laughs I've ever heard in my life. Like just pure terror ran through my body at that point. I grabbed those covers, yanked them up over the top of my head as tightly as I could, and just forced myself to go back to sleep. Even that next morning at the breakfast table, I was like looking all through the house and I was asking, where's so-and-so? And my parents looked at me like I was crazy. And they're like, we told you she wasn't coming over this weekend. And I said, well, I heard her come in last night. And they just look at me like I'm crazy. Well, you must have been dreaming. That was always the explanation when I would tell them strange things would happen. You must have been dreaming. Something else I always thought was really weird was the fact that we lived right on the corner of like these two kind of main roads, like for that area. And we never, ever got trick-or-treaters. Never once on any Halloween ever did we ever get trick-or-treaters. We had a whole neighborhood of people around us and nobody ever once came to our house to trick-or-treat. So a couple of years go by, we end up having to move. We're keeping the house, of course, but we have to just move like 45 minutes away. So in the meantime, while we are not going to be living in that house, my parents decide to just rent it out to my older brother. This is like a couple days shy of us completely moving. So for the most part, everything's packed up. Most things have already been moved out. My younger sister and I are sharing a room and everything is consolidated, packed in boxes on the top bunk. We're sharing bunk beds at this time. But because everything is like boxed up on the top bunk, ready to be moved the next morning, her and I are just sharing the bottom bunk for the night. I was a bookworm as a kid, and as the older sister, I used to love reading books to my younger sister. So on this particular night, reading books, and eventually she falls asleep. I am on the inside of the bunk bed against the wall. She's on the outside. Right outside our bedroom was a hallway. Right on the other side of that hallway was a bathroom. 3 doorways, if you could imagine, lined up. Our bedroom, the hallway, and then the bathroom. All 3 of those lights were on this night. So when I realized my little sister had fallen asleep, I get up carefully. We usually would keep one of those lights on as a nightlight, but I was getting older. I was like probably 9 or 10 years old at this time. So I didn't really need a nightlight, or so I told myself. Come back to bed, I laid down, turned to face the wall. So my back is facing the doorway, my back is facing the hall, the bathroom, etc. After laying there for a second, I couldn't quite fall asleep because the light coming in from the bathroom was still bothering me, so I decide that I also need to turn the bathroom light off. I turn over to lean up to get out of the bed, and as I start to raise myself up and look up, that's when I came face to face with it. If you can imagine bunk beds, if you're on the top bunk and you lean over to talk to your buddy on the bottom bunk and you're just hanging off the top like that, talking to your friend down below, that's what I was staring into the face of. I'm just frozen in fear, not knowing what the fuck I'm looking at or what is happening. And it's just this black shadow figure of a boy. It It wasn't a man, it wasn't a grown-up, it was a boy. I could make out that it was this black shadow figure of a boy just hanging off the top bunk, just looking right in my face. Out of pure fear and adrenaline, as quickly as you can imagine, myself back down, yanked the blankets up, and forced myself to just go to sleep. I bring this up to my parents the next morning, and once again, I'm gaslit. It was probably just a pillow hanging off the top. It was probably just your big, oversized, stuffed animal, whatever. That's interesting because it wasn't there when I had just got up 30 seconds before that to turn the hall light off, and everything was packed up, and it was only boxes on the top bunk. Once we moved from that house, I thought everything would stop, and I was relieved that I was in for a rude awakening because it followed us, and it got so much worse. Be sure to follow to come back for part 2. Part 2, growing up in a haunted house in Appalachia. Basically, when we moved, my parents picked a mountaintop, said clear that bitch out and stick a house there, and that's exactly what they did. This was a brand new house and like a brand new clearing in the area, so no history in theory here before us. I don't know what it was, but things got so bad once we moved into this new house. Far more activity, far more turmoil and tension within the household. My mom and stepdad would fight like cats and dogs non-stop. Some other things would happen. I'm not going to share that with y'all. Use your imagination. But things were just different once we moved. The first spooky memory I have in this house happened right after one of my cousins died. So I was about 12 years old. One of my older cousins passed away, unfortunately. And I remember it was like a few days or so, either after she died or after the funeral. I was laying in bed late one night. Again, I was a bookworm, so I used to read a lot of books before I would go to bed, and it would help me go to sleep. Well, this particular night, I could not go to sleep. I'm just laying on my back in the bed, you know, holding the book like above my face, reading it like this. Eventually, I was like, yeah, this ain't doing the trick, so I leaned over to swap out books off my nightstand. I pulled the book back over my face, start reading the book. Eventually, I'm just like, man. I just put the book down on my chest for a second, closed my eyes like this, and then I just opened my eyes, staring right on my ceiling. Right there above me on my ceiling was this like perfect silhouette of a woman, kind of like in a dress, it seemed like, but it freaked me out. Of course, what do? I just shut my eyes real close tight, pull the covers up, and make myself go to sleep. Now, y'all probably heard me mention before, I do come from a long line of female intuitives. Even though we never openly spoke about this in these years, this occurrence was really strange when I told my mom about it. Because despite her gaslighting me on all the other things I ever told her about, she acted really weird about this one. So the next morning, I'm just kind of like trying to bring up to her like what's leading up to what I'm trying to tell her. I can't go to sleep, you know, and so I did this and I did this and I did this, right? Whatever, giving her the details. And I just pause, like I just freeze. I just can't tell her what I saw. I didn't even tell her I saw something. I just paused right before telling her what had happened. She like gets real quiet, gets real serious. She's looking at me and she says, "Was somebody in your room?" I just remember being so like weirded out by this. I just lied. No, I don't remember what my excuse was, but that was strange to me. So to this day, I wonder if maybe she had something happen to her too and just never told me about it. A little bit of time after this, we go camping. Mom and I used to spend a lot of time outdoors at the campgrounds. Well, for whatever reason, we were supposed to go camping this one weekend, ended up not being able to go. I just asked her if we could just go camping on our own property. We had a big deck off the front of the house, and I was like, can we just set up the tent on the deck and just have time for us? So she agreed. We set up the tent. We camp out on the deck overnight. I've been asleep for probably a couple hours at this point, and just out of nowhere, I'm just woken up. Just adrenaline comes over me. I can hear faint footsteps rustling through the leaves behind us off the back steps of the deck. I remember just laying there. I was too afraid to move. I barely moved my head to see if my mom was awake, and I saw that she was. I just barely whispered, "Do you hear that?" And she nodded her head yes, and she did this right here. I remember laying there as still as I could be, my heartbeat just pounding in my ears. I hear these steps continue up the pathway and come up the stairs of the deck, up to the edge of our tent. But since my mom wasn't afraid, I just decided to not be afraid either. I forced myself to go back to sleep. So the next morning, my mom confronts my stepdad because she's convinced it was him playing a practical joke on her. That man swears up and down, hand to God, it was not him. I believed him, not just because I believed him, but also because that man had to be awake at 4 o'clock every morning to go to work. He went to bed, he was in bed. Not to mention, if he was playing a joke on us, he would have scared us. He would have done something. Nothing happened after that. The footsteps just came up to the tent, and stopped. A couple years go by, they end up getting divorced, moved out of the house, we stay. One of my other brothers ended up moving in with us for a short time, so it's just my brother, his wife, my mom, myself. There was one night that I was like abruptly woken up to the smell of cigar smoke. I'm laying there thinking it's my brother. Meanwhile, my brother comes out of his room, knocking on my door, thinking that I'm the one who's in there smoking. Nobody in that house had ever smoked cigars. It was strong, like it lingered through the entire half of that house. That was really, really weird, but not as weird as what the cat would do. I had a cat during this time. That cat was my best friend. That cat went everywhere I went. She slept on the bed with me every night. She was my little sidekick. And she was fat as you could imagine. Like her belly would flop against the floor. So that cat was not doing nothing extra if it didn't benefit her. There were a couple nights after that incident that I was woken up by her moving on the bed, the stalker position that cats do. I'd never seen her do this before, and I had that cat for 10 years. She would just slowly creep and stalk her way to the edge of the bed over to this corner of the room, and it would always be the same corner of the room. She would just sit with her eyes as wide as you could imagine. And of course, at the time, I'm just telling myself, oh, it's probably a bug, just go back to sleep. There is no way. One night that really got me was the night that she started growling at whatever it was that she was seeing in this corner. A few nights after that, I was asleep. It's probably late, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Once again, I just abruptly wake up. I don't open my eyes though. I'm just like awake. It's like something woke me up and I was just immediately overcome with overwhelming fear all over again, to the point that I was mentally paralyzed. Like I could have moved, but I felt like if I moved or opened my eyes, my life would be over. I could literally feel the presence of someone or something in my room. I could feel the presence as if someone were just leaning over me. Their face was right here over mine. I remember just like praying in my head, and I remember just trying to tell myself it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. I've never had that experience before. I just remember the feeling being so overwhelmingly strong. Like I really thought if I opened my eyes, I would spend the rest of my life in a mental institution. I laid there for what felt like an eternity, just trying my best to go to sleep and like calm myself down. Because of all the things that had happened up to this point in my life, I had become extremely interested in the paranormal. I'd even go as far as to say I became obsessed with it. It's all I would watch on TV. It's all I would research on the internet. My entire life and thought process was consumed by the paranormal. It was interesting to me because I knew I'd had these experiences, and growing up in a little tiny Bible Baptist town, we never talked about these things. I had to make sense of it somehow. This interest ended up leading me down different pathways into things that were dangerous. I had no idea what I was messing with. I had no idea what I was doing. My best friend at the time was a kid that lived down the road whose mother was a practicing witch. To that point in my life, she was the only person that had ever believed me when I told her about everything that had happened. So I more or less went through the doorway of the occult because I didn't know any better. When I tell you things got so bad, I remember questioning if I even believed in God. I remember being angry with God and religion as a whole. Other strange things kept happening in the household and kept happening to me. We had probably gotten to a point of no return the night that my brother had a terrifying experience outside. It was late, it was dark. He had went outside on the edge of the driveway to smoke. That man came running into the house, busting the door down, asking for that he's standing there, and he just got this overwhelming putrid smell that just came out of nowhere and just overpowered. He turns his head out of the corner of his eye. He sees a pair of eyes like reflecting out of the light and this deep guttural growl. From this point, the story does get far more sinister. Honestly, now as a Christian, I'm so ashamed of what took place after this, but I'm here to share my testimony, not just my paranormal experience. In the next part, I'll include the investigation that took place in the historic home and what tragedy was uncovered.
Shut the hallway light off and the bathroom light off. She gets back into bed with her little sister, and all of a sudden she knows, like, what the heck? Like, she peeks up over like up on the bunk bed. She turns herself up so she can look up at the ceiling, and she sees this boy shadow, a figure shadow that looks like a boy. And she was obviously freaked out, terrified. I mean, I would be. Would you? I mean, just all of a sudden there, staring down at her, and she's looking up at him. Wild. And I just can't imagine, like, you don't know what to do. I mean, what would you do? Would you get up? Would you wake your little sister up? Would you jump out of the room and run out of there? I mean, I would personally run out of there. I don't even know how Sarah can, like, be terrified like that. I mean, you're a little kid, so it's like, what do you do? Everybody acts different. And she somehow manages to, like, fall asleep every time something terrifying happens, which is good for her. I mean, girl, you know, like, most of us, I'm just saying I'm one of those that would run out of the room. Like, I don't know if I'd be screaming, but I'd be bolting, flinging the door open and running to my parents' room. But, like, she somehow just throws the blanket over her head and gets back to sleep, which is, you know, difficult for most. I'm one of those. It takes me forever to fall asleep. And then once I'm asleep, I'm like stone cold out usually, unless I have a really bad nightmare, sleep paralysis, or whatever. Sometimes I have to throw myself off my bed during my sleep paralysis or nightmare. It's a whole thing. It really sucks. And actually, I'm going to make a quick video on the nightmare I just had, like, the other night, because, guys, it was absolutely terrifying. Like, this was straight out of a horror movie. I don't even know what happened. Like, sometimes I'll snack in the middle of the night, and I guess, I don't know, like, I forget that I ate something, and then I fall back asleep. And I don't even remember eating anything. So that was like one of the scenarios that happened to me. And I feel like that caused the nightmare, which I did not think was like a real thing, you know, because usually I've had snacks in the middle of the night and then I wait a little bit, then I go to bed. But this was entirely different. So anyways, I'll make a video about that. And yeah. So like many nights, things keep going bump in the night for Sarah, right? Things start just going sideways, like she's being flipped upside down with just everything thrown into chaos. So on top of seeing this shadow boy, on top of hearing a sinister laugh in the dark, and her covers being pulled off many, many times, right? That's a lot to deal with. But it gets a little worse because one of these nights, obviously, she's trying to sleep, and before she's sleeping, she loves to curl up with her favorite books, and it's just not doing the trick. She's not falling asleep this time. She's literally, like, wide awake. So she figures, oh, I'll close my eyes for a minute. Should do the trick. So when she opens her eyes, she's literally laying flat on her back, and then her eyes bust open, and she's literally eye to eye with a woman apparition on the freaking ceiling, bro. Oh, that gives me chills, man, because, I hate to say this, but in my up and coming story, this is going to be a future video, but I will tell you guys, I know how Sarah feels because when I was younger, after the Ouija board and my house being haunted, during my house being haunted, I remember laying one of the many nights I was so tired from staying up for days on end, not sleeping. And finally, when I caved in that night, that was the first time I ever had sleep paralysis. And that says a lot after playing the Ouija board, man. They're connected. So, anyways, I remember before my eyes fell asleep, I could hear something literally crawling on the ceiling. And before my eyes went closed, right, I vaguely opened them. And all I see before my eyes like slammed shut almost. I almost didn't feel like me falling asleep. It felt like almost something jumping onto me right before I passed out. It was, oh, I hate it. So anyways, I saw what looked like a fucking, I'm sorry I have sort of, but a fucking creature from hell on my ceiling. It literally was a old woman crouched on the ceiling with like black long like hair and like pale gray skin and these like, I don't even know, glowy reflective eyes looking at me with a long like crooked nose, and even like the face was like morphed, like it was like crooked and like misshapen, and the head was like tilted, and all of a sudden I see her shoulders up like this, and it was like the clothes, I don't know, they were raggedy and torn, and just again I saw it for a split second, but that was the fucking thing crawling on the ceiling. Like I could hear something coming at me, and it just felt like every time I heard a creak in the ceiling, it was getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer, climbing down the wall. And then it landed on me, and I don't remember the rest. It was like it slammed on me, and then I was out cold. Oh God. Anyways, I understand Sarah's like terrifying moments. Like I get it. I totally get it. I understand where she's coming from. And this is why I'm so deep into horror. It's because I believe there is some evil out there that you can't physically touch every time. You can only see, or you can't always feel it. Like it's hard to explain, but that's why I believe in the paranormal, because these things happen to me, and I know there are people out there that get that they've had different experiences, but we all have this one thing in common, that we are believers. We talk about how Sarah and her mother, they usually go camping together, but this time she asked her mom if they could just camp out on the back deck of the house. And of course she said, yes, let's do it. So it was just her and her mom in the tent. And all of a sudden they could hear footsteps on the ground outside, just walking all the way up to the stairs. And it stopped right outside of their tent. Like, and even the mother's like, I know, I hear it too. So obviously that made her feel uncomfortable, at least. Like she did have some sort of reaction with that. Her mom did. And Sarah, she was so scared. Her heart was thudding so loud she could hear it in her ears. I mean, I don't blame her. You would think you're being like robbed or something, like that would be what I think. But Sarah somehow went back to bed because they were too scared to get out and check it out. So the next morning, the mother's like, don't worry about it. I mean, that night they went back. Sarah fell asleep because she was so scared. The mother said, no, don't worry about it. I'm sure it was your dad, because he's a prankster, right? But as soon as the mother confronted the dad said, what are you talking about? I was not out there. Even Sarah said, Dad would have made sure it was him pranking you. Because he would come out and be like, gotcha. Just kidding, just messing around. But it wasn't him. And, yeah, it was just also very interesting. Sarah runs in, Sarah's standing in the house. All of a sudden, her brother like blasts through the door, and he's screaming that he wants a pew pew. And he looks over, and he literally can see a pair of eyes staring at him, like reflecting in the dark corner, staring at them, or staring at him. I don't think she ever saw it, but it was growling, and obviously he was terrified. I feel so bad that this thing like followed him inside, because remember, he ran in screaming, so it must have was outside with him, and then it followed him inside like that, like. And then he's freaking out. I mean, I can't even imagine. It's so terrifying. And then, to me, I think you did see, like, a demonic figure. That's honestly what it sounds like. It could have been, like, shape-shifting dog, maybe. Sounds like kind of like a hellhound almost to me. But needless to say, that is very scary.
Part 3, growing up in a haunted house in Appalachia. I have to pivot to one of my aunt and uncle's houses because I spent a lot of time at this house. Some really fucked up demonic things happened in this house. Pretty sure some of this stuff followed me back home to the other house. These stories really tie in together. So I'm about 10, 11 years old when my aunt and uncle buy this house. My cousins are older, like late teens, early young adulthood. And they also lived at this house besides my oldest cousin. The place was like a mansion to us. It was 5, 6 bedrooms, beautiful garage, full in-ground pool in the back, master suite, ensuite, you name it. They got this place for cheap and they got in quick. A few things I thought were really strange when I would go over to visit was the fact that all of the pictures that my aunts and uncles would have up on the shelves would all be faced down, and my aunt wouldn't want me to turn them back up. There were also certain parts of the house that she had never wanted me to go in. She also didn't want me to be alone at any point in time in the house. One night that I stayed the night, she wanted me to sleep right next to them in their ensuite, 10 feet away from their bed. I'd stayed with this aunt and uncle a lot before this. I would just sleep in my cousin's room or on the couch, and it was never an issue. It was really strange to me, but what was even stranger was when we were getting ready for bed, my aunt looked me dead in my eyes and she said, "Sarah, if you get scared at any point in the night, yell for me and I'll be right here, or just come straight into the bed. You can sleep with us in the bed. It's okay. No one will be mad at you. If you get afraid, if you get scared, if you feel alone, anything at all, you just come get us or you just yell for me. I will be right here. Don't be afraid." So that was just really strange for me and really out of character because we had never had that kind of a conversation anytime I'd stay the night with them before. And I spent a lot of my childhood with this aunt and uncle. Well, eventually I learned why that was. All of the strange things that started off slow when they first moved into the house were things like my little baby cousin would not go into her bedroom. She would not play in there. She would not go in there. She absolutely refused to go into her bedroom despite it being full of toys. Another thing that was strange is my aunt was doing her nightly checks, just peeking in the bedrooms one night, and she noticed that one of my cousins was asleep on the floor with his Bible laid open next to him. Other weird things would happen, like she would hear my uncle calling for her, but no response when she replied back to him. So she'd go up the stairs and he would swear he did not call for her. He didn't leave that spot. He has not said anything. He has not done anything. Or like my uncle following my aunt down the hall into the room only to find that she wasn't in the room. She was downstairs in the kitchen. And the night that I stayed the night, we had a pool party earlier that day for my little niece's birthday party where something literally grabbed my ankle and yanked me back down into the water. The pool was about 12 feet deep. I was the last one to make my way across to get out for ice cream, cake, and presents, etc. So I jump off the diving board, hit the bottom, and as I'm right about to break through the surface, I feel something grab my ankle and yank me down, and I went back down at least a couple of feet, thinking to myself, it's one of my cousins, it's one of the other guests, one of the other kids. So I just make straight way for the surface, make my way to the end of the pool, get out, and I realized I was the only person in there. I didn't say anything about it, but I noticed my aunt looking a little strangely, like she'd been watching. And that was the night that I stayed the night with them, and she told me, like, if I get afraid in the middle of the night, just come over to her. Apparently, other than seeing each other passing down the hallway, even though they weren't there, other than hearing their names called from different rooms and etc. The reason that the pictures were all face down and my aunt didn't want me to put them up is because every time they would reset the pictures up, I would just come down the next morning to find them all face down or completely knocked off the shelves. They also had this custom built giant bookshelf down in the main den above the entertainment center and TV that held a lot of different like pictures and everything. It was a night that all of my cousins were sitting on the couch down there watching a movie, and out of nowhere, this entire piece of furniture falls straight off the wall, almost crushes them. First, my aunt and uncle come running down the stairs, assuming that they're being mischievous, and they swear up and down they did not do it. It just fell off the wall towards them. My little baby cousin not going into her bedroom, I'm going to save for last because it is the most disturbing one. Well, eventually she asked my other cousin about why he keeps sleeping on the floor and not in his bed once she notices this has become a pattern for him. He was hesitant to tell her at first, but eventually he tells her every time he tries to sleep in his bed, he gets woken up to being shoved out of it. Also, on the night that I stayed the night, again, I didn't really have a reaction to anything. They had a little TV on for me. I eventually fell asleep. I did wake up later in the night because my aunt came in to turn the TV off and went back to her bed. Apparently, this never happened. The next morning, my aunt seems surprised that I fell asleep without the TV on, and I said I didn't. You came in here to turn it off last night. Her face went white as a ghost, no pun intended. She immediately calls for my uncle and they step out of the room to have some kind of discussion. I don't know. I think she really wanted to make sure to not show any fear to me, but it wasn't long after that she had my mom come and pick me up. A few more weeks go by and my aunt notices that the cousin who was sleeping in the floor in his room is now sleeping in the room with my female cousin and her daughter. Apparently they were experiencing some electronic issues, so like radios turning on, stereos turning on by themselves, full blast in the middle of the night on random stations, etc., etc. I think they only lived there for a total of maximum 4 months before they moved out once they had received the news. One day they come outside to a bunch of police cars just gathered around the house right next to them. When I say right next to them, I mean there was like a fence separating the houses and maybe a foot on either side. So like neighbors. It's Appalachia. Of course, my aunt's going to be nosy and she's going to be the nosy neighbor. Everyone in the neighborhood was being a nosy neighbor. Remember how I told y'all my little baby cousin would not go into her bedroom for anything? Her bedroom was the furthest room out on the side of the house next to the neighbor's house. So the neighbor's house, this is the baby's room. The cop cars were there because this particular neighbor had committed what they uncovered as they were looking through the house and trying to find evidence. This man was heavily engaged in the occult. This man was performing witchcraft, voodoo, satanic rituals, and sacrifices. Mind you, every single one of my family members have seen shadows in this house, seen who they thought were other family members, have heard their names being called. The list goes on. And the baby's room was right next door to the neighbor's house. As soon as they got this news, my aunt said, "We are leaving. We are moving." I remember the day we pulled up to church and my mom gets out of the car. My aunt comes running up to her, just pure terror all over her face. She said, "My house is haunted. We're moving. We're leaving." And of course, my mom just laughs at her and she said, "No, this is not a laughing matter. I'm serious." That woman was petrified. The time frame of all of this happening in my aunt and uncle's house, shortly before my parents got divorced, all the other things I mentioned in part 2 started happening. And back for part 4, where we move back into the historic home and discuss what happened to my brother while he lived there during the time that we were not there. From there, I'll tell y'all what continued to happen in that house after we moved back in. And from that point, what happened after I moved out of the house in one of my first ever apartments where we 100% had a demonic infestation. Things happened that I, to this day, cannot explain.
Part 3, Sarah talks about her aunt and uncle's house. And this is where things like go from low to high on the scary meter. You know what I mean? I honestly did not expect her aunt and house to be the house of horrors. It was like a roller coaster listening to this story. It was insane. And everything they experienced is just like blows my mind. And at the end of the story, I did not think that it would involve the neighbor being a cult leader. That was shocking. This family went through some horrific and horrifying things with this haunted house. And honestly, it seemed like once Sarah showed up, things started to escalate really fast, it seems like, because none of these things were like as bad when Sarah wasn't there. It seems like once Sarah arrived, things were just so much worse. I don't know if these beings, these entities also followed Sarah to her aunt and uncle's house, and all of these things were working together and to scare and hurt this family. It kind of seems like that. I mean, either way, it was just so bad. And what was horrifying is when the family of kids were down there by themselves trying to watch TV, and all of a sudden this giant furniture, like I guess maybe like bookshelf or giant like huge shelf entertainment stand thing around the TV, was falling and crashed almost on top of the kids. If they didn't move in time, they would have been crushed. And of course, the aunt and uncle run down thinking, what's going on? And at first, they probably thought, oh my God, what are you kids doing messing around? You could have got hurt. Why would you push the shelf over, the entertainment stand over? But they didn't really, like, for a split second, they thought that, and then they changed their mind. Then they realized it wasn't them, that there was no possible way this heavy furniture piece could have been moved by these kids. So that was so scary to almost have them be hurt, possibly like life-ending crisis. I mean, you never know. So the neighbor took himself out, and of course the family finally left the home because they found out his dark secret, what was going on. And what that secret was, is this man was a practicing cultist. That's right. He was a cultist. And this neighbor was not only into, let's say, witchcraft, okay? You can't say everybody's a bad person that practices witchcraft, right? Or voodoo. You know, that can't be that bad. Like, there's some good witchcraft, some good voodoo, I'm assuming. Whatever, right? There's the bad kind. It's not that he just did that, right? No. He did ritual sacrifices. He was also a satanic worshiper and doing satanic rituals as well as sacrifices. We don't know if it was just animals. It could have been a human he was sacrificing as well. Either way, I'm wondering if, because all this demonic energy went over to their house, this family house, if this guy was trying to curse the family or something. I don't know. It feels like that. Or he sacrificed them somehow, and that's why these things came over to hurt them, to end them.
I'm supposed to be studying for an exam right now, but I got you. To maintain the chronological order of everything, I'm going to have to tell y'all what happened to my brother when he lived in the house when we were living in the other house at the time. Something important to note is that my two older brothers' dad different from my dad. Unfortunately, their dad passed away when I was about 12 years old, I think. Also, for the record, my brothers are a decade older than me. But something that my oldest brother and I have always shared is we always went to see like the Conjuring series movies. So the Conjuring, the Annabelle series, all that stuff, that was always kind of our thing. We would always go see those movies together. It's about 15 years ago now is when Annabelle came out, the first one. We went and saw it. On the way back home, he's driving, we're just chatting. And keep in mind that now my brother's a pastor. Like, he's a completely different guy. At the time when he lived in that house, he was in a band that was pretty popular in our area. So they toured the country and they had a lot of people in and out of that house all the time. All combinations of people, from Catholics to Satanists, you name it. And one of his best friends was a practicing witch. We're just going to call her Christine. So my brother gets married while he's still living in this house. And of course, he and his new wife go on their honeymoon for a week. So they asked Christine to house sit for them for the week, not just for the house, but they also had a dog at the time. Upon their return, asked Christine, you know, how'd it go? She's just like elated to tell him that she saw his dad. And of course, he's like, what do you mean you saw my dad? It took me everything in my power to even drag this story out of him, y'all. So I know there was more. He's like reluctant to tell me about this, and I could tell he's emotional because it was his dad. But anyway, so he asked Christine, like, what do you mean you saw my dad? And told him like full body apparition. She said, I was sitting on the couch watching TV in the living room, and I just out of the corner of my eye see something. So I turned my head, and it's your dad walking down the hallway, and he turned and went to the bathroom, and that was it. And she was like excited about it, happy about it. My brother was not. Other than that, there were some other strange things, like, you know, the dog. You know how animals are with paranormal stuff. One key point of our conversation as he and I are talking about this, he brought up the point of like, Sarah, you have to think about all the history that house has, age, its location, etc. Think about tradition back in the day, right? Like, there's no telling how many wakes were held in that house, what the burial practices of the time were, etc. By the way, there is a cemetery behind the house. It's just like a quarter-mile walk back. No idea if there's any correlation, but it's there. Probably should have mentioned that to begin with. So, I mean, he's made a couple good points. You know, there's definitely been dead people in that house, but that was kind of like the main thing that he shared with me. He was really reluctant to share anything else. He fully believed me. I told him my experiences, so that's a tell. He was also the first person I called when I was experiencing the demonic infestation in the first apartment I ever lived in. Mind you, this man has traveled to Uganda and parts of the world where they still practice human sacrifice. He has cast demons out of like children. I mean, like, this man has stories that would make the hair raise off your body, whether you're a Christian or not. So he's kind of my go-to person because I know he will believe me and won't gaslight me. But he's also the one who ended up sending the entire team of people into the historic home some years later, which included a team of mediums. I'm going to save that part for last because it circles all the other details I've shared with you guys so far, and it makes things make sense. So stick around, make sure you click that follow button so you can come back for part 5.
Alright, so in part 4, I'll just briefly touch on this because it's kind of sweet. So Sarah and her family moved back to the old house, and basically, her brother was moved in there, was dealing with the haunting on his own while they moved into the new house. Now, he and his wife were going somewhere or getting married or vacation, I don't know, but he had a friend watch the house, and the friend said, while you were gone, I saw your dad. And that is really sweet because he didn't want to believe it. He was probably a little frustrated, but I'm sure that gave him somewhat peace of mind that happened. And it's very sweet. And also, he knows or seems to know more of the history of the house than Sarah does, than the mom and dad do. And it makes you wonder if this house actually was a funeral home at one point, because that's what my mind goes to. He kind of seems to make it almost sound like that. I know she probably doesn't want that to come out, but that is the vibe it's giving, is this home used to be a funeral home. And if so, that makes sense why it is so haunted. And not only that, she did say there is a graveyard just down the street or like right down the road or something. And that is also interesting. Who knows? Maybe some of that energy could be from that as well. We don't know. Anyways,
Part 5, growing up in a haunted house in Appalachia. I left off on telling y'all about my aunt's house and the things that took place there. My brother experienced while he lived in the house while we were not living in the house. So if you remember in my last videos, my parents ended up getting divorced. My mom and I ended up moving back into this historic home my brother and his new wife have moved into their own house. At some point in this time of us leaving the old house to moving back to the historic house, my mom was in another relationship, so it was just the three of us. Strange as some of the things were that happened the first time around, this time around it was stranger, and it didn't just happen to me. But there were a couple times that my mom's boyfriend, you know, came into the living room or kitchen or whatever, just swearing up and down that one of us had said his name, called for him. There were a few times that I heard my name called thinking it was my mom calling for me, and it wasn't. One of the first things I remember happening after moving back is I had a girlfriend over one day. Now, at this point, my bedroom was no longer the purple room by the front door. My bedroom was now in the room off of the kitchen. My parents had finished the big back room, which was like the new master suite, if you will. That master suite was virtually on the other side of the wall from the purple room in the front. So still complete opposite ends of the house. One day I had a girlfriend over. I'm maybe 14, 15 at this time. It's just us. My mom left to go run some errands. Her boyfriend was with her. So 100% just us alone in the house. And I remember we were in my room and we were kind of just like laying on the bed, just chilling. And I was telling her the stories of strange things that have happened in that house. Oh, I'm not even freaking kidding you. I swear on everything this happened. I'm telling her this stuff, and I told her about the knocks. I told her about my dad, like, you know, checking the walls when we first moved in, and something knocked back. I swear, not even 30 seconds later, it's like a moment of silence in our conversation, you know, where we just kind of like were sitting there. Knock, knock, knock. In one of the walls somewhere, like we faintly heard it, but we heard it. She thought it was me. Like, she thought I somehow moved my knuckle up against the wall real quick just to scare her. And I was like, dude, my hands are right here. Like, it was not me. Like no, like we were both freaked out. And yes, I went to check the front door, you know, just to see, just to be able to say it definitely wasn't this thing or that thing. Now, this next thing that I remember happening really freaked me out. Growing up, I was a huge Atlanta Braves fan, and it was season. So I was in the living room, sitting in the recliner, glued to the TV. Mind you, my mom and her boyfriend are in the master suite, which is now in the back of the house, if you will. Still the complete opposite side of the house from where my bedroom was off of the kitchen. Since I can remember, my mom has had this same radio in the kitchen my whole life. Those old flat radios, just digital, you know, but you have to like turn the knobs to turn it on. You know, you have to like scroll the knobs to click it on or off, and then you have another one that controls the volume that you physically have to scroll. And my whole life, my mom has always listened to the same one radio station, which is 107.7 WIVK, the country station. It also had the dial to control the station. So tell me why I'm sitting in this recliner watching the Atlanta Braves, and out of nowhere I hear this burst of sound from the kitchen. I mean, we are talking like just full blast static. It really freaked me out. So I kind of just like am frozen for a second. I'm thinking to myself, surely they can hear that and they're gonna come in here and check, and I'm not gonna be alone. They didn't. They were too far apart in the house for them to hear anything. My next thought was, okay, maybe one of them walked past me and I didn't notice it and they're messing with it. Went on for a solid 3 minutes, and when I tell you, just like this overwhelming fear came over me, I mean, like I was frozen. I was paralyzed with fear. Eventually I get up the nerve to go investigate, so I just slowly make my way into the kitchen, and sure enough, the clock radio is literally on full blast, turned all the way up as far as it can go on the volume knob. The radio dial is somewhere completely different. Like, it's just static. It's strange frequency, but like it made no sense. Kind of similar to the toy, like you have to physically change these things for this to happen. So I just turned it off and just kind of looked around and went straight back to the living room. Can't remember if I went and asked my mom about it or not. I probably didn't, because I think she just wouldn't believe me anyway. Next thing I remember happening after that did include my mom, because she witnessed it too. This was another one of those points in the story where I'm like, Mom, you're not telling me something. Like, you're you're keeping something from me, because your reaction to this is not mathing. A little bit older at this time, around like 17, 18, I think. I was working my first job, and I remember I used to work pretty late. Like, it would be like almost midnight sometimes before I got home. And so my routine was, you know, I would come home and I would just go into my mom's room and I'd sit on the bed and I would talk to her. After that, you know, like, she'd go to bed and I'd go do my own thing, and that was just the daily routine. What's important to understand here is the layout from her room to the bathroom. Her, you know, master suite is now finished off the back of the house. It shares a wall with the purple room, which was the original bedroom I was in. And y'all remember that bathroom light that I turned off that one night when I saw the shadow boy? So then this is the hallway from the two rooms here. And then the bathroom is just right across the hallway. So from the master suite, with the door open all the way, you can see straight into the bathroom, down the hallway, straight into the bathroom. What you see when you look at the bathroom is you see like the sink and, you know, the mirror, etc. So I'm sitting in there, my mom's bed one night, having this conversation with her. At the time, she had this little Chihuahua dog, this little old thing who would bark at anything and everything. Tell me why this dog didn't bark. So we're sitting there and we hear the creaking of the bathroom door. It's an old house, all original doors, etc. So we hear the creaking of the bathroom door and we hear the knob jiggling. So we both get real quiet and look over our shoulders a little bit. And sure enough, the door is just barely creeping open. The dog is just on the bed looking with his ears up, but he's not barking, which was weird. And then the freaking faucet turns on. A solid one-piece knob that you have to push pretty hard to turn up and open the stream is on, and it's just flowing. And I remember just being frozen again and just looking at my mom like, well, I think she thought it might be a person. It clearly wasn't. And if I remember correctly, I believe we also heard a flush of the toilet next. See, these are the kind of things that I find myself remembering, and I'm like, how am I going to sit here and say I don't believe in this stuff when I literally lived through all this stuff? I digress. So this is happening. I'm sitting here just like, Mom, do you... She's just sitting there like, yeah. And I'm like, what? What? Like, this is happening right now? And like, do you believe me now? Like, what do you mean? And this woman seriously is like, she's almost in La La Land asleep as it is, but she's like, yeah. And my mom has just always had like under reactions, in my opinion, to certain things. But come to find out, she did share with me some experiences that she has had ongoing throughout her entire life as well. So she's kind of blasé about it at this point. There was also a dream that I had about the house in black and white, and it was from like an eagle's eye view. If you know anything about dream science, that means I was not emotionally connected to this dream, and it was not my dream. If anything, it was a memory. It's like the house was showing me a memory, or one of the spirits of the house was showing me a memory, and it was terrifying and brutal. Come back for the next part and I will share what that dream was with you.
Goes on and explains that her mom could hear in the bathroom the door opening and the water turning on in the sink, which is kind of crazy. And the mother really didn't care, had no reaction, very blasé, like Sarah said. She just was not scared. She was not spooked. She didn't even flinch. Yeah, she might have been tired, but honestly, that's a weird reaction to have, right? Especially like hauntings are scary. They scare people. They scare me. They scare you, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know if she didn't want to show her fear to her daughter or what, but it was a very weird thing.
Looks up over his shoulder, straight at me, straight into my eyes, just grins. This sinister, evil grin, like he was just so satisfied with what he had done. Welcome back to the Growing Up in a Haunted House in Appalachia series. This is going to be part 5.5, we'll call it, because this will be describing the dream I told you guys about in the last part, which seemed more like a memory. To this day, I can't quite tell if maybe the house was showing me a memory or if one of the spirits of the house was showing me this memory, but it was, I would say, you know, viewer discretion advised. I can't really tell the story very well if you don't have a visual of some kind of the house and the land. There's a well in the back of the house. These little stars are true trees. Right here is a clothesline. Now, to this day, this pole of the clothesline still stands, but the clothesline has not been there in, probably decades. In the dream, and throughout the history of the home, just imagine all of this being land. I mean, this house used to sit on like half of the county. It was originally built, and it was all farmland that was, sold off over time to people. I have to discuss a few things about dream science just to kind of validate my case. It is incredibly rare to dream in black and white. Only about 12% of the population that we know of has ever had a dream in black and white. A good majority of that 12% were part of the first generation of TV when things were still in black and white. And so that is kind of why, because their brain was just kind of jumbling up things from their daily life. Another thing about dreaming in black and white is this can often signify complete emotional detachment from the dream. It also signifies taking an objective stance to the dream. So again, you're detached personally. When you take into account all of those facts about dream science, it kind of just further validates for me that this wasn't something that was happening in my own mind from an experience I had elsewhere. This was a memory that was being shown to me. So in this dream, it was a mother and her daughter. Daughter's probably like 7-8 years old. So other than the layout of the land, the physical clues that this was probably about like 1800s era, the clothing definitely matched the time frame as well. So I'm watching this young lady and her daughter take a bundle of wash out to the back to hang on to the clothesline. They're hanging up the sheets and whatever, and they're just having fun. They're just having a great time. Then from the front corner of the property, comes this man just barreling towards them. Just for another visual piece, there's a lot of wooded area around the property, or at least it was back then. I'm not sure where he came from. Like, there weren't any main roads at this time or anything. He just kind of appeared. The woman sees him over the clothesline and she tells her daughter to run, leave. And just pure fear and terror overcomes her. When they start trying to run away, he just runs harder and faster straight towards them. He captures the mother first and just starts, and he goes after the daughter. Does the same thing, and here's the twist in the dream. Everything is in black and white, but the human red stuff was red. It was the only thing in the whole dream that had any color to it. The sinister thing, other than the events that took place, was I'm watching this from like an eagle eye, bird's eye view the whole time, right? But when he delivers that last blow to the daughter, it's kind of like kneeling on the ground over her, starts to pan in closer to him, almost like if a cinematic camera were to do a zoom in a scene. He looks up over his shoulder straight at me, straight into my eyes, just grins, this sinister, evil grin, like he was just so satisfied with what he had done. And I woke up. Just to reiterate, if you missed it the first time around, all of the property records were destroyed in a courthouse fire in the 70s. We have no records of this property, no way to know who lived in it all those years, who built it originally, nothing. And if you've been following along, you'll know that everyone in town refers to our house as the old McAllister house. This has always been something that just completely eludes us. Nobody on the records we do have is named McAllister. And despite everyone saying, oh, the old McAllister house, nobody has ever elaborated on why it's called that or who the fuck McAllister is. I think I'm curious enough to try to do another property record search just to see, but the only things I've ever been able to find are just the blueprints, like property tax records just in recent years post courthouse fire. My brother made a great point. We have no idea who's lived in that house, who's in that house, how many wakes were held in that house, because you have to keep in mind this is deep Appalachia. I mean, that was a very common practice back then. If you don't know what a wake is, just look into it. In a nutshell, bodies are held for like 7 days, like in the home, so family and friends can come. Other weird things about the house, like other strange markers on the property that just kind of don't make sense. It has a basement, right? But you have to go outside to access the basement. Very, very small square of space you have to fit through. Once you open this door, you've got these concrete steps that go down into the basement. I've been down into that basement a handful of times, if even that, because it always just freaked me out so bad as a kid. Even despite my dad having like a little workshop down there that he kind of like makeshifted, and like we'd store like paint and his tools and stuff down there. The one thing that was always strange to me was this whole open portion under that like back end of the house. There's this wall, this like hand-laid brick wall, kind of like halfway through. It's not bricked all the way up, but pretty close. And, we have no idea what's back there. The one thing that freaked me out as a kid, just looking around, kind of exploring a little bit, I just noticed that there was a footprint. And it looked like a child's footprint, maybe just barely about, the palm of my hand. It was a singular footprint. No date, no name, nothing. Just one singular footprint almost in the middle of the floor. And then there were other like little concrete walkways around the house out back that, you know, were obviously put there a long time ago, but there is one spot where it was etched into the concrete like an 1800 something date. So this house has a lot of history. Bottom line, we have no way of knowing what has happened there or what hasn't happened there. We have no way of knowing who's been there, been through there. What's worse is we'll never know because the records are gone forever. Come back for part 6 where the story continues.
I mean, she goes over a lot of things. She goes over about this dream she had, how it was about a mother and daughter. And this dream she had, it was from a different type of perspective. She was not seeing herself. She was seeing a mother and daughter. Unfortunately being unalived, which is pretty awful. And there was a man that was the killer doing this to them. And I really do think that in her dream, it could have been a type of sign in a way, trying to explain what happened to make the house haunted and demonic. It's a possibility, and maybe that's why she got this dream, so that it would make more sense what is present in the house. Really creepy that they don't have any records at the courthouse anymore. Like she said, the records they did have burnt down in this fire. So honestly, they don't really have anything to go on other than obviously the townspeople know the name and stuff. But it's very strange. It's like they know the name. There's really not much to the house other than it was in the 1800s. She found like different landmarks, and one of them had written down saying it was 1800s house, which is interesting. But also, I guess I wasn't wrong about it being a funeral home, but I basically wasn't right either. It's just, it's interesting that instead of it being a funeral home, it held wakes, which is what some cultures do. They hold wakes for people, well, for families for 7 days so that they can get enough time to say their goodbyes and grieve. And I found that very interesting that they held this in this house. And that is probably why it is unfortunately haunted. And I think that makes sense, honestly.
Welcome back to the series where I tell you what it was like to grow up in a haunted house in Appalachia. For today's episode, I'm going to tell y'all about some of my mom's experiences. A lot of y'all were curious to hear about that. I was originally going to save this part for towards the end because there are a lot of other things that involved her that I haven't told y'all about yet, so I don't want to spoil the timeline of things. So I'll tell you what I can tell you up to this point. I think that's fair. This was about maybe 5-6 years ago, visiting my mother. Again, she still lives in this house to this day. Very serious conversation. Mom, I really think someone should come investigate. Like, I really think something should be done because something is wrong with this house. And I just don't believe you when you tell me that you don't believe in that stuff, because there's no way. I've had as many experiences as I've had in this house, or my brother has had, and you've had none, or the fact like we had experiences together and you just acted like it was nothing. So in that conversation, she finally did open up to me a little bit. Still think there's a lot of things she's not telling me because that's just who she is as a person. So she did share something with me that had happened to her just a couple months prior to us having this conversation. And what was interesting about it was the fact that this same thing had happened to her before in her childhood. My mom at this time had a boyfriend who lived just right down the road, maybe a couple miles away, and they had known each other for like years. It's very normal for her to just, leave the door open so he can just drop in whenever he would like to. At this point in time, my mother's bedroom is now in the purple room, which is the room right next to the front door. So the day that this happens, it's around lunchtime. My mother is just sitting on her bed in her room doing some puzzles, just chilling with the dog. The boyfriend comes to the door and the dog barks when anyone comes through the door. She hears him step inside and he walks toward the kitchen. She thinks to herself, oh, he probably just didn't hear me yelling at him that I'm in here. He'll figure it out in just a minute when he goes to the kitchen and he sees I'm not in there. He just walks in straight through the living room to head back towards the kitchen. She didn't think anything of it. 5-10 minutes go by and he hasn't come back. She gets curious and she gets up to go wander into the kitchen after him. At which point she realizes that he's not in the kitchen. He's not in the house at all. So she immediately goes out the front door, out to the driveway. He's not there. His car's not even there. Mind you, not only did she audibly heard him come through the door, or what she was assuming was him, come through the door, heard his boots hit the floor, and walk into the kitchen. The dog even barked to confirm that somebody came in the front door. She didn't really elaborate what she thought that could have been, but that opened the doorway for her to tell me about the experience she had in her childhood, where almost the exact same thing happened. Now, my grandparents had 8 children in rural Appalachia. They grew up poor. They're in a 2-bedroom house. All the kids are bundled up together in their 1 bedroom. Parents are in their bedroom. It's pretty late at night. Everyone's asleep. She's the only one that is still somewhat awake in her bed. I think she said she was reading a book, trying to fall asleep. Back then, it was very common for people to not lock their front doors, especially in the summertime. It was totally normal to just leave the screen door as the main door and just leave the other doors open. My mom's laying in her bed. She's probably 8 or 10 years old about this time. She hears the screen door open. She hears someone walk inside. She hears the boot steps hit the floor. At first she thought to herself that it was her dad, but then she realized, no, wait a minute. Everyone's in bed asleep in this house. There's no way. Fear and panic just went through her whole body. She laid there as perfectly still and quiet as she could, and she just listened. And she was hoping one of the other kids would wake up. Nobody else woke up. She hears this person walk through the house into the kitchen. It sounded like he just opened the fridge, made himself a sandwich, and then nothing. She waits and she waits, and all she can think to herself is someone's in this house and they're going to murder us. They're going to kill us all. After a while, when she doesn't hear any more noise coming from the kitchen, she doesn't really know what to think. She just thinks to herself, well, this is it. This is how we go. And she just lays in her bed. I guess I got that from her. If we're afraid of something strange in the middle of the night, we just make ourselves go to sleep and we just avoid it. So they get up the next morning. She immediately goes to the kitchen. Nothing is disturbed. Absolutely nothing is out of place. She tells her parents what she heard the night before. Of course, they tell her, oh, you were dreaming. You were just having a bad dream. To make it even stranger, my papa is a military man. He was retired military, spent his whole life in the military. He was very vigilant. He would be the first one awake at the first little squeak or sound of anything in the night. So the fact that he didn't wake up was really, really strange. The whole story is strange, but what's stranger is that it happened twice. Now, to be totally transparent with you guys, my mother has never shared much with me at all in the way of anything paranormal. All she's ever said is she doesn't believe in that stuff. And I ask her why she doesn't believe in it, and she says, well, because I've never had anything like that happen to me. You literally have, Mom, but okay, I guess denial is the best route. Other than that, general strange things growing up with my mom were all moms come equipped with knowing things we shouldn't know. It was different with her. It was completely different. This woman knew things that she absolutely should not or could not know. I had a lot of premonitions growing up as a child, so often in fact that sometimes I questioned if I was even in reality or if I was having a dream. I remember asking my mom about that kind of stuff, possibly in this same conversation, and I remember her sharing with me the only thing vividly that ever stood out to her that was strange to her, in her words, not mine. There was a night that she had a bad dream where she said she just wakes up to the phone ringing, and at the time we had house phones, right? So she had one house phone right next to her bed on her nightstand, and she says she wakes up to the phone ringing. It's the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. She picks up the phone and all she hears is one of my aunts on the other end just saying, Daddy, Daddy, just her voice shaking like something was terribly, terribly wrong. That's all she would say. My mom woke up from this dream. It was only 2 days later that we got the phone call that my papa was in the hospital for congestive heart failure. Now, outside of having the premonitions and dreams, I've also been able to predict tragic events that have happened in my life before they happened, and I have witnesses to this. My sister-in-law can verify a lot of the things I predicted when everybody else was either against my prediction or I predicted things that they thought were bizarre for me to even say, and lo and behold, they ended up happening. Every single thing, every single time. I'll share those details with y'all when we get to that point. So again, I have to wait for the timeline to play out a little bit more before I can share more in depth about things concerning my mom with y'all. There are a couple of little fun things for you for the time being, and now we will continue our story in chronological order.
I do think that the townspeople might know more than they're letting on. And I find it strange that Sarah nor her mother or father or brothers never knew, never asked the question to these townspeople, hey, you know the name, do you know anything else? Do you know the history, the backstory of this house? You must know something. This house has been around since the 1800s. And then Sarah has never been a fan of the basement. Of course, basements are creepy, right? Everybody knows that I hate basements too. But it was interesting that she found what appears to be a child's footprint down there on the floor. Just one footprint, not woman's footprint, not man's, just a child. And it made me think that's weird because that ghost shadow child that was on top of the bunk bed that night that, scared Sarah. I'm wondering if that little boy either lived there or something. Who knows? But I think that's connected to the footprint. It belongs to him, I'm thinking, which is really creepy. And in part 7, so clearly I was right about the mother. She had several experiences, and that's why she was so blasé about the whole thing. She honestly was not terrified because she gotten to the point where she was so used to being scared of this thing that she just got over it and moved on, whatever, it's a typical Tuesday, And I'm starting to wonder if the mother was dealing with a mimic as a child with her first experience and as an adult now. It makes sense because mimics mimic people's sounds. She said it was somebody walking in, and then she never had her boyfriend come into her room, and she would hear footsteps, and then it went to the kitchen, never into her room, and then it was gone. Same thing as a child. To me, that sounds like a mimic, and it could be more than just a mimic. It could be a mimic, and there's also a demon. There's also entities and spirits. There could be multiple things in that house that they're dealing with. So Sarah and her mother have been able to have dreams about stuff before it happens, which is so cool. So basically they have these different intuitions and psychic abilities, I guess you would call them. And somehow, they're intuitive enough to, Sarah, she can predict horrible things before they happen. And they both have had nightmares, and Sarah's was obviously, I'm thinking, attached to that house. So it's she can almost see the past in a different, way in her dreams. And it's very interesting. So it's her connecting with the house in a way.
Welcome back to the series where I tell you what it was like to grow up in a haunted house in Appalachia and other weird things that have transpired since. Try my best to stay in chronological order, so I'm really wanting to get to the demonic infestation, the other bizarre, insane things that happened after I moved out of the house. In order to get there, we have to hit points along the way that are in chronological order. So I'm quickly going to tell y'all what happened right before I moved out of that house, which was meeting a genuine psychic for the first time and having a first conversation with another sensitive person ever in my life. In a nutshell, things had just, got to a point that I didn't know who to turn to. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted it to stop. I just felt like all these different spirits or energies in the house were just draining me, taking everything from me and just pulling me in, 100 different directions. And I didn't feel like myself anymore. My mental health was really starting to decline. I was really having some bizarre thoughts. And I plead for help. I end up chatting with this guy. I think we chatted for like 3 hours on Messenger. None of my personal information was shared with him, not even my name, nothing. I was not anywhere on the internet at this time. There was absolutely no way this man could have known the things that he knew. And before you judge that, listen to all the shit I'm about to tell you, because this is how I knew that this man was legitimately who he said he was. So not only did this dude call me by my middle name, but he was able to come up with like the first 2 letters of my first name. I didn't give him any information. I was like, if you really are who you say you are, prove it to me. Prove it to me right now. He fucking did, dude. He did. He was able to tell me other things, like my best friend's name. This guy had been my best friend my entire life. And not only that, but he was even able to pull truths about our friendship that I would have never spoken out loud. I never had spoken out loud. He was even able to name the girl that I was secretly seeing at the time that nobody in the world knew about. And he just told me some interesting things that I did not know at the time, but he also kind of made predictions that did end up coming true. He told me that I absolutely was born with the gift of intuitive sensitivity, whatever you want to call it. And he tells me that I absolutely have crossed a ley line at some point in my younger years. And this essentially is kind of what set off or elevated those abilities. That's why it just seemed like I just all of a sudden started experiencing all of these things in my childhood. Don't know what a ley line is, L-E-I line. Just do some research. An astronomical amount of things that this guy, if he was just guessing, if he was just shotgunning answers, there's no fucking way they would have been this accurate. What stuck with me the most, he told me, because I was terrified of flying my whole life. I was terrified of planes. I was terrified of flying. I'd never been on a plane, swore I'd never go on a plane. And he even told me that fear of flying would pass because I would end up going onto a plane and I would love it and I would never fear it again. And he was 100% correct. He even described my bedroom to me. He described this antique armchair that I had in my bedroom. There's no possible, like, nobody knew I had that chair. Nobody had been in my bedroom in the world. Before you ask, no, I was not in my bedroom when I was chatting with him on the computer. I'm telling you, this guy was the real freaking deal. So in a nutshell, we chat, we do this and that, and he kind of just explains things to me a little bit. But with that, he tells me that I have a decision to make. I have a choice to make. I can choose the path that I want to take for my life. And he tells me that I am affected the most in this house because of these abilities, but also because I'm open to them. It's like these, spirits or whatever you want to call them just want my attention because they know that I can sense them. They know that I know that they're there. So he tells me I can choose to hone in on those abilities and strengthen them and use them throughout my life. Or if I really, truly want it to stop, and that's my decision, and he'll help me with that. And of course, at the time, I contemplated it, but I told him flat out, I just want it to stop. I want to be normal, whatever that is. So he gives me these very specific instructions to which I follow, and it kind of turns it off. Problem is, I never followed up with him to go through the rest of the checklist. To this day, I don't know why I didn't do that. I think in my mind, I just really thought it was the house. I was about to move out in a couple weeks anyway, so what did it matter? I have silence now, I have peace now. What we've already done has worked. That's good enough for me. Well, lo and fucking behold, that shit did not follow my ass. So I move out, I go to college, and of course I turn to partying, to alcohol, whatever, just kind of numbing all this stuff out. And so I kind of just forgot about it over those, first couple of adult years. Then when I, came back to reality a little bit is when it really amped up, and that's when things got really, really weird. So moving into the demonic infestation that we had, I want to say I'm around maybe 23-ish at this time. And a girlfriend I'm with at the time and I moved into. Unfortunately, her younger brother had taken his life. a couple years prior. So I never met him. Like, I never met him. I didn't know him. I had never met any of her family. She was from out of state. I couldn't have known any of these people. So it was strange to me that I was having these vivid dreams where I'm meeting her little brother in these dreams, and I'm meeting her whole family in these dreams. Two of them had already passed on. I had never met them before. I remember asking her questions. I'm going to keep that private. I remember asking her questions because something wasn't making sense. And then she would say, oh my God, that makes sense. Like, to me, that I understand. So I don't know, do with that what you will. That's kind of when it started to come back, and I was like, oh fuck. But still, yeah, I tried to just ignore it, numb it out, not pay any attention to it, just let it be. We end up moving. We move into a new place from where we were living. That is when shit went off the fucking rail. To this day, I'm convinced that either for some reason this activity just really like stirred up. Maybe it had always been with me. I don't know. Part of me wonders to this day if one of our neighbors was not like really into some deep dark shit. We're talking from the day we moved in. Things were like straight out of a fucking horror movie. And that's what I'm about to tell y'all about in the next video, which I'm about to drop right now. Welcome to the plot twist in the Growing Up in Haunted Appalachia story series. So we're finally to the part of the story where things are like straight out of a horror film. There is a lot that happens at once during this part of the timeline, so I might have to break this up in a couple different parts. In fact, probably at least 3 parts. So this girlfriend and I move into this new apartment. Right off the bat, something was wrong with this place. Keep in mind, we were living together before, and none of these things was happening in the place we were in before. Something that's important to know is that both of us were very religious or spiritual. She was raised Catholic but had converted to Southern Christianity. I had always been raised in a Southern Christian household, so we shared the same beliefs, the same values, etc. We had a lot of religious insignia, just stuff like that. We went to church, all the things. So the first thing that we noticed when we moved into this household was the flies. We're talking, this was an apartment that was in the nicest part of town of the whole metropolitan city. Like, our neighbors were doctors and lawyers. We were in the nicest apartments in that part of town. They were practically brand new. From the first couple days we moved in, we just were killing flies non-stop. They were coming out of the vents. We didn't know where they were coming from. We were talking hundreds of flies. At the time, we didn't think much about it other than we might have some nasty neighbors. We might need to talk to the office about this if it doesn't get better. This went on for like a couple of weeks. We could not figure out where these flies were coming from. So after those first initial weeks, we get over the fly problem. We decide to adopt a puppy. We were crate training her. Every single day we would leave for work, and every single day we would get phone calls from the apartment complex. The neighbors would call claiming that it sounded like a child was being skinned alive. And every single day we would get home only to find her out of the crate. The crate would not be open. The door would not be open. Nothing would be broken. It got to the point that I bought carabiners and literally latched and locked every single possible exit point on that crate. She would still escape every single day. No damage, nothing broken. It made no sense. It defied logic to us. We're talking for months we tried the crate training, and every single day the dog would just be sitting on the couch when we got home. Now things started to really take more of a turn. We started noticing some of the same things. So our routine at night was, we would go into the bedroom, lay down, watch a show or something like that. We would just kind of hang out and just relax until we fell asleep. The first thing that caught both of our attention was the door. How a door sits inside. Like when you close a door, it sits inside the 2 parts of the frame that hold the door still. The door would just start to jiggle. Just really, really like violently for several minutes at a time. I remember the first night that I pointed it out without drawing too much attention, kind of asked her, do you see that? And she's like, yep. And I'm not gonna look. I was like, okay. Honestly, I'm a pretty logical person. I try to at least like cross out any other options before I resort to paranormal. My first thought was it's probably like the HVAC, you know, probably some kind of a vacuum ordeal, something like that. She made a good point that this just started happening. Like if it really had something to do with another system of the apartment, wouldn't it have been happening the whole time we lived there? It was so strange because it would just do it for like a couple minutes at a time, and then it wouldn't do it at all. Like it would only happen like once or twice a night. The next thing to come was the smells. We would be laying in bed and just smell this horrific, gut-wrenching, god-awful smell. I mean, it was worse than sulfur. And at first we just blamed it on the dog, but it didn't take us long to realize that it was not the dog. We had never really fully finished unpacking from the point that we moved in, and so there came a day that I was home alone, she was at work, and I decided I was going to finish unpacking, make it more homey. She had these like really pretty like marble crosses, you know, that you would hang up on the wall, just some decorations, and so I put them up. When we got back home later that afternoon, it was in the floor. I think our first instinct was to blame it on the dog. There was absolutely no way the dog could have done it. I wasn't sharing with her the things that I was thinking at the time because I didn't want to scare her. But that was the night that I decided to open my Bible and leave it on the countertop overnight. And I would just notice things over those next few days that had moved, like little things on the shelves or just little things around the house that just, it didn't make any sense for them to be moved the way that they were. Pages of my Bible were different from what I had left them on the night before. And then the personal attacks came next. I was struggling to sleep. I was beyond exhausted. I would lay in bed for hours and hours and hours. And when I did sleep, I would have nightmares. So I am just physically being broken down. I am exhausted. I am depleted. And we were fighting a lot. I was waking up with scratches on me. Like she even pointed some of them out because they were like on my back or like just in really weird places that clearly I could not have done that in my sleep. And so yeah, this whole process just got worse and worse and worse. I just felt like I was losing my mind from the exhaustion, from just everything going on. Like it got to the point that I didn't want to go home. Paranoia had sank in. I just was not myself at all. A couple weeks go by, we decide to rearrange the bedroom. The foot of our bed is facing our bathroom, and we have the doorway to the bathroom. And when you look into the doorway, you have the sink and then the mirror over the sink. My side of the bed was completely lined up with the doorway into the bathroom. And we had our window behind us, and so like the blinds were behind us, you know, so at night the light from outside, the street lamps or whatever, would shine in and you could see the reflection of it off of the bathroom mirror. So it is another restless night. I have spent hours and hours and hours trying to go to sleep, doing everything in my power to fall asleep, and nothing at all in the world is working. I finally decide to just turn over, close my eyes, just try to force myself to go to sleep. I lay there for probably 15 minutes. It's not working. I turn back over. I open my eyes for just a moment, and where I should, out of my peripheral, see the reflection in the mirror of the street lights and everything else, instead I see this tall, dark shadow that is as thick and black as you can imagine. Like it was like somebody was standing in there. That was the point that I just forced myself, you know, just prayed to God, just please let me sleep. And I did end up falling asleep. Next morning, I asked her if we could go to the Catholic church. I'd never been to a Catholic service. She was raised Catholic. So of course she's like, why would you want to go to a Catholic service? And I said, I just am curious. I just want to go. I just want to experience it. Again, I wasn't sharing much with her at this time. We go to this Catholic service. If you've ever been to a Catholic service, you know when you walk in, you're supposed to dip your fingers in the water, cross yourself, and they do the bread and all the things. We walk in, she dips and goes. I could not. I got my fingers this close to the bowl, and for some reason I just retracted, and I was like, I'm not Catholic, I don't need to do it. Then we get through the service and we go up to do communion. I was like, I'm not Catholic. She said, it doesn't matter, you've been baptized, you take communion if you've been baptized, whatever. I go up and I get this bread and I put it in my mouth, and we go back to our seat. The taste of that bread in my mouth was so foul that I had to spit it out into a napkin. And everybody in the whole church was just like looking at me weird, even though we sat in the back, like didn't bother anybody. It just felt so uncomfortable to be there.
In part 8, Sarah finds what she seems to believe is a real psychic that she calls out to for help, which I find really interesting. So she believes in this psychic. Everything he says is spot on about her. I mean, even back then, she said she didn't have social media, so it's not like he could have researched her up and everything. So I found that very interesting that everything was right. You know, it's just he was checking all the boxes for her, as well as he did do predictions that did happen to her in the near future. They came true. And she even said so. So that's also interesting. That it's just, he had to have been legit. There's no other way. And the most shocking part is that he says Sarah does have a special gift, which makes sense. And he says either she can keep this special gift or she gets rid of it and lives a normal life. And basically, I think of her special abilities as like a sort of nightlight glowing and shining in the dark. And that's why these ghosts keep trying to latch onto her. And part 9, her and her girlfriend both have these type of like different intuitions, and they both are Christian, I guess, and it's interesting. They have things in common like that. They're both spiritual and all of that. So they move into this apartment. It's a nice apartment, rich neighborhood, basically doctors, lawyers live there, you know. But you know, all of a sudden they start having like hundreds of flies start appearing out of nowhere, which I found super weird. Like, can't even figure out where the flies came from, how they got in, where are they coming from? You know, is it bad food? Is it a dead rat? Something? Nothing. So they couldn't figure that out. And not only that, but things start to take a turn. Now, this is interesting because I told you guys I believe in my Ouija board story, which there'll be like a part 2 and part 3 coming out. Basically, I found it interesting because the doorknobs, she said, would start to shake and jiggle, like shake. Only the doorknobs, twisting, turning, jerking, all that, shaking. And that's exactly what happened to me, which is crazy. That's exactly the same thing that's happened to me. And, you know, it's just, I've never heard anybody else, you know, say they've had this happen. And honestly, it makes me feel relieved that I know I'm not crazy, that there are other people that have experienced that as well. And also, she's had like bad smells in the house, smell like sulfur and decay and rot and just nasty smells. Now that right there is a sign of demonic like entity. Like, it's been known. Bad smells or blackish like substance showing on the ceiling, the floor dripping, like that's another sign. Like things being moved and shit like that. She said things been moved, like picture frames, all types of stuff. Things are being misplaced and moved. I wouldn't say that's a sign, but it's a sign of like spirits being in your house for sure. And also, I wouldn't think that it was, you know, an evil entity. This is the part that really gets me, is she's constantly exhausted. She is lacking energy and everything. She's not feeling good anymore. She's fighting with her girlfriend. Again, these are the type of things that I went through. no energy, just lack of sleep, not being able to even close your eyes for a minute because you're scared that something's going to get you or something's going to happen in the house again. These are things that happened to me as well. I also had to fight with my mother and stuff and my friends, and I would just be pale as a ghost. I wasn't eating. I wasn't enjoying life. I was depressed. And I was staying up all night because I was so scared. I would try to sleep during the day, but it wouldn't work. It got to the point where I wasn't even sleeping during the day either. So on top of all that, Sarah was not able to keep up with this anymore. She just couldn't keep doing this anymore because she just gave up. And again, these entities make you wear down. They make you lose energy. They make you feel sick. They make you feel completely drained, almost like a vampire draining you of your blood. Like literally, it's like that. And I'm not joking. Okay. That to me sounds evil. Okay. So I don't think it was a good thing. I don't think it was a good spirit. So moving on, it's good that her brother talked the mother into getting rid of the boyfriend's clothes and the crystals and anything he had there and got rid of them from the house because who knows if it was making the house more and more unpredictable and eviler. Like it's possible, maybe. Anyways, so the brother is a pastor. He comes in probably to investigate with the paranormal team as well as cleansing it and everything, which is really good. I'm glad they did that. I found it extremely unnerving when her and her girlfriend get back. Of course, I believe it was the neighbor or landlord heard what sounded like a child being skinned alive. And that part just, so eerie, so creepy, and so specific. It's just, got under my skin. I don't know about you guys. But what makes it worse is whatever this thing was in their apartment, obviously attached to Sarah, most likely, I think it might have hurt the dog, to be honest, as sad as that is. But this thing, I feel like it could have done that. Maybe it hurt the dog somehow, or the dog got super scared and was just freaking out and screaming, whatever form of the dog scream is. They hi-eye, they freak out, they're barking, growling, snarling. But I just found that so creepy. Or it could have been that ghost kid. Maybe it's not kid, but what if it's attached to Sarah, this little ghost boy, and that was the one that was screaming in the apartment? Or maybe it was a little girl and the mother, maybe they followed Sarah to the apartment, or whatever this thing could have been in the apartment before they moved in and is haunting the place, and she just showed up and everything started. Whatever it was, maybe that entity or spirit was screaming because something happened to it. Just a thought.
My brother was preparing for his first ever mission trip to Uganda. He was preparing to go to the parts of the islands where they still practice sacrifice. And his preparation and things that happened to him just leading up to that point are insane. I didn't think anything about it at the time. I just knew he was getting ready to leave. But also, I didn't know about the things that he was experiencing when this happened. And my mother was experiencing things happening as well, that at the time I had no idea all of these things seemed to be tied together. So after the visit to the Catholic Church, things just progressed. They just got worse, to the point, like I said, I didn't even want to go home. I had started going to this IOP program for women specifically in recovery. And in that program, I made friends with one of my classmates, and she gave me a ride home one day. We'd never had a conversation outside of the classroom, and she was usually pretty quiet in the classroom. So we're just chatting. She was in a spiritual or faith-based program before she was in this classroom with us. So we're just talking about spirituality and Christianity and God and all these things. I did not tell her anything that was going on at the time. We pull up to the house, and she just, in good faith, just this newfound friendship, asks if it's okay if she prays with me. And of course, I'm like, yeah, of course. So she holds her hands out, and, you know, that was kind of weird to me, but I was like, okay. I shook her hands. She kind of gets in the zone, and she starts praying. And then out of nowhere, this girl busts out speaking in tongues. I'm going to give y'all a replay because I know in that moment what my face was like. I know what was going on. She's over here, her eyes closed, deep in prayer. I had never been exposed to that before growing up in my religious household or anything like that, so it really freaked me out. But this is why this is an important part of this story. She gets done praying, and she's just like exhausted from this prayer, and she is shaking, like she's physically shaking. And she just says to me, "Ooh, girl, God has got some big things in store for you." So she tells me, oh my God. Oh my gosh. I just had a realization. Because I haven't thought about this in so long. Wow. I'm gonna have to clip that. I'm gonna have to clip that for a completely different video. So she's telling me these things, and she just tells me, "Sarah, God has huge things in store for you. Just don't give up on your faith. Just keep believing, keep praying. He's with you." And I remember at this point just thinking that this girl is absolutely insane, and I need to get the fuck out of the car. Get out of the car, I'm like, "Hey, thanks, yeah, see you in class later," whatever. So we lived on the second floor. I start walking up the steps, and I feel like I'm floating. I just feel like I'm watching my legs move up these steps, but I'm weightless. I'm not doing it. It's like I'm in a movie. It was so surreal. I am watching my hand reach into my pocket and turn the key in the door and turn the knob and walk in. And I seriously just feel like I could have just levitated off of the earth. I felt like I was in a dream. It was so bizarre, and I just felt like I was electric. Keep in mind, I'd never been exposed to anyone praying in tongues before, so I didn't know what to think. I was thinking bizarre thing. I was like, did this girl just curse me? Like, is this evil? Like, what's going on? So I panicked. Tried calling my brother. He had not made it back to the States yet, so I called his wife, my sister-in-law. I didn't know what else to do. I called her, and I told her what was going on. And she just laughed, and she said, "Sarah, that's the Holy Spirit. Call your brother right now. He would love to hear about this." I'm getting emotional because it's there's just so much that just took place in these last couple of minutes telling you the story, and I'll explain that later. So I call my brother, and he's just laughing uncontrollably, and he's like, "You never felt the Holy Spirit before?" And I said, "I guess I haven't." He said, no, that's the Holy Spirit. Praying in tongues is a thing, and I really want you to stay friends with this girl, and I want you to take a journal and write this experience down, because you're going to go back in a few months or a few years, and you're going to look back and you're going to question this experience, and you're going to ask yourself if this was really happening. And I want you to be able to go back and read in detail what took place, and I want you to be able to remember this feeling in this moment and remember that this really did happen. And so I did, and it just stopped everything. The smells, the door, the nightmares, the being unable to sleep, it was just gone. It was just gone. And then a couple weeks later is when things finally fall into place of what was taking place during the eye of that storm. Unbeknownst to me, outside of what my brother had experienced leading up to his trip, what he had experienced during his trip, my mother was having some strange things happen in her life as well. One of the worst of them being this guy that she was like kind of seeing but kind of just friends with at the time was just he was not well. He was a totally normal, totally awesome guy, and then it just seemed like one day just something changed in him. He just would say crazy things and just wasn't himself. Eventually they found out that he did for whatever reason, he left her a lot of his belongings, most of them being like this collection of crystals and weird things that he had. So my brother has an experience while he's in Uganda. He has a dream. He wakes up, he immediately calls our mother. She tells him this news, and he just immediately knew. His discernment told him. He said, "Mom, throw it out. Every bit of it, throw it out, and I'm sending people to your house right now." He had an entire team come from the church. A lot of these people were leaders in the church. They were there for prayer, for blessings. A couple of them were like psychic mediums as well. And what they revealed upon their investigation really put things into perspective for this house and what absolute evil lingered within it. Let's finish up this story. So this will be part 3 of all of the things that were happening simultaneously during this time with a demonic infestation, with my mother's friend, my brother's being in Uganda at this time. It was his first ever mission trip, and this is a pivotal part of the story because this is where things fall into place. This isn't some little podunk old town missionary trip. No, sir. They're going to the parts of the world where they still practice sacrifice. They still practice and they still have witch doctors. They practice voodoo, and it's just a normal way of life for them. He's going to the most sinister parts of the world. I can't tell you all the stories in this video. That's for another day. I will call my brother and ask for him to tell you himself. It would make all the hair just stand up on your body, whether you're a believer or not. I'll share one fun little story with you. How they even came to be invited as missionaries down to this part of the world began a few decades before. A missionary before them had decided to go down there. Everyone told him not to go. Don't do it. You're not welcome. You're not gonna make it. This man said, "I'm not afraid of anything. If God is for me, then who can stand against me?" He was a pioneer, so to speak, in paving the way for them to have churches set up down there for mission trips to come and go. But how he accomplished this is really crazy. So way back when, during this time, the local witch doctor is who everybody went to for everything. Had an ailment, if you were sick, no matter what the case was, you would go to the witch doctor, you would pay him whatever he asked for, he would give you a spell or a curse or whatever the case was, and he would cure you. And it was said that he was the most powerful man on the island. No one dare stood up against him or betray him. It was said that this man was such a powerful voodoo witch doctor, he could command an entire field of elephants to run by just the wave of his hand. This initial pastor, who was the pioneer in this area for the mission trip, he's hearing the stories of the witch doctor. He's been there for a little while. He finally says, "I want to meet this guy." And everyone's telling him, "No, do not. You don't want to do that. You don't want to go near him." Nothing. The man says, "I'm not afraid of him. Whatever power he thinks he has, God has more." So hesitantly, they take him to the witch doctor's house. The townspeople that accompanied him to the house were too afraid to even go up onto the porch. They were too afraid to even go near the witch doctor himself or his actual house. So the preacher walks up onto the porch and he knocks on the door. He asks to speak to the witch doctor. He's just left standing there alone, wondering, and he's just questioning, like, "I don't understand. Like, this man has threatened me. He's threatened my life. What's going on? Why won't he answer the door?" Eventually, the witch doctor's wife comes to the door. She opens the door. She's just trembling in fear, and she says, "Who are you?" Of course, they're translating between them, and he says, "I'm just here to speak to the witch doctor." She then reveals to them that the witch doctor is not there. The townspeople are like, "What do you mean he's not here? He's always here." The wife then tells them that the witch doctor fled. He ran away from the house in fear. He said that the moment that preacher stepped onto his porch, all of his powers had left him. He had nothing. He had no magic. He had no power. None of the forces that have worked for him all this time were there with him. He was defenseless against this man. His wife had never seen him like that. He just trembled, hit the floor, and then he eventually just ran out the back door and ran away because he was so afraid. And thus paved the way for the church to be introduced to this part of the world and these parts of the islands. The way that they worship in Uganda, American worship doesn't hold a candle to it. Brother tells me that they get up every single morning before the sun rises and they gather their drums and their instruments and they play, they sing, and they worship for hours until the sun rises every single day. One of the tragic things is that it's a very common practice because it's common to go to the witch doctor for everything on these islands. It's very common for parents to take their children to the witch doctor when they're sick, and so they will cure them, and so they will forever be connected to the witch doctor. They will forever continue to go back. So my brother's in Uganda for 3 weeks on this mission trip. It's getting close to the end of the trip. We finally have revival night. They spend the whole day worshiping, prepping, preparing, praying, just giving glory and praise. And the word gets out around town. So many people come and gather because if nothing else, they're just curious. They spent that entire night laying hands and casting demons out of people left and right. And there comes this 11-year-old girl. Her mom had always gone to the witch doctor. Her mom believed in the witch doctor, trusted the witch doctor no matter what. She was possessed. So now all these people in town, all these kids, all these adults, everybody who had always wanted to go to the witch doctor have now decided that they want to come to Jesus. So all these people are trying for what seemed like hours to cast these demons out of this girl. Nothing is working and they're just exhausted. My brother finally says, "Tap me in, coach." People who are used to being in a church environment where praying in tongues is normal, you know, it's kind of like a congregational thing. Like, let's be real, they're not really praying in tongues usually. It's just kind of this common occurrence that happens because we think that's how we're worshiping. My brother had the experience of genuinely speaking in tongues. The Spirit gave him the ability to speak and pray in tongues. He lays his hand on the girl. He takes his turn and he starts praying. He's praying hard with everything he's got. And all of a sudden, he cannot form words. No English words are coming out of his mouth. His tongue just feels like it's twisting and molding, and he didn't know what was going on. He starts to kind of become fearful just because of what they're battling, and he's kind of just praying to himself, "God, if this is not of you, take it from me, deliver it from me now, and do not let me be affected by the enemy." The sensation only gets stronger. He says, "Okay, God, I'm going to trust you. I'm just going to go with it." He then begins to genuinely, through the Spirit, speak out in tongue. He had no idea what he was saying. He barely remembers what happened. Finally, this girl is delivered. These demons are expelled, and my brother just falls to the floor. While he's out, he has this vision come into him, and it's a vision of them walking down one of these dirt roads, and there's like a dilapidated brick house off in the distance, and there's this man who's just crazy, throwing bricks at them and shouting extremities as they walk by. And the guide just tells him, ignore him, he's just the town loon, like, don't listen to him, don't pay attention to him. My brother can't help but notice and look at him, and he's looking and he sees this demonic entity in him. So this demon is just throwing bricks at him and just shouting. He begins to pray in tongues again, and the demon flees. He wakes up that next morning and he immediately calls our mother. And that's when she gives him the news of what had happened, and that's when he told her, "Get rid of it all, and I'm sending a team to your house right now." Keep in mind that the girl who took me home a few days prior had prayed in tongues with me, and what took place. It's really interesting to me that about that same time frame, my brother had the Spirit come over him to deliver in tongues. The Spirit teams come over, and you know, they're leaders in the church. They're there for just prayer and to bless the home, but there's also a couple, a husband and wife, who are psychic mediums. Now, remember me telling you in the beginning, the purple room and the room off the kitchen, it's important to remember those names because they have different names now. Go through room by room in the house, and they're praying, and they do this for hours. Finally, when they're done, the psychic couple finally speak about what they found. Remember, the purple room is where I saw the shadow boy, where my covers were pulled off, where I heard the laughing, where my name was being called. It was also where I spoke to the psychic because I was having really irrational thoughts. and I just wasn't myself. That room just drained me and anyone who was in it. And the room off the kitchen is where I had bizarre experiences when we moved back in that were not me. I remember everything about me changed. My personality changed. I would listen to music that was like really, really awful. And I remember I would just write. I would pick up a pen and a notepad and I would just write things that I would find like weeks later, and I'd have no memory of writing it, and it was really disturbing. The couple reveals that in the purple room, they had an overwhelming sense of, it didn't help that my mom's friend had just, but also my mother actually attempted herself when we lived in the other house. But in the room off the kitchen, they said that they had the overwhelming sense or spirit of voodoo. And finding this out really explained some things to me for some of my personal experiences. I wish I could say that after this, everything was great and things were back to normal. But the story only continues from here.
Hallelujah, oh, 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 yes, Jagala. Hallelujah, oh, 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 yes, Jagala. Hallelujah, oh, 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 yes, Jagala. Hallelujah, oh, 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 yes, Jagala.
Talks about her brother a little bit and how he went to, I believe it was, some different, like, you know, like Africa and like maybe some other places like that, that he was a pastor, and how, you know, they only believed in witch doctors helping the children there when somebody gets sick, and how a witch doctor literally ran away from him because he was a man of faith. And I found that really interesting, very great. You know everybody has different beliefs, and that's okay. That's why I got rid of some of the videos talking about her going to get help, get clean and stuff, and sober. Didn't really want to touch on that, or her going to church, because, like I said, some people, don't want to hear that stuff, and it's totally fine. And that was part 5. So part 6, they both start hearing and seeing things, her and her friend. And I believe she was like a teenager, maybe she was like a preteen at this time. And she was talking about how her dad would knock on the walls and stuff to probably hear if there's any rats or mice in the walls, squirrels or whatever. And how she made that, or gesture, was talking about it, and all of a sudden the walls started knocking back. And it wasn't her that just heard it, her friend also heard it. And they were both absolutely terrified. So number 7, in part 7, we talk about Sarah and her mom actually experienced the door to the bathroom opening in the sink, turning on in the water. You could hear it. And somehow her mother was absolutely calm about it. And even Sarah was like, how can you just be so blasé? But she said that's just how her mom is. And honestly, it's interesting. I wonder if her mother's blasé about all this is because she's had several of her own experiences that have just shocked her to the core, and now she's just used to these things always happening to her, that she tries to not let it get to her anymore, or she's just not shocked about it. I mean, it's interesting.
When are you going to post more updates in the Growing Up in a Haunted House series? Well, how about right now? I do apologize for the wait. I've been extremely busy having some major changes in my work schedule the last couple weeks. I've just not been able to find the time, but I have time right now, so let's dive into it. If you've been keeping up in chronological order, you'll see the last part I discussed my first genuine spiritual experience within the church and some of the, I guess, what some people would consider miracles that took place there. After that point in my life, right, I did my best to stay on the straight and narrow in terms of spirituality. A few months later, I did move back home to Tennessee. My late wife and I did reconcile, and we got married, settled down, had a household together, and our son at the time was, I think, around 4 years old. Now, something that is interesting and important to know is that my late wife is also a Cherokee Indian descendant. Her son, from both sides of his genes, Also carried the Cherokee or Native American genes as well. Why is this important? Well, you're about to find out. My wife was certainly sensitive in her own ways, different from how I was, but definitely had her own sort of things that would happen that were kind of unexplainable in a good way. But our son was the same, except his was a little more prominent, but it usually is in childhood. For example, he would sleepwalk, and this was always something that he'd done, but we definitely noticed it changed a little bit as time went on. I believe it all started with us hearing strange noises outside of our house at night. Now, mind you, this is in East Tennessee. This was out in the countryside of East Tennessee. We had neighbors, but they weren't really close neighbors, you know, and we lived on a plot of land. I mean, it was pretty spacious, right? We had room. There wasn't really super simple explanations to some things. Another important aspect of this is where we lived in our house. Her parents actually lived on the hill right up from us. So if they looked out their kitchen window, they could pretty much see into the backyard and the house. I feel like one of the strangest things that I remember happening first was the lights that we saw in the woods behind our house one night. This was during daylight savings time, so the job that I had at the time, I wasn't getting home until around 7:30, 8 p.m. most nights. So it was already dark by that 7:30 mark. My wife and son were already home, so I'm pulling into our driveway, and I notice as I'm pulling into our driveway, looking straight back into the woods behind our house, I saw these lights. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but something you would see out of a sci-fi movie, something you would expect to see if, like, I don't know, a spaceship was landing or something. It was bizarre. What was strange about it was it almost looked as if it were a couple of people carrying flashlights, but these would have been the most powerful flashlights I've ever seen in my life. They're just kind of coming toward the edge of the wood line, like toward me, and all of a sudden the lights just vanish. They just disappeared. I immediately call my mother-in-law because I'm wondering, well, maybe, you know, some of the nephews or grandkids are out back doing something. I call her, ask her, hey, are you guys in the woods doing anything? Are y'all in the backyard doing anything? And she said, no, I was about to call you and ask you guys if you were in the back doing something. I just assumed you were back there going for a night hunt or something. So I told her what I saw, and she said she saw the same thing. So I did get validation. I saw that same thing, and so did she. She sent her husband out to go check it out. My father-in-law, they didn't find anything. So we have no idea what it was. We never got clarification on that. Shortly after that event, as I said, we started hearing things outside at night. We just assumed it was some animals. I remember one night going out there to investigate, flashing the flashlight around, and I did see a pair of eyes. I'm just assuming it was a raccoon or a cat or something like that. But the problem is we could never find any other evidence that an animal had been through there. So I have no idea what that was. Shortly after these events took place, we got to the point with our son that it was time for him to start sleeping in his own bed. Now, spare me the comments, okay? It is very common, very traditional for Native American families to co-sleep with their kids for as long as they possibly can. I've done the same thing with my daughter from the day I brought her home from the hospital. But just for the sake of it, I am going to say clearly, do not co-sleep if you are not following the Safe Sleep 7. So there's that. Spare me the comments. As I mentioned, our son was getting older. He was, I want to say, close to 5 years old at this time. We were getting ready to send him to kindergarten that next school year. So we wanted to get him in the habit of sleeping in his own bed, being autonomous within his own space. Something else important to note is that our son never had issues sleeping through the night. When he was asleep, he was asleep. He wasn't one of those kids that woke up multiple times through the night. He never woke up scared. Nothing like that ever. He was a great sleeper when he was asleep. Shortly before he began sleeping by himself in his own bed pretty regularly, there was a night that he came to sleep in the bed with us, and I just tossed and turned all night long. He tossed and turned all night long. It was so bad, it got to the point that I finally intervened. So he was kind of sleeping between us, so I kind of took him and I gently woke him, and he looked right at me. So I knew he was awake. He looked right at me as I'm talking to him, and I said, hey, son, I'm gonna need you to stop flailing around everywhere. Get comfortable, go to sleep. If you cannot be still, you're gonna have to go sleep in your own bed. And he's just looking at me. His eyes are completely black, which he has dark eyes anyway, but it was just different this time. They were so large and dilated and just totally black, just a blank stare, not blinking, nothing, just looking right at me. He's not saying anything. I reiterate, I said, hey, did you hear me? Do you hear me? Just straight looking at me, just so blankly. And he says, yes, I hear you. Just like that. I was so freaked out by this. I'm just looking at him, Are you awake right now? Are you awake? I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to make of it. I thought he might have still been asleep because he does sleepwalk. So I asked him again. I said, are you awake right now? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And again, he goes, yes, I understand. Then he just closes his eyes and he just lays there peacefully and goes back to sleep. And I laid awake for the rest of the night. I told my wife about it and she was really creeped out by it too, but she said, we're just gonna assume he was not awake. Like, we're just gonna chalk it up to something sensible. Shortly after that, he began sleeping in his own bed regularly, and it was going as well as it could go. One night, everyone else in the house was asleep. I was still awake. I was having trouble falling asleep. I heard something fall downstairs. The sound that a Walmart bag makes when, you know, let's say you've got stuff inside the Walmart bag and it falls off into the floor. We all know what sound that makes. You could probably hear it right now as I'm describing it to you. That was the exact sound that I heard, and it came out of nowhere. There's no movement otherwise in the house, nothing. A random Walmart bag just falls in the middle of the night, just randomly, just falls. No explanation, no reason. I just felt an eerie feeling that came over me that I just cannot explain. So I lay awake for the rest of that night as well. The stranger thing is, a few nights after that, for the first time ever, our son woke up in the middle of the night terrified. If it was ever raining or storming, you know, anything within reason, we would always let him come sleep in the bed with us. This was not one of those nights. It was as peaceful and quiet as it could be. Again, everyone's asleep, everyone's fine. We are awoken to the sound of him crying, absolutely squalling. You know, we're like, what's wrong? What's going on? And he just says he's scared. He had never done that before. He had never had that happen before. Of course, we told him he could come sleep with us, but he was too afraid to even get out of the bed. I had to physically go get him out of his bed and come bring him up with us. So that was the point in time that my wife and I started having conversations about strange things going on. I kept a lot to myself in terms of what I was thinking or feeling because I didn't want to alarm her. She knew about the other experiences I'd had in my life. Definitely felt like whatever had been following me all this time found its way. Have I ever interacted with somebody from the other side? The answer is yes. Stick around to find out. Part 14, I think. Growing up in a haunted house and the continuance of a lifetime of strange, unexplainable paranormal happenings. If you're not totally caught up on the series, just go to my playlist on my page, click on the Growing Up in a Ghost House, and you'll be able to see all of the parts in the series and get yourself caught up. Also, if you haven't already, make sure to hit that follow button, share, comment, like, all the things. Feel free to follow my public page on Snapchat, where it is the most unhinged platform that I have. Let's get into the story. So in the last part, I was telling you guys about the strange things that happened with my wife and son. Moving on from that point, though, there is a pretty sharp turn in the story. Pretty tragic and traumatic things happened shortly after that. If you've heard me mention it before, I am a widow. Did unfortunately lose my wife shortly after the pandemic hit, and that's a story for another day. Because of that, obviously some very drastic things changed in my life. So we're gonna kind of shift gears of the paranormal happenings that took place. This kind of stems a little further away from like ghostly experiences to absolutely unexplainable NDE experiences. And for the sake of honoring my wife during this story time, I am going to wear my wedding set as well. Now, if you've been following along up to this point, or if you've been following my page in any capacity, you'll see that I've discussed numerous times that I do come from a long line of female intuitives. Possibly why we've always had strange things happen to us throughout our lifetime, but I have had just otherworldly experiences that most people probably would think you're crazy if you were telling them. For some of you have been in this exact situation, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, and you will be able to validate and know exactly how real of an experience this is that I'm about to tell y'all about. So if you've ever lost a loved one, you've ever had the privilege of having visitations from them, this story time is really going to be based more around the visitation experiences I had from my wife, as well as a couple of other visitations that I received from other people who were close to me in my life's past loved ones that I never met and couldn't have had any idea who they possibly were. I'm also going to tell you about the psychic who it seemed my wife visited in a session with another friend that I referred them to. So this is going to be a juicy one. Make sure you stick around. I'm going to show y'all a picture of my wife and I. Look how pretty she was. Oh, she was gorgeous. I do need to drop a quick trigger warning, SI, and attempts. In a nutshell, about 6 months after my wife passed, I'm in a really dark place. I'm not grieving well. I had relapsed. I was back in active addiction. I essentially lost everything. I was isolated. I was alone. And that was completely by choice. There were plenty of people who tried to be there for me and I pushed them away. So I take responsibility for that. But the night came that it all just became too much for me, and I kind of like intentionally but unintentionally kind of overdid it, if you know what I mean. This one I would absolutely consider an NDE, which if you don't know what that is, it stands for near experience. The main way that spirits on the other side have always communicated with me or visited with me was through my dreams, no question about it. So after I get through that little incident, I have a friend that comes find me, takes me home, puts me to bed, keeps checking on me through the night. So at some point I fall into a very deep sleep, just kind of recovering from what had happened. And this was the first in a series of visitations that I received from my wife. My wife and I used to have conversations about like what our dream car was. If we could have any car, what would it be, right? And every single time it was a 57 Chevy Bel Air, the powder blue, beautiful. As I'm in this dream, right, I am literally in the back seat of a 57 Chevy Bel Air, white seats, powder blue paint, the top is down, I'm in the back seat, and the driver is who I now know 100% is my spirit guide. My spirit guide happens to be a Native American. It's a man and he has this long black hair, and I've never fully seen his face, but I can always tell by his profile that it's him, and he always shows up in the most significant life-changing visitations or dreams or experiences that I've had. So he's driving this car, I'm in the back seat, and we're driving up this like mountainside. I'm looking around and I'm taking in the scenery. I tell y'all, it was the most beautiful place I have ever seen. Everything was so vibrant, it was so green, the water was so blue, it was gorgeous. It looked like it was like a mountainside slash somewhere deep in the jungle. My wife was one of those typical barefoot people. She really loved nature, she loved to be connected to it, she loved going to beautiful places and seeing things like that. It made perfect sense to me that this would be the place. We're going up this mountain, I'm just taking in all of the greenery, the scenery, and we're getting close to the top, and there's this big, beautiful, giant waterfall. And when I tell you, like, it was just so beyond anything that you can imagine, that we can fathom in our day-to-day human lives. It was beyond description of how absolutely gorgeous this place was. We're coming up to the top, and just in front of the waterfall, I see my wife. I get out of the car, I immediately run over to her. I'm just overjoyed, excited to see her. She stops me. If you've never had a visitation experience yourself, look it up. You'd be amazed how many similarities are shared among people who have these experiences, and what the similarities are from the loved ones as well, especially in the first couple of visitations. So there were no words that were spoken by her. She just stops me from coming any closer. I'm just standing there. I'm like, just not understanding. Like, I'm overjoyed that I'm here with you, and this is where I want to be, is with you. And she makes this face. And I had seen that face before. It was the face of complete and utter heartbreak. And again, she didn't speak, but I could like hear her telepathically. Like it's hard to describe, but like I knew what she was saying to me from her body language. And I just knew. I knew what she was saying to me was, you can't do this. You have to go back. You can't do this. I just knew that's what she was telling me. I stood there for a moment and just looking at her and just kind of processing it. And finally, I said, okay. And then from behind me, the driver, it's time to go now. I make my way back to the car. He turns the car around and we start driving down the hill. And I'm just looking behind me and I'm just looking at her the whole time. She's just standing there, just watching me go back. And as soon as she was out of sight, I wake up like that. I knew that she was saving me from myself, if that makes sense at all. It wasn't my time. It couldn't be my time. I was still needed here on this earth. I still had a long life to live. Couldn't give up that easily, and I couldn't give up that soon. And honestly, this experience was very, very mild, like doesn't even touch the surface to the next visitation that I got from her, which was absolutely out of this world. There's no way anyone can ever tell me that it was just a dream. And by the grace of God, I was given that second chance in this second visitation. I'm happy to tell you guys about that one next.
For my eyes, and it wasn't like how everybody else says. This was just one moment from when I was 10 years old. I could see it clear as day. I was at home alone because my mom and dad had went somewhere, and we had a really bad thunderstorm. Tornado came through and tore apart the backyard and the swamp. I was a small child sitting in the dark, my hands on my head, rocking back and forth, scared to death, just like I was as an adult in the hospital. And I kept thinking, what a full circle moment. It started this way and it'll end this way. This F3 tornado gets that close to the hospital and barely skims past it, just like it did our house house when I was a kid. Within seconds of that tornado trailing off, the power came back on, so I snatched the IV out and I took off running. So I find my partner and him and babies are okay, and then things start to calm down within the hour, and the nurses and doctors start putting everything back together. So they put me on a stretcher to move me from this room to the surgery room. As we're walking by the ambulance section, this ambulance pulls up and people, EMTs, start jumping out, and they tell the nurses who are pushing my bed to come help them. It was a man and his 2 kids. The tornado hit their trailer earlier that morning while they were getting ready for work and school before it hit our area, and they were just now getting to the hospital. So we're stopped there, and all these nurses and doctors are working on this other child. The one had already died, but they were still performing life-saving measures on this one, and unfortunately they couldn't revive that one either. They pulled those 2 little kids as stretchers right up beside of me. They didn't have their faces covered or nothing. Like, I just looked at them like, oh my God, these poor babies. They were cut up bad. I just started crying because just 2 little babies, 6, 7 years old, up that morning getting ready for school, probably eating cereal, playing with their toys, and then they're gone. And this poor woman, I don't know who she was, but she was bawling her eyes out. I guess it was her family. She was just all to hell, of course. At that moment, I did not want to go through with this surgery. I felt like the tornado, everything was just an omen. It was telling me, do not get this surgery. Like, my anxiety was peaking. Like, I was scared to death. Something's going to happen. There's going to be another tornado. Power's going to go out. They're going to kill me. Something's going to happen. This wasn't an anxiety attack. This was a full-blown, fucking, let me out of here. I'm leaving attack. I don't want to do this. Nurses all had to come grab me, pull me down, hold me down, and be like, it's okay. Take a breath. Calm down. We're going to give you something to calm you down. But they went ahead and gave me the medicine and knocked me out. And when I woke up, the surgery was over with. So afterwards, I wake up to a nurse saying, hey, breathe, wake up, breathe. When I turn my head to the right and I open my eyes, the big letters are blurry, but I can see them. It says morgue. As soon as I saw that word, I fucking freaked out. She said, what are you doing down here? I don't know. You tell me. I just woke up. I couldn't hardly talk at this point. She said, I think somebody got confused and they brought you down here to the morgue instead of to recovery. I said, how does that even happen? Somebody had literally pushed me on a stretcher with the IV rod, the bag and everything, down to the morgue and left me outside the doors. Crazy. While she's asking me all these questions, this man comes out of the morgue and he opens the 2 doors, and I can see the 2 little kids laying on the table. So that same nurse grabbed the stretcher and started pushing me back to the recovery room. And when we walked in, she said, hey, I found one of your patients. She was down there at the morgue. She said, who the hell took her down there? And the other nurse said, I don't know, but with everything going on, there's no telling. So because this was an outpatient surgery, I was allowed to leave not long after the surgery was done. So I get to the car and I tell my ex, please just take me home. I can't take no more mentally. That tornado was an F3. It killed 4 people and injured many others, and it was devastating. That was one hell of a day, and I wish I would have just listened to my gut and stayed the hell home. I'd been a lot safer and less traumatized had I listened. These premonitions or woman's intuition has happened to me all throughout my life, and every time I've ignored that gut feeling, something bad has happened to me. So always listen to your gut.
So we go on to talk about these other TikTok stories, and the next one is Lily's story time. And she had premonition that a tornado was coming, and little did she know she was actually right. And come to find out, when she wakes up, she's on a stretcher. She's next to these 2 children that unfortunately passed away. And she's freaking out. She's starting to feel like, she wants to get out of there. She doesn't want to go through surgery. But they give her medicine to help her calm down, and she falls asleep. She goes through surgery. Well, somehow she wakes up in the morgue. And that is like terrifying. Go from surgery, and next thing you know, you're waking up to a nurse telling you breathe. Like, it's traumatic, honestly. Like, I feel so bad that she ended up in there. I don't know if it was an accident somehow, but can you even imagine, like, even if it was an accident, that's still so terrifying to happen to somebody like her or me or you. And anyways, the nurse never was there to prevent this from happening. Would be so bad if she just wasn't there. Lily woke up somehow. I think if the nurse wasn't there, then it would have been because the morgue, like doctors, whatever you want to call them, would be examining Lily, assuming she would be passed on as well, would be probably either embalming fluid first, or they cut your clothes up and then they cut your chest. Now, as soon as they cut her, I would think she would wake up, or the embalming fluid. I don't know. Either one. that would be the next time she'd wake up, whether she'd wake up or it'd be too late for either one. I can't imagine. So luckily this nurse did save her life in time, which is good. So amazing story.
I was cut open in my sleep. My name is Chloe. I've struggled with sleep paralysis most of my life, and this is the worst one I've ever had. This happened around 3 years ago in my childhood home when I had fallen asleep one night around 11 o'clock. It was like any other night. I had scrolled on TikTok until I eventually felt myself getting really sleepy. Now, since I've struggled with sleep paralysis most of my life, I was afraid to go to sleep as always. But I had somewhat gotten used to these experiences. Tonight was different. As I closed my eyes, I remember the dream started off normal. Just random scene, random people. I don't remember much of the details, honestly. But what I do remember is seeing myself in third person laying in my bed in a complete black abyss. It was very sudden. The rest of the dreamscape had gone away. However, I wasn't in my own bed. I could see myself lying there in a smaller twin bed. Almost reminded me of a sort of hospital bed, a mental hospital bed. I remember laying there feeling very afraid when out of the dark came a very tall, almost slimy, grotesque looking creature. Now, this story is hard for me to recall because it still scares me to think about to this day. This creature emerged from the dark and crawled up on what looked to be a simple wooden bar stool. I remember its fingernails being long, sharp, more like claws. Its fingers and toes were also very long. It was a pale pink color, and its face reminded me of an abyss. I could hardly make out the features. The face almost seemed blurred to me. But when I really got scared was when I heard a chainsaw start. The creature began walking towards me slowly, chainsaw in its right hand, and approached the bed that I was laying in. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't move. I was still watching myself from third person, my consciousness not in the person that was laying in the bed. A moment of silence passed before I began to feel the chainsaw rip through my stomach. It truly felt like it was happening to me. I could not begin to describe the pain. I had had many freakish sleep paralysis experiences before, but I had never had one so intense, so real, so twisted. The red hot pain that I felt when the chainsaw made contact with my skin is something that I will never forget. I began to struggle in my head, trying to get myself to wake up from this nightmare, trying to get my real conscious body to thrash around in hopes that it would maybe wake me up and take me out of this hell. I felt an insane panic rush over my body, and it wasn't my attempts at waking up that made me wake up. I endured that for almost the rest of the entire night until I suddenly woke up at around 4:30 in the morning. Now, I never woke up this early. Ever. I liked to sleep in at that period of my life. Always slept in till about 10, and I was still tired, even when I would sleep in. So it was very odd for me to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. I don't know what woke me up, if I got too scared and my body did it, or if something else may have influenced me to open my eyes that night. Does anybody know what this could have been? What is that creature? Was it just a bad dream? An unusual case of sleep paralysis? Let me know in the comments.
So I have a spooky story for you, and this one gives Ghostwriter a new meaning. Now, this comes out of the book Graveyard by Robert David Chase. It basically details all of the Warrens' graveyard journeys. Now, despite the controversy, this book actually has very little to do with them and mostly to do with their subjects. This is just one of the more interesting stories in my opinion. So let's go ahead and get into it. This story follows a woman named Claire, and Claire is in New Hampshire for the funeral of her great aunt Gail. Now, her and her aunt were very close, and her aunt was very, very rich. So as befitting of a woman with many means, she decided that she was going to have a fabulous funeral in a very expensive cemetery. So Claire, wanting to be a dutiful niece and showing up for her aunt one last time, decides that she's gonna fly from Chicago out to this funeral. But as she's in the back of a limousine on her way to the cemetery, Claire starts hearing something in her mind. Now, at first, Claire just thinks that maybe she's exhausted and being at a funeral is playing with her, but she recalls hearing just kind of a low murmuring at the back of her mind. It wasn't her, she realized, but it was something that she couldn't cut off. So Claire doesn't think anything of it, again, just thinking about how there's a lot going on with her great aunt and how she's here at this event. But Claire also recognizes that when she gets to the cemetery, she can hear the words in her mind more clearly. Now, what was initially a low murmuring sound becomes more distinct. She can make out words, but they were spotty. She wasn't thinking too much about it because, again, the fact that she was at this funeral for her aunt, she had enough occupying her mind, and she wasn't going to spend any additional energy thinking about the maybe voices in her head. Now, I should add that Claire appeared to be a rather prudent woman. She relied a lot on logic, and she just decided that exhaustion was creeping in and she needed to get back home so that she could focus on something else. So the funeral ends. Claire eventually heads back to Chicago after wishing her aunt a final goodbye, and she's sitting in her apartment one night thinking about ways to pass the time. Now, Claire had recently broken up with her boyfriend after finding out that he had been cheating on her continuously for the 6 years they had been together. So what was initially a very crowded house with 2 people full of things to do was now significantly more empty. She had a lot of free time. There was a lot of space to think. She had just come home from this funeral, and so she decided to rely on what she normally relied on to get to sleep, which is counting sheep and saying a prayer. However, on this particular night and the days following, she was having a more difficult time. So she decided that she would find other things to do. One of these things was to answer the mail and respond to letters from her friends that she had been ignoring, likely due to the trauma of losing her boyfriend and then turning around and losing her aunt. So she decides that she's going to sit down at the table one night, gets a pen and paper with the intention of writing her friend, who she hadn't written in like 7 months, and as she's sitting down there, something takes over her. She's not scared of it, whatever it is, but she feels as though while she's cognizant, she's not in control. Her hand starts moving with the pen on the paper, and as she looks down to see what's written in front of her, she notices that there's a sentence on the paper. The sentence reads, "Daniel was in love with someone else." Now, Claire is sitting there thinking she's absolutely nuts because 1, she doesn't know a Daniel, and 2, why would she care if he was in love with someone else? So she doesn't think anything of it. She goes back to her room, gets in the bed, decides she's going to count sheep and pray again, and then eventually falls asleep. Now, the next day, Claire decides she's going to finish this letter. So again, for the second time, she sits down in front of this piece of paper with her pen in hand, and much like the first time, it's as though somebody takes over her. Again, she's cognizant. She knows what she's doing. She's sitting there, but she has no control over her hand. And for the second time, much like the first, she looks down on the piece of paper in front of her, not remembering anything that she wrote, but yet in front of her says, "Daniel betrayed me. That's why I unalived myself." Now, Claire is freaked out from this. She doesn't know what to do, so she sits down at the table, and again, her hand just starts moving. And this is when she realizes she's speaking to a woman, or at least a woman is speaking to her, whose name is Jackie. Now, Jackie explains through this ghostwriting that she was once married to a wealthy politician in Chicago. This politician, much like Claire's boyfriend had done, had cheated on her repeatedly. Now, this woman, Jackie, was learning to be okay with it at first, but when she saw him screwing his secretary in the office, she had had enough. She decided she was gonna take herself off the map. Now, upon reading this, Claire was absolutely terrified, but she couldn't get up from the table and her hand kept moving across the paper. Jackie then goes on to explain that she's from like the 1930s or 40s or something, long time ago, and Claire is sitting there, and as she continues to read these notes that are just being automatically written, Jackie explains to her that she tried to get in contact with her at the cemetery, but Claire was kind of tuning her out, not intentionally, but she wasn't strong enough to create that bond. So Claire is sitting here kind of mesmerized by this, and she eventually regains control of her facility, gets up, and goes into her room to try to get some sleep. Again, Claire is a prudent woman, and she's trying to reason her way through all of this. But the next evening, when Claire is at home again by herself, she gets really curious. Let's see if we can do it again for a third time. And much like the first 2 times, she sits down at the table and she starts to write. Again, cognizant, conscientious, but not in control of her hand. And much like the other 2 times, she's sitting at this table and scribbles come across the page. She looks down and Jackie explains to her that the reason she tried to connect with her is because she knew that Claire knew what she was going through. And I guess after unaliving herself, she did not find the relief that she wanted, which is really unfortunate. So she had been just lingering around the cemetery until she found somebody who understood her. And that made that portal, that link, a lot easier to establish. Now, Claire, interestingly enough, didn't seem to have any problems with this. She eventually researched Jackie and found out that what this thing was telling her was absolutely true. There was a woman named Jackie married to a local politician who found out she was being cheated on and decided that she would take her life because of it. Now, as a personal aside, I think that in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, whenever this took place, crimes of passion were technically very much legal. So before I took myself off the map, I would probably try to get him first. But that's neither here nor there. So Claire decided to keep this communication up with someone of the logical mind. Claire did try to go and talk to people about this, but they all told her she was crazy. And so eventually she wrote back to Jackie that she was being told she was delusional. And Jackie was like, well, Claire, I could have told you people were going to think you were crazy. Maybe not do that. Anyways, long story short, Claire and Jackie have a decades-long friendship where they sit at the table and they write letters. Claire went on to have a family. They're very accepting of their friendship. So anyways, let me know if you've had a similar experience. Drop your thoughts in the comments, and I will see you guys in my next.
Do not match with the girl with the button eyes. There's a rumor on the dark side of the internet about a girl who is on dating apps. But she's not just any girl. So if you're someone who uses dating apps, you might want to listen and you might want to be careful. This girl has no information on her profile. She has no name. She has a profile photo, and the photo is quite terrifying. It is a pale girl with really dark hair, and instead of eyes, she has buttons. Only they're not edited. They're very clearly sewn in. And through the holes of the buttons, you can literally see through the back of her skull. So the only thing on her profile aside from this photo is her bio, which says, "Do you want me to watch you?" They say that you don't find her, she finds you, and it's typically when you're lonely, you have some negative things going on, or maybe you're not being a very good boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. There are people who have swiped right because they thought it was funny or thought it was a joke, only to find out that when you swipe right on this girl, you have given her permission and bound her to you. You probably won't notice anything at first, but then one day your mirrors don't look right, or your phone starts to turn on by itself, and then you start having sleep paralysis at night, and she's the thing standing at the end of your bed, just watching you. But she's not gonna hurt you right away. She is watching you to see what you do. Are you innocent? Are you cheating on your partner? And if you're not doing things that she wants to punish you for, then she'll probably just leave you alone, and then her bio will just read, "Not you," and you'll never see her again. But on the other hand, if you have cheated on someone, hurt someone, lied to someone, she stays. And all of a sudden, you find buttons everywhere. They're on your pillowcases, they're in your shoes, they're sewn onto random pieces of fabric in your home. And then one day, you wake up and everything's dark. You can't see anything. And it's not because you're blind, it's because you have 2 glossy black buttons sewn into your eye sockets, just like her. If you want to hear a story about an encounter with the girl with the button eyes, I can film that in the next video.
This story takes place in Arkansas near the White River. There was this man named Mike, and Mike said that he had inherited 100 acres and like this hunting cabin from his grandfather. And at this point, he was undecided what to do with it. So he decided to go with a couple friends and stay a couple nights there. So they get on the road, and he said when they're about probably 25 miles away, they get pulled over by a sheriff. And he said, just your regular run-of-the-mill, country kind of deputy. And he comes over to the side of the car. He asks them, what are you doing? Where are you guys going? And Mike explains to him, I'm going to my grandfather's hunting cabin, and we're going to figure out what to do with it. And he said all of a sudden the sheriff got really nervous when he told him where it was. And he told him, like, look, I can't tell you what to do, but some really strange stuff has been happening in this area. I would suggest you don't go. And Mike was like, what do you mean we drove all this way? I got to figure out what to do with this property. Like, I'm not going to not go. And he said the sheriff just kept pressing him, like, don't go, don't go. So finally the sheriff says, I'm going to give you, this as one last warning. If something happens to you out there, we will not respond. So Mike was kind of like, that's strange. Why would they not respond to this area? So that bothered him a little bit. Now, sheriff leaves. They end up making their way finally to this cabin in this land. They come to like this dirt road, and it goes back a ways, and then there's the cabin. And surprisingly, for being how old it was in like remarkably good condition, except, it had some weathering. So Mike and his friends, they get out and they get situated in the cabin. And this cabin didn't have any running water. But Mike remembered his grandfather always got water from like the spring that was not too far from the property in a well. So Mike's like, I'll be right back. I'm going to go fetch us some water. He grabs a bucket and he heads off into the woods to this area that his grandfather had showed him. When he gets to where he thinks this, well is supposed to be, he said, it was all just thick brush. And he said off in the distance, he's seen like the outline of someone, and it was like moving in the woods. At the time, he thought it was just a deer, so he ignores it. He gets the water, he goes back to the cabin. Later that night, they decided to have this huge bonfire outside, and they were kind of burning some of the branches around the property. Well, Mike got worried because the fire got like so big that maybe it would spread over to the cabin, or it could catch the woods on fire. So he's like, I'm going to go to this well and get a bucket of water just in case like we need to put this thing out. So he's walking through the woods, and right at the exact same area where he had seen what he thought was a deer, he hears a voice. And it was like a young girl's voice saying, help me, please. I'm over here. Help me. And Mike's kind of like, what is a 6-year-old girl like doing out in the middle of the woods? So here up against the water, he runs back to the cabin. And at this time he's thinking like, okay, my friends are messing with me. And he tells them like, hey, you got me. Like, that scared me. Like, why are you messing with me and stuff? And they're like, what are you talking about? But then Mike was like, wait, I never told them about seeing that deer earlier. How would they know to be in the exact same spot? So that night they all go to bed, and they wake up close to midnight hearing like these howls coming from outside. And they all get up and they're like, what is that sound? What is that sound? And they figured, maybe it's some kind of like coyote or animal. They go back to bed, and Mike said at around 3 o'clock, he wakes up, but he's in the living room of this cabin. And he said he just remembered he had this very like eerie feeling. The front door like swings open by itself. And standing a few feet outside of the door, he said, was this 7-foot tall, hairy looking creature with bat-like wings and these like bright red eyes. And he said it was just kind of moving like really slowly. Right at that moment, his friend like hears the commotion and is like, hey Mike, you okay? And he's like, hey, like, what is this outside the door? And when he points to the door's closed. So Mike goes back to bed. He's thinking, what is going on? Like, what is happening? Like, and the next day, right, nothing happens and everything seems all right. That night, right, when Mike goes to bed, he's laying in his bed. Here's the window over here. And it was such a hot night, he had the window cracked open. But he said all of a sudden he heard like some weird scratching sounds. And he looks, and there was a hand reaching in the window. And he said it was covered in hair. It had sort of these jagged like claws. and this thing is trying to get in the window. So Mike like runs out of the room screaming. He tells everyone like, we need to get out of here immediately. Like there's something out there. There's something out there. So right at that moment, they hear a loud thump on the roof, and they hear what sounds like heavy footsteps, like boom, 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 up on top of the roof. So they all freak out. They run to the car as fast as they can. They jump in. They didn't even look back to see if there was anything on the roof. They take off out of there. And as they're driving down the highway, they said in the rearview mirror, they could see something just kind of swooping down and then going back up, swooping down and going back up. And this followed them for like 10 or 15 miles until finally whatever this was broke off and must have went back into the woods.
TikTok is Ross Homestead 6624. Now, she has sleep paralysis nightmares, which I also occasionally still have myself. So in her case, this is constant actually for her. It's not unusual. So she's very used to them. But unfortunately, she said in this like current nightmare sleep paralysis episode was actually the worst one yet for her. Now, she actually started off in the sentence, which really shocked me, really did, saying she was being cut open. Like, just straight off the rip saying that really gave me the chills. I don't know about you guys, but that really caught my attention. That's why I wanted to cover this one. So, the nightmare she was dealing with, honestly, I've never had a sleep paralysis episode yet. Hopefully never do. Where I was being cut open. I mean, it was really horrible to hear that. I mean, it makes me feel really bad. My heart goes out to her. And I hope she never experiences this again, by the way, or anything close to it. This truly sounds like a sleep demon trying to hurt her. She felt the pain that something that's stuck with her forever was the pain. I mean, I don't know. Some people say they can really feel pain in their dreams and nightmares, and I don't know if I've ever felt the pain in a nightmare before, but I've been tortured in a nightmare, like sleep paralysis before. I mean, just the other sleep paralysis I had just recently, this thing literally was cutting my arm, but I didn't feel anything. Like, I stopped it, so maybe I was about to feel that pain. But anyways, the point is, it was a creature coming after her. And to me, this type of like thing sounds like an entity or a sleep demon. You can look up the definition of a sleep demon. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's a type of demon that infiltrates your like sleep paralysis or nightmares, and it legit hurts you. You feel the pain. It feels so surreal, and this torture lasts forever, it feels like, when really it could be all of a few minutes, an hour, couple hours. And yeah, it's just, I feel so bad for her that it felt that real to her. I hope that she doesn't have anything like that happen to her anymore. But what a crazy story to share. Now we move on to Clever Fox, who talks about a ghost pen pal. Now this is very interesting, okay, because I've only heard one other story about a ghost pen pal, which was, I think, two guys. One was a ghost who died in the house that the guy was living in, and the ghost guy claimed he was from, like, I don't know, 1600s, 1700s, something like that. Anyways, so when the guy was writing, he literally thought that he could visit the past somehow and then jump into the ghost. It was like coming into him and writing through him and saying that he could visit the past and the future and all this was connected. It was a really interesting story. I don't remember it all, to be honest. But I do know that this story reminds me a little bit about my friends. Remember, I said we played the Ouija board, and it was crazy because I kid you not, it went from homemade Ouija board to real Ouija board to frig. Let's just grab a pen to paper and we'll just write it out. You know what I mean? And that is how it started getting more and more and more and more and more and more aggressive and real and raw. It was too much. So my friend, I didn't believe it at first, but then all this shit started happening to me, and then I was a believer. Okay, I was. In the end, I will always be a believer of that. When you pick up a pen and you relax your hand, it gives these spirits, sometimes demons, sometimes entities, sometimes the unknown, to physically go inside your body and just use your hand for a minute and write down what they want to say. So yeah. Anyways, so she talks about this woman who's at the graveyard burying her aunt. She hears a voice, right? Ignores it. Doesn't really make sense at first. It's just kind of gibberish. But she goes back. She hears it again. And then all of a sudden this ghost like literally comes from the graveyard and gets attached to her, which is interesting. Like I said, the other story was of the ghost dying in this house, then getting attached to this guy. So this is kind of my first time hearing something like this, you know? So anyways, I found it really cool that, you know, this ghost woman, she's from the 1940s. She has things in common with this living woman, and she feels for her, and she just wants to be friends with her. And honestly, it's kind of a sweet story because that shows you not all ghosts are bad. And, you know, I think it's just, you should let these ghosts sometimes connect to you versus you connect to them, because it's almost a little safer that way. You know what I mean? It just really depends, I guess. And then we move on to Creepy Sammy. She tells us a story about this profile with the girl with the button eyes. I absolutely love this little tale that she read. It's so good because it literally has this whole story is kind of shows you what do you call it, like a lesson to be had here, that you don't cheat on your spouse or significant other unless you want consequences with this button-eyed girl. Now, she shows up on your profile. Now, you can either add her or swipe on by her. But if you do add her, she is going to be creeping around the corner watching you to see if you are talking and adding any other girls. If you are a man dating a girlfriend and say you want to cheat on your girlfriend and you're just looking for a hookup, well, you might just wake up the next morning with your eyes taken out and you'll have it replaced with 2 black button eyes sewed in. I absolutely loved it because it's giving Coraline. It really is, and I absolutely love Coraline. I don't know about you guys. So what do you think of this cool little story? I liked it. I think it was really just nice, you know, a different twist on a creepypasta. And then I don't have this original creator's name, but I think it was like Parahan. I think it was Parahan. Let me just look real quick. I Yeah, Parahan True. It's his true account, I believe. I looked him up, and I actually added him before he got super like popular on TikTok. So I think his name is spelled capital P-A. So it's capital P, lowercase everything else, A-R-A, and then capital H-A-N. That's how you spell his name when you look him up. But it seems like I find his stories on these other accounts. So anyways, I'm still going to give that other accounts credit when I'm using their stories. And this one's name is, I believe, Emma True Crime 1. Yeah, Emma True Crime 1. And it's all lowercase. Now, they tell us a story. He says it's about a guy named Mike and his friends. Mike obviously gets inherited this nice cabin in the middle of nowhere. And so him and his friends go check it out, right? On the way down, of course, the sheriff has to get involved, which is so typical in every story. But lo and to behold, the sheriff is like trying to get them to turn around and go home. Like, get out of here. Because he said, weird things have been happening out here. You don't want to go here. And of course, they're fighting back and forth. Finally, I'm pretty sure Mike is like, I don't care. I'm just going to go. Like, I wouldn't. I'd be like, okay, you're right. I probably should go home. Clearly, if you're scared and you're saying that you as a sheriff and the other cops don't even want to go out there, that's a problem. That is a huge problem. That's awful. And not only that, but every time he went to go get water, he sees a shadow like person. And then the second time when the fire is too big, he hears a little girl crying for help, and it's not his friends playing a prank on him. I'd be done. Like, I'd be done. I'd be thinking the forest is haunted at that point. I'd be like, okay, I'm done. Let's pack our things. Let's go home. Because at that point, that's eerie in itself, because there's no children around you and you know that, and then you hear that. I'd be done. I'd be like, let's go. Shit's about to hit the fan. Okay, if this is gonna happen, you don't want to know the next thing coming for you in this fucking shitstorm. Excuse my language. Apologize, but it's true. Anyways, then he, like, I almost feel like this Mike guy was like maybe sleepwalking and had a nightmare, because it's weird that the door was just shut all of a sudden. Like, nope, it wasn't open. Just kidding. Like, that makes me feel like it was either sleepwalking with a twist of a nightmare for this guy, or it was a premonition that he was having to give him a type of warning to be like, okay, this is what you're about to be attacked by if you don't get your ass and your friends out of here right now. And then not only that, he just like blows it off and he goes back to bed. Like, how could you? I'd be done. I'd be like, okay, we gotta go. Like, we gotta go. This is ridiculous. Like, we gotta go. And then all of a sudden, like, not only was it hairy bat, like, it was hairy and then it had bat-like wings in this premonition or nightmare, and then it had bright red eyes, just like the Mothman. So it's like, you literally are seeing the Mothman. This thing is going to either A, eat you whole in one bite, or B, kill you. Like, either way, it's a warning. You should have gone. But no, they stay a night again. So the next night, they stay there. These are 2 days. 2 days this happens to you. Oh, God. You're lucky. They're lucky they even got away. But yeah, it's like, as soon as he opens the window, then he sees a claw and a furry arm come at him. Like, that is a little like, ugh. Like, almost like this thing wants to like feel you up. Like, no thank you, Mothman. No thank you. No touchy. And then finally they get up, they leave. But what's gross is that this thing, like, even if it was a person playing a prank on them and dressed up as this creature Mothman, right? Let's just say, yeah, it's a gimmick. The whole town is in on that because they just don't want newbies there. I don't know. Anyways, if that was the case, okay? If that was the case, how did this thing like fly at them? Like, you can't just, it literally, this Mothman creature was flying and swooping down, swooping back up in the sky, flying and chasing the car. Like, no, that made me go, okay, never mind, it's not a costume. Like, that's Mothman. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you guys believe in Mothman? I'm still on the fence personally. I still kind of believe in it, but I kind of don't. So I need a little bit more proof, but this story was crazy in it. I loved it. It was great.
This is a terrifying story about a mimic. New Year high. I usually talk about super scary stuff, and not so recently I opened an email where anyone who finds this page would be able to send in their ghost stories. And this story is definitely up there with one of the scarier ones I've read. So let's get into it. This story comes from Savannah, who starts off this whole email by telling me this all started when her and her friend Faith were watching scary YouTube videos at her house. When it was time for Faith to go home, Savannah asked Faith, hey, do you want me to walk you to your car? And what Savannah's house looks like in my mind is a walkout ranch. Specifically because she says there's a long driveway down to where Faith's car is parked in the grass. So Savannah and Faith walk down this driveway, get to Faith's car, Faith gets in, and Savannah goes back inside. And Savannah in this email specifically says that she made sure to be inside before Faith left because the videos that they had just watched together really freaked her out. And maybe 30 seconds pass before she gets a call from Faith, who's still parked at the end of her driveway. And Faith asks, are you still standing at the top of the driveway? And when Savannah told Faith, no, I ran back inside before you even started your car because the videos freaked me out, Faith says back, as she was pulling out of the driveway and pulling onto the street, she looked back up and saw Savannah standing there. So she rolled her window down and was calling out to her. And Faith asks whoever that was, hey, why are you still standing there? And Faith obviously did not get a response. And Savannah's friend also mentions that Savannah's face of the one that was standing at the top of the driveway was kind of red, and it looked like there was paint all over her face. But Faith continued to say, but I don't know because it was dark out and I couldn't really see. And that night, Savannah could not sleep. A couple weeks later, Savannah's on a walk with her brother, and their mom calls Savannah and asks what she wants. To which she obviously replies, what are you talking about? And her mom says, you've been calling me from your room for the past 10 minutes. What do you need? And obviously she was not home. Then a few days after this, Savannah's grandma says that she heard Savannah's mom calling her, the grandma, up to her bedroom, and when the grandma peeked in, Savannah's mom was sleeping. But that is unfortunately not where it ends. Savannah mentions that she does live in Florida, and during Hurricane Helene, Savannah and her friends were all out sitting on her porch watching the rain come down. And they decided to download a ghost app and try to talk to ghosts. And Savannah says that they were getting some pretty weird responses, but nothing scary, until Faith, the one that saw that thing at the top of her driveway, jumps up and says, did you guys hear that? And ran inside of Savannah's house. And that clearly freaked everyone out, so they all followed Faith inside. And when they asked her what was going on, Faith looked like she was going to cry. And Faith says that she heard a little girl's voice say hello. One of their other friends suggests, hey, why don't we get back on the ghost app and see if that little girl responds? And the app started saying some really weird stuff. Words like burning, fire, dead, escape, kill. So Savannah looks up if there were any fires in their town. And there was. In 1959, in this town, a man burned a hotel down, and when he was interrogated about it, the police had gotten a tip from someone that said this guy was offered $20,000 to burn this hotel down, and when they asked the suspect, he denied it. Savannah concludes this whole email by saying that she does not think it's a coincidence that the app was saying the things that it was, and they found out about the crime. And I do just want to make note that she did send me the newspaper clipping of this happening in 1959. I'm not going to include that because there's just too much information about her in this story where I don't feel comfortable posting her little town too. And at that point, there'd be a lot of people. If you guys have been following for a long time, pause on the story. You know that sometimes when I'm filming, I hear a little, and I just heard it. I don't know if I'll have to check if it's on here. But anyways, that's gonna do it for me. Stay tuned for my ghost stories.
I'm back with another spooky story. This one is for you thrifters, you antiquers. I don't know how y'all do it, but based on the story that I'm about to read off to you guys, I am entirely too afraid now to buy anything antique. The person who submitted this to me did request to stay anonymous, so I'm not going to tag them, but feel free to leave comments, ask questions. If they want to engage, I will leave that open to them, but for now, she didn't want to be tagged, so I'm just going to read the story. Okay, so the story goes like this. I love estate sales. Ever since I was a child, my grandmother would take me antiquing, so I've developed a penchant for finding exclusive items that the average person wouldn't recognize. I live in New England, so pretty much every estate sale is at an old, creepy house that belonged to someone who is now passed away, and their kids want nothing to do with managing an old home. I had heard about a 2-day sale at a 120-year-old Victorian home just outside of town. And after looking at the pictures of the home online, I knew I absolutely had to go. When I got there, I spoke with the owners and found out they were getting rid of everything in the home after the family matriarch had passed away. Everything was for sale, and anything not purchased over the 2 days would be donated to charity. I asked why they were in such a rush, given that it usually takes some time to find buyers for such high-end pieces. But the owners brushed me off and just continued helping other people pick out items. When I walked into the home, I was stunned. The home was gorgeous and so well maintained for a home of its age. But I did notice a very uneasy feeling creeping into me that I just couldn't explain. I figured maybe it was just the cold draft in the old home. I looked around and identified several pieces to take home, all of which were worth so much more than the sale price. Just when I thought I had bought enough, I saw a stunning full-length mirror that was so old, the glass was partially foggy and the sides were caked with what looked like black soot or dust. Despite all my experience with antiques, I had never seen anything like this mirror, so I couldn't identify when it was likely manufactured or how old it might be. Regardless, I purchased it purely based on its beauty and the ridiculously low price. I should have known something was wrong when I asked one of the owners if I could buy the mirror. He said yes, but he refused to look in the direction of the mirror, and he told me I had to pay first and I had to load the mirror into my truck myself since the owners would be unable to help me. I thought he was just being a jerk because I literally saw him helping move multiple items into customers' cars, but whatever. I already had a dolly with me, so I moved it myself. When I went back to the owner to shake his hand and thank him for the items I bought, he refused to shake my hand and aggressively said, "No refunds." As soon as I got the mirror into my house and placed it on the floor, my dog took one look at it and started barking and whining. I should have been your first indication. Then my cat comes in and immediately hisses at it. See, now cats, when they don't like things, I know sometimes they hiss at random things and we look at them like, what's wrong with you? But honestly, when cats hiss at things and they're adamant, there's something wrong with it. So you now have a cat and a dog telling you there's something wrong with it. At first, I thought they were doing this because they saw their reflection, so I just ignored it. 1 week after bringing the mirror home, I started having vivid dreams of someone knocking at my door and asking me to let them in. At first, I wasn't able to do anything in my dreams except watch what was happening. But one night, I realized I had control of my dream and I could actually walk towards the door. So that's what I did. The dream overall just felt so real. As I walked towards the door and touched the deadbolt lock, I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard a whisper telling me not to open the door. I removed my hand from the door, and just when I did, the door shifted into the mirror, and whoever or whatever was behind the door started screaming my name so loudly that I instantly jerked awake. Unfortunately, I was not in bed. I had actually been sleepwalking all the way to the top of the stairs. I was so disoriented that I fell down the stairs. Luckily, nothing was broken, but I was very badly bruised. From then on, myself and everyone who visited noticed a cold chill right around the mirror. The final straw was about 6 months into owning it when I heard the faintest whisper coming from the room where the mirror was. I grabbed a blanket and threw it over the mirror, and the next day I moved it into the attic. Honestly, I'd much rather sell it or give it away, but I just won't be able to live with myself if I pass this on to an innocent person. Everything I've read online tells me there may be something trapped, so I'd rather keep it knowing I'll never release what's inside that mirror. All of you guys who love thrifting, who love antiquing, if you've had these experiences, let me know. What do you do if you bring something home and you have this kind of experience? Because I don't think I'm this good of a person. I think I would have given it away or sold it or something. Get it away from me. I can't have this be my problem. So let me know down in the comments, what should she do?
This is the dark side of trick-or-treating. Multiple sightings of this clown were reported in Denver on Halloween night, and many of the reports claim that this person was handing out candy in different neighborhoods. Now, most adults didn't let their kids get anywhere near the clown, but a few unsupervised children grabbed candy from him. Candy that was collected as evidence showed disturbing images and satanic verses on the wrappers. A few of the children that ate the candy were actually monitored in a hospital overnight and deemed okay by doctors, but a few of them have now reported an inability to sleep. And one 10-year-old boy has reported an overwhelming desire to go find this clown, who he told his parents lives in the woods behind the school. Police are now looking for any other information the Denver community might have on this person.
Scary story time while I fix store-bought slime sent in by my supporters. Disclaimer, y'all, this is not my story. It was sent in by a supporter, and this slime is called Rainbow Sherbet, and it's from the Dollar Tree. Jumping into it, you got this girl named Savannah. Now, it smell good. Now, yeah, for this summer, Savannah decided she was going to go on a camping trip with her brother and some of his friends. Okay. Anyway. Now, for some reason, they decided that they wanted to go camping in the middle of freaking nowhere. Why? I don't know. They're going to be camping on a mountain, so they had to take... So they had to take this trail to get to the camping area, y'all. But for some reason, the trail that they were trying to go on was completely blocked, so they had to kind of go around the trail. Never do that, y'all. If the trail is blocked, go home. Now, Savannah's brother was like, we should go home. Like, we should go home. And Savannah and his friends was like, nah, like, we not gonna go home. Like, stop being boring. Like, we already made it all the way out here. Like, no, we camping here. Now, me personally, I'm with the brother. I'm going home. I'll pick y'all up tomorrow. Now, after like an hour or two of walking, they could not find the camping area. So one of the brother's friends suggested them to just camp right there and then head back in the morning. Now, Savannah's brother, he still ain't having it. He like, y'all, I got a bad feeling. Like, I think we should go. Like, I don't like this. And, you know, they calling him a wuss. They still calling him a wuss, whatever. So they all decide to set up camp. They setting up camp at this point. You know, they getting comfortable. They eating hot dogs, telling stories, whatever. Now, they end up like going to sleep. Savannah and her brother share a tent. And at around like 2:45 in the morning, Savannah hears her brother outside of the tent calling, like saying, come here, Savannah, like, come here. Like, I need your help. And at first, I just got goosebumps. But at first, she's like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you calling me? Like, what? So she gets up and she opens the tent, half awake. She opens the tent and she's like, bro, where are you? Like, what are you doing? And she hears her brother say it again, like, come here. Like, I need you. I'm by the tree. I need your help. So she opens her eyes and that's when she sees her brother facing, like, his back is facing her. So she can't even see her brother's face. She just sees his back. I have freaking goosebumps. Can y'all see that? I hate that feeling. She just sees like his back facing her. So she's like, what are you doing? Like, you know, cause she's still thinking this is her brother. And then like maybe like 2 minutes of having conversation with whatever that was, her brother is still in the tent with her. And he goes, what are you doing? And she's like, like she literally freezes. And he's like, bro, like, are you good? And she's like, so she looks back at her brother and then turns around to look at like him outside. He's not there anymore, y'all. And from there, problems just started to arise. Everybody is up at this point, and you just hear like everyone's just like confused, asking what is going on. And so Savannah goes like, if you hear me call you, I'm in my tent. Do not answer. That is not me. Like, that's not me. So like 30 minutes later, Savannah's brother's friend, he's having a full-fledged conversation with whoever he's talking to. Because at this point, whatever it is like shape-shifting into them. But it never shows its face. It's always like turned the other way. Savannah in the tent is just trying to convince everybody to stay in their tent. Just like lock up the tent, just stay awake until morning, and they're out of there. At this point, day is breaking. It's like 6 a.m, and they finally leave the tent, and they see one of their friends just shaking like backwards and forth. Obviously, like not all the way there. They literally had to force him to get up to make it back to the car. And you would think, okay, that's it. They had a crazy night. They were lost in the woods because they didn't stay on the trail. I think that this is the best this slime is gonna get. I mean, it's a little more stretchy, and I mean, it's definitely not pokey. So they're literally lost, and they don't make it to the car. They don't make it to their car until about like 9:30. Remember, they woke up and started moving around like 6:30, and they didn't make it into their car until like 9:30. They were all freaked out, disoriented. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. Anyways, they were all freaked out. That's all we got to say. And yeah, they never went on a trip to the mountains again. And then when they made it back into the car to look where they were at, they couldn't find it on the map. They couldn't find it on the satellite, the map, Google Maps. They couldn't find it nowhere. So God knows where they was at. Like, only God knows. Safe to say, this is why I don't go camping. And if I ever was to go camping, it would be in my backyard.
I think I met like a real witch, and I don't mean a good witch, I mean like a bad witch, because yes, there's a difference. There's some people that are gifted. This lady, I think she was fucking evil, like an evil entity, an evil spirit. And for those that don't know, I don't know if you guys remember, but I had posted a video of how the lady looked, because she scared the living fuck out of me, and I recorded her when she was coming out. But okay, so I was in the store, and that day I was wearing ripped jeans, right? And so but before like I turned around, I don't know if you guys know, but like sometimes when people are staring at you, you kind of feel like someone's looking at you. So I turned around, and as soon as I turned around, the lady was like right here in my face, and she was like, you shouldn't be wearing those pants. She was an old ass lady. She couldn't even fucking walk. And she goes, she's like, you shouldn't be wearing those pants. She's like, do you know why they grape a lot of women? Because of girls like you who like to show their skin. She's like, I can see your legs through your jeans. And so I was like, oh, I kind of like laughed it off, because I'm not gonna disrespect an old ass lady, you know. So I freaking walked, because my husband was like a little bit down, and he was like, are you okay? And I was like, babe, like the lady was telling me all of this. And he's like, I fucking saw her looking at you. He's like, that's why I came over here. But when the lady was talking to me, you guys, like my stomach hurt so much. Like I literally wanted to throw up. Like that's how strong her energy. And at this time, I was kind of like in my healing era. I was working on myself, on my spiritual journey. And I feel like, you know how they say, like, when you have like a light within you, you attract a lot of negative, dark energy. I know you guys believe that. I do. And I feel like my light kind of attracted her. So after that, you guys go to part 2, because it's crazier.
All right, y'all. So this is not part 4 to the haunted houses. I will make that video after this one. I'm going to tell you guys about how this woman hired me to take care of her son at her house as a live-in caregiver, and she was going to try to pin his death on me. So, how it ended up happening was I was working for this facility, this nursing facility, and we were on an outing at the YMCA. All of our clients, once they got finished doing what they were doing, everybody went back to the van. We got them all packed up, and me and my coworker, there were 2 different vans. Me and my coworker, you know, we're getting everybody in the van, and we saw this middle-aged woman walking towards the YMCA doors. But then once she walked towards the doors, and whatever, she kind of did a U-turn, did a slight jog over to the vans, and she slipped a card through my window, and she did the same for my coworker's van in the front of me. And so we didn't get a chance to talk about it until we got back to the facility and whatever, once we got our clients and stuff all together and for bed. And so we started talking. My coworker told me that that's not the first time that woman has been there at the YMCA looking for help for her son. And so I was like, oh, so she has a son that's sick. And she's like, yeah, she explained it to me before. She said, but I've been working here at the facility so long, I'm pretty much going to retire from here. I'm never leaving. She was like, so, you know, if you're interested, you should give her a call. So I was like, okay, I'll give her a call. So I gave the woman a call. I found out some information. And when I found the information out from her, I did a background check. I had one of my family members do the background check. And everything was fine. Nothing weird came up. And so then she decided that she wanted to set up an interview at a restaurant. So I ended up going to this interview with this woman. And she liked me. She wanted to hire me. And so she pretty much explained to me that it would be a live-in caregiving job. And so I was like, oh, okay. I've never done that before. And so I told her I wanted to go to her house first, just because the past jobs that I've had, I wanted to see how I felt first. So I get to her house. I don't feel anything weird. The only thing is I had this really turning feeling in my stomach. And at the time I was still young, so I didn't know what that feeling was. So fast forward, I move in. I let my mom know, that I got this job, live-in caregiving job. And the woman, shows me where I'm going to be staying. She shows me, all the things that her son's going to need, X, Y, and Z, etc. And so the first 4 nights, just fine. Nothing happened. It was so relieving that nothing happened. I was so happy that I could be somewhere where there weren't any spirits going haywire, right? So I was happy. So one morning I got her son ready. I was getting him ready for the day. And when I was getting him ready, I heard him say, "Thank you." Now, mind you, she said he hasn't spoken since he was 6 years old, and he also hasn't walked since he was 6 years old. So I was like, okay, but it's not completely weird because anything is possible, right? Like, she didn't say he couldn't speak. She just said that he hasn't in a really long time. So I kind of let that go. And then later on that night, it was time for bed. I got him ready for bed. I laid him down. It was time for me to go to bed. So when I fell asleep, I had this dream. And the dream felt so real. In my dream, his mother went into his room and put a pillow over his head and unalived him. And so after she unalived him, she called the police and told them that she walked in on her new caregiver unaliving her son with a pillow. And so I jumped up from my dream and I heard a voice say, "Leave now." And so I immediately got up, got all my stuff, and I left like a thief in the night. Okay. The woman did reach out the next day and was like, "Oh, what happened? I really need the help." And I was like, I said, "I really think that you should put your son in a home where he can get the proper help." And she was just like, "Well, that's what I had you for." I said, "Well, you don't have me anymore." I said, "But you really should get him some proper help because you're older and you can't do it anymore." I said, "But you don't need to hurt him." As soon as I said you don't need to hurt him, she got really quiet and the phone just click. I never heard from her again and I changed my number.
So obviously I'm trying to do maybe like 3 or 4 TikToks at once so that it kind of goes by a little faster with the reactions. So I hope y'all don't mind. But let's get into this. Sorry. Anyways, so we move on to Lois.Lane. That's our next TikToker that gives us a story that was sent into where from, I believe it was Savannah and Faith, their friends. So, of course, they were watching some scary, YouTube videos, and they were all worked up and on edge after. So one of them is walking the other one outside to the car, and as she's leaving, she sees what she thought was her friend. Looked like she was like covered, just drenched over her whole face and head in red paint. To me, that literally sounds like a character straight out of Carrie, the horror movie. You guys remember that? That's what it's giving. Like Carrie covered in blood. And then I really do think that maybe it's linked to the fire, that this like ghost is, you know, showing up, trying to, you know, like let them know, like, I'm linked to the fire, this happened here in your town. Because then it was weird how they heard a girl's voice. Well, just one of them heard it, and then moved on to hearing fire and death and blah, 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 blah. To me, that definitely sounds like it's all linked together. So that was a really interesting story. And I also believe that when you constantly watch scary shows, clips, movies, read scary stories, it may draw you closer to the veil between undead and alive. Because when you start to be scared too much, constantly just scared and on edge and horrified all the time, it just opens your mind up more to the unknown. I definitely believe that. So we move on to Tara _NEH808. I think it's Nah. So yeah, she talks about a story that was also sent into her, called, I believe, Antiques. So it's a lesson to be learned about thrifting and going to antique shows and statement sales. This woman shows up and buys several things at this nice old Victorian house that's like from the 1800s. The whole family is just like, we're getting rid of everything. And she comes across this mirror that obviously enchants her. And even though it is clearly like broken down, there is dust all over it, and there is like caked dark like soot, and the mirror is fogged up and everything. She does not care. No, she does not care. You know why? Because that mirror, she just felt like she had to buy it. So what does she do? She buys it. And of course, whenever you're buying a cursed item, isn't it ironic that the owners won't touch it, won't pick it up for you, won't put it outside in your vehicle for you? No, they can't. Or the curse might just rub onto them. In this case, that's pretty much what happened. Again, like, come on now. I thought we were smarter than this, but apparently not. So, of course, she's like, whatever, I'll do it myself. She puts it in the back, takes it home. But weird things start happening. Her cat and dog are barking and hissing at it. Shocker. I mean, when animals literally are barking and hissing at things that don't make sense, like a mirror, a corner, a TV, a closet, just like random shit. Obviously, it's because they sense something is off. I'm telling you right now, animals and little kids know when there is something there. They can literally see it, sense it. They know the phenomenon as much as we do, more than we do. They can see things. It's just something about it. I don't get it, but they can. Anyways, so after a week of having strange dreams that someone wanted to get in the house, the mirror started shifting and there was screaming coming from the door. And luckily something told her, or someone told her in the dream inside the house with her, to stop. Do not open it. And she didn't. So good thing she didn't, because who knows, it probably would have been bad. But she did fall down the stairs. This thing was making her sleepwalk. And I really do think if she did open that door in her dream, this thing, I think, would have killed her, unalived her. I really do think that, because it was hoping she would fall down the stairs while she's dreaming and opening the door. This thing could enter through the mirror into her home and then take her out, I guess. And then 6 months after that, she hears whispering from the mirror, and then she finally realized it is time to move it to the attic where it's away from her, it can be safe. And of course, she doesn't want to like sell it to anyone, which, I mean, for me, I would have sold it right away. I've been like, okay, let's sell it on eBay, let's sell it on the dark web. I don't give a shit. It's gotta go. Like, it ain't living here with me. And I don't even have an attic here, which I don't mind, but I do have a basement, but it's not as creepy as my old house where I had an attic and a basement. But anyways, the point is she doesn't get rid of it. She hangs on to it. And I'm still wondering if she has any really weird experiences after this. I don't know. I assume yes. But is it still very much in control of her? Is she still having these dreams where she's sleepwalking and falling down the stairs still? Is she like opening the door for it like in the dream and it's coming through the mirror at her? I don't know. I'm just curious. Anyways, we move on to our next TikToker. Is called Heart Starts Pounding. And basically it is, I love her stories a lot. She's wonderful, by the way. They're pretty brief every time, but I like them because they're like history lessons. Like, a lot of these stories are, I presumably real. I believe they are. So this one's during Halloween night. And of course, it's about an evil clown, which is pretty interesting. So we learned that the evil clown's passing out candy to the kids, which I'm thinking, oh god, there's going to be razor blades in the candy apples and the suckers and everything. Actually, no. He puts these, like, satanic verses inside the, like, wrappers, which is really strange and bizarre, and, like, I don't think we've ever heard, well, maybe there has been, but I've never really heard of that. Creeps doing that. But I don't know, I can only imagine, like, the kids, they open it, they're not thinking anything of it, but what do the parents do? Like, not every kid probably gave the parents the candy right away, so they ate it, and then maybe the parents would find the wrappers and then ask questions, but then it's too late. Most, like, some of them, not most of them, some of them did eat it. So as I was saying, they obviously, inside the candy, the wrappers had verses of satanic meaning on them, which is different than finding a razor blade in a candy apple. You know what I mean? It's still very, very creepy and off-putting and strange. So these kids ate some of the candy and discovered a lot of them could not sleep. Some of them, fine. One, though, I found really creepy, was saying that this scary clown was living in the woods behind their school. And then the cops are like, if you have a tip or whatever about this guy or know of anything, let us know. It's like, okay, well, why wouldn't you listen to the kid that said he saw, or yeah, like he must have saw the guy at school or something or whatever, or the clown could have told the kid he lives behind the school in the woods. It's like, why wouldn't you take his word, go check out the woods behind the school just to make sure? You never know, he could still be out there every Halloween doing the same thing, passing out candy. Like, absolutely terrifying. Like, I would definitely be grabbing some holy water and be like giving it to my kid and be like, suck that down, because you might have been cursed by this creepy clown and we need to get whatever's attached to you out. Just saying. I'm just saying. Or I would be moving out of that area, out of that town, out of that state, and be like somewhere else entirely. Anyways, so we move on to Not K Marie. I love her stories, and she makes like satisfying slime, and it's really like cute how she does that. It's really funny, and I like how she does it. It's really cute. So she got a story sent in about this girl named Savannah and her brother going on a camping trip, and they had some friends. So they get lost on the way to the campsite, and the friends are telling them to go back. Like, there's no point being out here if we can't find the campsite. But no, they all decide to just hang out in a random part of the woods in the forest and said, screw it, we're just gonna set up base here. Like, no, that is such a bad idea. But they do it anyways. And of course, when they all go to bed after hanging out, like, she wakes up, she gets out of the tent, and it's because she thought she could hear her brother talking to her. For one, that is so creepy. It's like randomly at 2 a.m, your brother needs you? Oh, hell no. No, I wouldn't be going out there to check it out. No, I'm not falling for that. But she does, and he just is like standing by the tree, and his whole entire body is turned around and his back is towards her face. So all she could see is the back of his head and his back, and he's talking to her. And finally, like, the other 10 opens the door, and there's her real brother, and he's like, what are you doing? And she is like shocked. She's frozen with fear. And of course, when she turns back around, that, I'm gonna call it, mimic is gone. Nowhere to be found. Disappears. To me, this totally sounds like a mimic, because for one, well, you couldn't see its face, but it could have been an SW. I know people like to call it SWs, but I'm going to start with the bad word. Skinwalker, shapeshifter. That's what I'm thinking is one of those three things. So, of course, they have that going on while they're camping there. It's very much like Blair Witch Project is what this is giving. Like, oh, do you guys remember the Blair Witch Project movies? So creepy. And of course, they had an actual like witch, like ghost that was like, I don't remember if it was also a skinwalker, mimic, shapeshifter, but it was in one of the last movies or the second one. Like, it actually kind of showed itself, but most of the parts were the ghost witch jumping into other people's bodies and possessing them and like tricking all the other people. It was so wild. Like, if you guys haven't seen Blair Witch, check it out. Did I say Blair Witch Project? I don't know. I think it's just called Blair Witch. But anyways, watch the Blair Witch movies because they are like so good for what they were, especially the first one and the second one. So good. I don't know about the newest one. I don't think I saw that one. Anyways, so they go back and to the tent. They go to bed. Anyways, so they found one of the friends standing off to the side talking to himself, which is so crazy because they're like, who the hell is he talking to? Clearly, this shape-shifting mimic skinwalker is still there and is like trying to get into your guys' heads by mimicking and showing themselves like, oh yeah, I'm one of the friends, or I'm Savannah, or I'm the brother. It's showing itself in one of their friend groups, trying to confuse everybody else. And so the friend looked like he was talking to nobody, but clearly he was talking to somebody, and that is so scary. Oh, that gives me like goosebumps. That's so creepy. And then finally, finally they just couldn't, take it anymore, because finally, another friend just fully snaps on them and is just mentally shut down, is shaking, not talking, looking totally out of it. They finally, get out of there. And what sucks is this thing, this shapeshifter, this mimic, this SW, was trying to trap them like the prey they were and keep them in the forest from leaving. And when they finally got out, it took a while, but they did get out. And when they freaking look this place up, dude, it's not showing on maps, it's not showing on a GPS. That obviously shows that maybe this place is some weird portal or something, because it's weird, it's not even showing up anywhere. Totally freaky. And then we move on to this other TikToker called All Beauty Kims, and that's all lowercase. Now she talks about an evil witch she encountered. She was at a farmer's market, a market, I don't know. And what was really interesting is she was minding her business, doing nothing wrong, and all of a sudden, that old lady just as soon as she turned around, she was this close from her face, and she's like, whoa, jump scare. And she even said this old lady reminded her of a witch, very grossly old, wrinkly, evil looking, like a witch. She could barely walk, and she was hunched over, and she said she was trying to be nice to the old lady. And of course, that's what you try to do. You try to be nice to your elders. But this woman literally insulted her, saying that her outfit, her ripped jeans were too, I'm saying the word hoe-ish, but you get my drift. They were too sexy, because this is why she said this is why women get raped by people, and it's because of these outfits, because you're asking for it basically when you're wearing a crop top or micro shorts or a micro skirt or ripped jeans or whatever, or high heels or stripper high heels. I mean, whatever. This woman was clearly disturbed in the head for her to come on to someone she doesn't even know and say that is so rotten to the core. it's just evil in general. Like, you did not have to walk up to this poor woman and say that to her. Like, that's so rude. And honestly, like, women should be on other women's side, period. We all need to stand united as women and be there for one another. Like, I started to realize that the older I got, because I don't know, something about it, it clicked in my head that, like, I was in the wrong so many times, that you should be a woman's friend. You should not talk down to them. You should not make fun of them. You should literally just give them a chance. Give them the time of day. Doesn't matter what they're wearing. Doesn't matter how they look. Don't initially treat them like crap. Don't judge a book by its cover, basically. Anyway, so she thinks that because she believes in spirituality, and so do I do believe in it. I don't know about you guys, but she thinks because her white light drew this darkness, this evil witch over to her, and she thinks this evil witch came up to her because of her white light, because obviously darkness loves white light energy. It wants to suck it in and steal it, like that whole thing. And she thinks this evil witch probably put a curse on her. I mean, who knows? She didn't give us a part 2, so maybe I'll add that in another TikTok, like, video playlist, whatever. I might do that, but I was thinking for my next video idea, I'm going to do Reddit stories next, so hopefully you guys like that. And it'll be some Reddit stories that I asked permission to read from these accounts, because I've been meaning to do that. Like, I gotta do that, so that'll be coming up soon. So anyways, we don't have part 2, so I don't really know what happened, but we get the story, we get the gist, okay? We get it, alright? The lady was evil. Anyways, we move on to J. Mara, I think is how you say it, like Jamara. I think that's how you pronounce her name. It's lowercase j, lowercase M-A-R-A. So she tells us a story, and it actually is interesting. It's like, this time around, usually every story she does, she has ghost stories. So we're so used to getting her ghost stories, which are so good, so fantastic. And anyways, so this time around, it's not her, seeing an evil ghost or a good ghost or dealing with trying to get rid of ghosts and spirits. No. This was way more real life for her. I found it so interesting. So she talks about how she is a in-home caretaker nurse, and she's just like, you know what, I feel kind of bad for that woman, so let me take the flyer. And of course her coworkers like chatting about it, like, yeah, she needs the help, poor thing. And honestly, just like J. Mara, I would have done it. You feel bad, this woman needs help with her disabled son, and she's trying all she can not to send him into a nursing home or a home that takes care of him or whatever. And so she's trying to do the right thing. But anyways, she does like a background check on the woman. She's clean. She goes to the house. She's like, oh my God, for once, there's no ghosts here. There's no spirits, so I'm taking the job. Sounds perfect, right? But of course, it's not. Like, that night, she sleeps over and she has that nightmare of her seeing this woman like going into her son's room and literally putting a pillow over his head and smothering him to death, unaliving him. and calls the cops and says it's Jamara that did it. It's her. And I just can't even imagine, because like right then and there, like what are you supposed to do? Thank God she had this like nightmare, because I think it's like a premonition for her. So it's like you're seeing what your future is about to be if you don't get out right now and stop it. And even the voice, she had a voice in her head tell her, get out, get out. And what also is scary is like that boy can talk. So it makes you wonder if the mother was lying about his disabilities or something, and maybe he can really talk and she's just giving him medicine to make him sleepy or his legs not work. I don't know. I've seen a scary movie about that, so it's real. So who knows? She could be faking his symptoms, trying to just make him sicker than he is. So finally she's like, no, I gotta get out of here, like, before I get blamed for friggin' murder. And that could be super bad. So I'm glad that she left when she did, because that next morning, who knows what would have happened. She'd be in handcuffs and in the back of the police seat if she didn't get out of there. And I really do hope that the mother did take Jamar's advice and put him somewhere else. You can't take care of him. You clearly have lost your mind and you've gone insane, because you're obviously you're negative. You are negative energy. You are about to try to end your son's life because you can't take care of him. That is the wrong way to go about things in life with your child. Disgusting. Like, this woman, disgusting. Just for the idea she belongs in prison. Like, period, dude.
If you don't believe in ghosting, you're really scared of ghost stories and they're just not for you, skip this video, because I came across something on Reddit that truly terrified me, and I'm really scared of mimics. If you don't know what mimics are, they're actually terrifying, and they pretend to be somebody that you're close to. So it could pretend to be your mom, your sister, your cousin, your aunt, somebody you live with, your roommate, your dog, and they play games with you. And they'll be behind a door saying your name, trying to get your attention. They like to deceive, they like to frighten you. They'll even tell you personal details. They like to induce fear, they like to induce anxiety. So the story that I found last night on Reddit, which actually scared me and I couldn't sleep last night, was this mom of a toddler was hanging out with her friend at home. They were in the kitchen after they had put her son to bed, and he wasn't able to change out of his jammies by himself. And so about 15 minutes go by and they hear this screaming, like blood curdling scream coming from his bedroom. So they go run to see if he was okay. And there he is standing at the door, but he's not wearing his regular jammies. He's wearing airplane jammies that he couldn't have changed out of by himself. They said they kind of stood there frozen, looked at him, looked at each other like, how did he get out of these pajamas? They looked back at the doorway and he was completely gone. So they ran to his bedroom to see him, and he was tucked in, asleep in a different pair of pajamas. She said that her friend ended up leaving immediately and nothing ever happened after that, but that's why if you're home alone and you hear your name called by somebody that you recognize, do not answer.
Scary story time, Appalachian Mountains, while I try to reactivate the store-bought slime. P.S. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Like, I really been searching up how to pronounce that word. Lighting is trash, but ew, like, yeah, it's so gooey. Anyways, this story time takes place in the Appalachian Mountains, and it was sent in by a supporter. Now, like always, disclaimer, I can't tell y'all if this is real or not. It was sent in to me. So Layla and her boyfriend decided to rent a cabin in the Appalachian Mountains, or at least near it. Get your money's worth, and what? Let it drain. She knew little to nothing about the place that she was going because her boyfriend was the one that rented the cabin. Now, where they were going, again, why do people do this? I don't know. They were going in the middle of nowhere with no Wi-Fi, just straight remote. The best way to put it. It was for their anniversary, so she thought it was just like a cute little thing. Now her boyfriend was like, have you ever heard the creepy stories about the Appalachian Mountains? And she was like, man, that ain't real. It ain't real, you know? Layla wasn't the type of person to believe in ghost stories, anything that had to do with spirits or the supernatural. She didn't believe in it. Now, like always, the first couple of nights were fine. They had rented the cabin for a week, and the first 3 nights, there were no issues. Now, the fourth night, that was where the problems came in at. Okay, sorry. Layla woke up at 2:58 in the morning. She heard 2 knocks. She has no idea where they were coming from, but she heard it. Also, following the second knock, I'm getting goosebumps. She heard whistling. Now, if y'all don't know anything about them scary stories about the mountains, don't ever. When it gets night, you're not supposed to be outside. She tried to wake her boyfriend up. His name is Josh, by the way, but he was knocked out cold. So she went to go see who was knocking this late at night when all of a sudden she got goosebumps all over her body. And it was just like something stopping her from going to go check out whatever she heard. Now, she went back to bed. She was completely freaked out, but she brushed it off, as they always do, but she brushed it off. Now, the next night, she heard the same thing. She gets up, she gets goosebumps all over her body, and she gets this urge to lay back down, so that's what she does. But on the, the 6th night at this point, she's like, no, I have to get up. I need to check out what it is. Now, she followed where the knocks were coming from, and they were coming from the window. Now, when she looked out of the window, y'all, it was pitch black. It was just straight woods, and she kept hearing whistling. Oh my gosh, I got goosebumps. Can y'all see that? And it was just like something drawing her outside, basically. And then as she went to go close the window, she heard her name from outside, and it was her boyfriend calling her. Oh my God. I'm literally scared right now. I'm not trying to seem like I'm doing too much, but I'm literally by myself right now. So right as she was about to go outside, her boyfriend basically called her back to bed. She went back to bed. She brushes this off, y'all. She brushes this off. I don't know why she would when her boyfriend is in bed, but he's calling her from outside. But she doesn't believe in, supernatural. I'm stuttering, but whatever. The next night, okay, her boyfriend is up this night. He hears the knocks, and he's like, are these the knocks that you've been hearing? And she was like, yeah, but I don't think it's anything. It's probably old pipes or, a cat. I don't know why people who don't believe in ghosts just make up the most craziest things, but yeah, that's what she told him. He was like, girl, no. Do you know where we are? Now, y'all, the knocks are driving her completely crazy. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And she's like, I have to investigate. I can't take this anymore. Now, she gets out of bed. Her boyfriend is not all the way asleep. He's half asleep. So right as she's about to open the window, y'all, she sees a man, just straight in the distance, a man. And she gets spooked out by this, obviously. And the man is calling her name in a familiar voice. And it's drawing her in, and it starts whistling. Now, she about to walk to the front door to go investigate, because she over here in her head, she literally writes and says, I thought that he needed help. Honey, no. Right as she was about to open the door, her boyfriend stops her and goes, so what are you doing? And she's like, there's a man outside. He was calling my name. He was whistling he needs my help. He was probably whistling to get my attention for help, or our attention for help. And her boyfriend is looking at her like she's crazy, and he's like, that's it, we're going home. And she's like, what's wrong? What's your issue? He was like, no, we're going home. So they wait till the next day, obviously morning. They get in the car, they drive home. They didn't even finish their stay, y'all. She's like, why are you acting like this? You literally made us pack up all our bags in the middle of the night. We're leaving today. We didn't even get to finish our stay. What's going on with you? And he tells her, you've never heard any of the tales of the Appalachian Mountains. You think things are supernatural isn't real, but there's some places that you just don't mess with for real. And she's like, bro, I told you, none of that stuff is real. And he goes on to tell her, if you were outside, you would no longer be here. And she's talking about what are you talking about? He says that man wasn't a real person. That was a hallucination. Because keep in mind, he was hearing it, but he knew to ignore it because he knew the stories. He kind of knew the area. Why would he bring his girlfriend who doesn't believe in supernatural in a place like this? I have no idea. But this kind of freaks her out a little bit because now that she thinks about it, it was literally driving her mad. It was drawing her to the freaking window, drawing her to the door. And right as she's about to open the door to go outside, it was just everything was quiet. There was no bugs, there was nothing, no noise. And so ever since that day, she's believed in supernatural a tiny bit. Again, y'all, I can't tell y'all if these stories are real. They were sent into me. You could probably find these stories on the internet somewhere. I have no idea. Stop trying to clock me for saying, oh, I've heard this story before. It was sent into me, okay?
The first thing Claire noticed was the spoon. It wasn't in the sink where she swore she'd left it, nor in the dishwasher, nor anywhere else it logically could have been. She tore through her kitchen, muttering to herself, I'm losing it. But the spoon was simply gone. It wasn't that big of a deal, she told herself. Just one of those things like losing a sock in the laundry or forgetting where you parked. But then, it was her favorite coffee mug. And after that, her left sneaker. Small, random things vanishing without a trace. By the third day, Claire began to joke that her house was haunted. She even texted her best friend, either I'm losing my mind or I've got a pretty, very tidy poltergeist. Her friend responded with a string of laughing emojis. Claire laughed too, but she didn't mention the noises. The faint scuffing she started hearing late at night, like something small moving through the walls. She blamed mice at first, but deep down, she knew the truth. Mice didn't breathe. The noises grew louder with each passing night, a faint scuffing in the walls like something dragging itself just out of reach. Claire set traps thinking it must be mice, but every morning the traps were untouched. The disappearances were harder to ignore. Her shampoo bottle was suddenly empty and more of her clothing items had vanished from the laundry basket. She even started to notice the small items around her house had been rearranged ever so slightly. The picture frames on the walls were all slightly crooked to the left, her curtains drawn tightly, her skincare products lined up from tallest to shortest. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but the details began piling up. Then there was the trash can. One evening, as she carelessly threw an empty yogurt cup inside, she froze of the sound of the cup hitting the bottom of the bin. The trash bag she just replaced a few minutes ago was gone. She pulled back, her stomach turning. It felt like an invasion, but from what or who? Unable to shake the feeling, Claire did a thorough sweep of the house, checking behind every door, looking in every closet, under every bed, and finally, she checked her room. In her closet, she noticed that behind her thick winter coats, there was a loose wall panel. She froze at the sight, shocked at how she never noticed. She quickly ran to the kitchen, and under the sink, she grabbed a hammer and a flashlight and made her way back to her bedroom closet. She pried the panel loose, and that's when the stench of rotten filth hit her. Gagging and holding her hand up to her face, she looked inside. The space was dark and small, filled with dust and cobwebs, and it was the size of another small walk-in closet, but the ceiling was high. As she scanned the space with her flashlight, she caught sight of a strange pile in the corner. It looked like a giant bird nest. She looked around, inspecting the tight space before proceeding, making sure that an animal wouldn't pop out at her, or worse, a person. But no one was there. Hesitant, she went in, just halfway, just enough to make out what it was. On her hands and knees, she crawled half of her body through the open panel to get a closer look, and that's when she saw it. She couldn't help but let out a loud gasp. In the corner was a pile of her dirty, used clothes, waddled up used toilet paper from her bathroom, and strands of her hair, and in the middle of the pile, a row of her used tampons, lined up in eerie precision. But before she could even panic, she heard it. Breathing. She strained to listen. At first it was slow, rhythmic, but it grew heavy. It was coming from above. Claire froze, every muscle in her body tense. She slowly began lifting her head toward the ceiling, the breathing now a loud panter. As she looked up at the ceiling, the breathing stopped. All that could be heard was Claire's own breath. She slowly lifted her hand off the ground to start backing out of the space, but she froze once again as the faint scraping sound began. It sounded like nails dragging along wood. It was making its way down towards her. Her mind screamed at her to run, but her legs locked in place as the sound traveled downward, inching closer and closer to her, her eyes tracking it down the walls. Then at the end of the crawl space, right next to the nest, she saw it. A hand, thin, pale, and filthy, reaching out from the darkness, the fingers curling around the edge of the wall. Claire's fight or flight finally kicked in. She stumbled back, tripping on the wooden frame of the opening she came in from, causing her to drop her flashlight. It spun on the floor, casting erratic beams of light that illuminated just enough to see something moving slowly and deliberately out of the dark space. As she crawled backwards out of her own closet, the figure also crawled towards her, its movement unnatural and jerky, like a puppet with tangled strings. Its face was obscured by shadows, but Claire could hear its breathing now, louder and faster, as though it were excited. Once she was out of the closet, she picked herself up off the floor and bolted down the hallway, slamming herself shut inside the guest bedroom. She pressed her back against it, her breath ragged, and she fumbled for her phone in her pocket. Her stomach dropped as her hands dug in an empty pocket. No phone. Then a raspy voice came from the other side of the door. Claire. Her blood ran cold. The voice was low and hoarse, but it wasn't just calling her name. It was mocking her. Claire, you dropped this, it said, followed by the sound of random numbers being dialed. Then all of a sudden, numerous loud footsteps could be heard running throughout the house. She didn't want to look. She didn't want to open the door, and she wasn't going to. But curiosity clawed at her. With trembling hands, she got down on all fours, the sounds of outside loud and erratic. As soon as she crouched down, the house fell silent. As she peered through the bottom crease of the door to see down the hallway, her eyes widened. All she could see were dozens and dozens of people standing outside the door. Good night.
Okay guys, so this story just absolutely messed with my head. So this couple was on a road trip in Arizona and they stopped for the night at this like little motel. It was like super old, nothing fancy, just small town vibes. The woman said that everything felt kind of off like the second that she got there. Like the front desk lady wouldn't even make eye contact with her, and the halls smelled like old wood and mold, but whatever, it was late and they were tired, so they just needed a place to stay. So they got the room key, room 104, and they went in. The room is super freezing cold, like AC blasting in the middle of the desert type cold. But the craziest part is the mirror over the dresser was covered with a sheet, like somebody literally like tacked a sheet over it. So of course she asks her boyfriend to take it down, and behind the mirror was a giant hole in the wall, like big enough for somebody to crawl through, and it looked like it led to this pitch black room behind theirs. So she freaks out and she wants to leave, but her boyfriend is like, it's fine, it's nothing, it's probably like some old room or some old like storage thing. But around 2 a.m. she wakes up to this sound, like scratching, slow and steady, coming from the mirror, and she swears somebody was crawling around back there. She tries to wake up her boyfriend, but he wouldn't wake up at all. Like, she said it was almost like he was drugged. So she ends up sitting there just staring at the mirror until morning. When they finally go to the front desk to check out, she tells the lady that they were in room 104 and that there was something seriously wrong in there. And the lady, she just went pale and she said, "Ma'am, we don't have a room 104. She showed her the motel layout and everything, and the room they stayed in doesn't exist. So they went back outside, and the door that they went through the night before, it's completely gone. It's just a wall now. No knob, no number, just nothing. They say she hallucinated it, but she still had the room key and the sheet. So yeah, I don't know what that was, but it gives crawl space energy and I hate it.
So the house that I lived in as a teenager was haunted. I never talked about it with my family because my parents always said there was no such thing as ghosts, but I knew something was weird in that house because I had a lot of really strange experiences. It wasn't until later in life, actually pretty recently, that I talked to my brother and sister and realized that we all had really strange things happen and we all thought it was haunted and just never told each other. So, first of all, it was a ranch-style house and an unfinished basement. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that bedroom I had a lot of really weird feelings in. So I don't see anything with my eyes. As a psychic medium, I usually feel things physically or just emotionally, or I know things that I shouldn't know. And I remember that I always felt a really strange presence in that room. I would hear really weird things too around the house at nighttime and when I was home alone. And eventually my dad had built us a bedroom in the basement, and my little brother ended up taking over our bedroom. So I would be in the bedroom in the basement and I would hear footsteps walking across the ceiling above my room, and I'd go upstairs thinking somebody had come home and nobody would be there. This happened all the time, that there would be footsteps when nobody was home other than me, and I would just hear strange sounds all the time. My brother also said that when he was home alone, he had heard, we had a pool table on the unfinished side of the basement, and he would hear the balls rolling across the pool table sometimes, which was really unsettling and scary to him. I also remember that I would, whenever I got sick in that bedroom upstairs that it used to be my bedroom, I would hear voices talking to me, and I told my parents about it because it was really scary, because they'd be screaming at me and saying really mean things. And my parents were like, well, that happens when you get a fever. Sometimes you hallucinate and it's normal. And I believed them because I was a kid, and I had no other choice but to believe them, I guess. But looking back, I don't actually know if it was because of a fever, because I've never experienced that otherwise in any other place we lived other than that house. And talking to my brother and sister, they had very similar experiences with hearing people yelling at them in that bedroom. Another really strange thing that I don't even know how to describe is I was talking to my sister recently, and she had mentioned that in that room she had seen little people, and this was not a one-time occurrence. It happened multiple times, and the little people were rolling something in the middle of the room that looked like a giant ball of yarn. She had never told any of us because obviously it sounds crazy, but she started telling me, and I immediately was like, that feels so familiar. I don't know why that's so familiar to me. I feel like I was there and experienced the same thing. But like I said, I don't see things, I feel things and just know things are happening. But it was like when she had told me it was like I remember it happening. And then she told the story to my little brother, who's 10 years younger than her and 11 years younger than me. And he went ghost white and looked terrified. And he said, I saw the same exact thing. And he said, except for it was in my bedroom. And my sister said, well, yeah, that used to be our room. And he was so scared. It was really strange. And then he also said that another little person in that room had come out of a wall one time and said to him, actually it wasn't just one time, it was multiple times, but this one time that the little guy came out of the wall, he said to him, shh, don't tell your parents or I'll kill you. And he was so scared, he ran into my parents' room and told them, and they just were like, you had a bad dream, go back to sleep, it's fine. And he hated that house and he hated that room, and he never told us, like, his sisters, because he didn't think that we would believe us. So talking about all this as adults has been a really weird experience, and we also realized that, hey, there was definitely something going on there, and it wasn't just our imaginations.
Spooky Sunny is back with another spooky DoorDash story time involving somebody with black eyes. If you have any spooky stories or any spooky experiences, extraterrestrial, paranormal, what have you, I have an email. Go to my TikTok page, go to the email, submit anything that you would like for me to share on here, because that is what we do on the Spooky TikTok channel. But this story is creepy. To catch you up to speed, SJ is a family member of mine, and they own a business, but when they are not working on the business, they will go out and DoorDash, and it's just their personal way of being able to just get outside, socialize, what have you. This story took place about 7 years ago, so SJ always does DoorDash with somebody else, and they went out to go do a delivery, right? So they parked somewhere on the street, had to walk to the restaurant. So they were on the street walking, and as they're walking, they walk past this very elderly man, like super elderly. Like they were walking towards a bus stop, and they were very hunched over, you know what I'm saying? Like it almost looked like they were struggling to walk, but you know, SJ noticed this and just decided to mind their own business and just keep it moving. So they went to the restaurant, they went to go pick up the food, and then as they're walking back, like down the same street, down like near the same bus stop and everything, they still see this old man, and the old man didn't make like, I guess, any progress within their movement, but literally as SJ was walking past this elderly man that was hunched over, struggling to walk, this old man, for the description sounded like they looked up at SJ and their eyes were completely, purely black. We're not talking about like black contact lenses. We're not talking about like this was something creepy in the nighttime. This was all in the day, and this old man had pitch black eyes. No, like nothing. No color, no anything. And she said that they were looking like they had like a really nasty look on their face. And they were just like honestly, it reminds me of something, by the way she described it to me, kind of like a creepy character from like Courage the Cowardly Dog or something. I like tried to look up what I was trying to find, but I couldn't figure it out. But it just reminds me of like something creepy, like a cartoon. And yeah, so this old man was just looking at her and staring at her. Like, it's one thing if somebody just glances at you and you had like, you know, a brief interaction, but this old man was just staring at her with like this nasty look on his face with pure black eyes. She said that she got so alarmed when she saw this that she actually jumped and took a few steps back because she was just like, what the fuck am I looking at? And she, I guess, like fight or flight mode had kicked in, and she returned back to the car with the food, with the order, but she did not want to put her back to this elderly whatever the hell this is. So she actually turned around and was walking backwards to the car, making eye contact with this elderly man the whole time, because she didn't know what this person was going to do. She didn't know what this even was. I think she was just trying to process, like, this thing is looking at me and this thing does not look normal at all. So yeah, she just walks backwards to the car and just remained eye contact with this thing. And this thing, this old man, I'm calling it a thing because it does not sound human. It does not sound like a human entity. This old man was just like remaining eye contact with her the whole time. It's like so crazy. Now, while this story is short, this story is creepy. Now, I have seen some like information on TikTok talking about that narcissists have, you know, black eyes, or even my last story time where I talked about like blacking out like from alcohol. A lot of people were commenting saying that when you black out from alcohol that your eyes turn completely black. I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people have been telling me from that last story time that, you know, that's just what happens, and, you know, shit happens when you get drunk or whatever. But I don't feel like that's normal. Like, I don't feel like having black eyes is normal by any stretch of the imagination. And it's just crazy to me. Like, what do you think? Like, what is your explanation as to like how this seniorly old elderly man had completely pitch black eyes and was like just like looking like, you know what I'm saying, like looking like a animal or something like that? Like, that's literally how she described it. She just described it as like just a nasty, animalistic, demonic look. So I don't know. I mean, you know, based on like my last story time and everybody's telling me that, oh, like, you know, you're lit off of liquor, that's why your eyes get black. Do you think that this old man was lit off of liquor? Like, I want to know. And I've also heard stories here on TikTok talking about like little kids in Walmart at like 3:00 in the morning having black eyes. I think that there is something to this black eye phenomenon more than what we think. Now, these days, it's so easy for people to like prank one another, have contact lenses, like full black contact lenses. Like, literally, SJ told me that she thought that she was like on a prank show. You know what I'm saying? Like, she thought that somebody was like recording her reaction, because she just said that there was no way that this person looked the way that they did. Like, hair on the back of the neck, standing up, like feeling.
I have another spooky story for you guys. This one is the creepiest weird roommate story that I have ever heard. It's currently thunderstorming outside, so this is the perfect time to tell this weird, creepy story. So the person who submitted this does want to remain anonymous, so I will not tag them out of respect. Let's get going. Say hi. A couple of years ago, I moved into a 2-bedroom apartment with a roommate I found on a roommate app. I had talked to her several times before we decided to move in together. She seemed like a really normal girl. She was a grad student who just wanted a quiet place to sleep and study. Sounds normal. She was kind of reserved and mentioned that she really valued cleanliness. That sounded great to me because my worst fear was ending up with a rude and dirty roommate. We got along fine at first. She was hardly ever home, and when she was, she just stayed in her room with the door closed in silence. But by the second month, I noticed something was off. One night, I passed by her door to use the bathroom and noticed the door was cracked open and her light was on. I stopped just to say hi and see if she was okay since it was late, but what I saw chilled me to the bone. She was lying in bed on her back, face up, eyes wide open, and arms pinned to her side, just staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, she turned her head towards me and stared right into my eyes. I don't know how to describe it, but her face looked like her, but different. Her eyes seemed completely void of emotion, like they were made of glass. After holding eye contact for a few seconds, she turned her head back to stare at the ceiling, and I was finally able to move. I rushed back into my room and locked the door. The following morning, I passed by her door again, finally going to the bathroom, and noticed the door was closed with the light off. I typically didn't see her in the mornings because she would either sleep in or head to school early, so I assumed I could finish getting ready and exit the house without running into her. As I was grabbing my keys to head out the door, I noticed something in my peripheral. It was her, standing in the doorway, just staring at me. I tried to play off how creeped out I was by saying hi and asking her if she wanted a bagel, but all she did was head into the kitchen, ignoring me, and grab her bag and leave. Because of my work schedule, I usually get home pretty late, so I saw her doing the same thing, just staring at the ceiling multiple times. At this point, I thought this might be related to mental health, so one day I sat down with her to talk. I explained that I wanted to check in with her just to see why she seems to be staring at the ceiling all night and if maybe she would consider talking to someone so that she could start getting some sleep. You sound like a really nice person, and I hate that this happened to you. Despite being as delicate as possible, she completely lost it. She called me every name in the book, and when I didn't react, she started insulting me by revealing deep family secrets of mine that no one knew. The majority of our family didn't even know any of these things, much less all of them. And that includes me, because some of the stuff she said was brand new to me. Yet they were so specific and layered between secrets that I already knew to be true. I was so angry that I started crying and told her to go fuck herself, and I ran out the house. Later that day, I sent her a text telling her to either agree to leave the apartment or I would leave and she wouldn't be able to afford the rent by herself. No response. When I got home, I saw her sitting on the couch in the exact same spot she was in when I left. From behind the couch, I asked her where she heard the stuff about my family. Silently, she gets up, walks around the couch to face me, and stares directly past me, as if she was looking at something behind me. I shouted her name, hoping it would snap her out of whatever this was, but she didn't respond. She silently walked past me, went up to her room, and slammed the door. The next morning, her door was wide open and all of her stuff was gone. This was shocking because I barely slept, yet I didn't hear a single peep from her all night. The only thing left in her room was a piece of paper with symbols and words written in a language that I didn't understand. Completely freaked out, of course, I called my mom on FaceTime and told her what happened. When I showed my mom the note, her face turned ghost white, and she immediately called her great aunt, also on FaceTime, who informed us that the note looked like dark magic and was likely a curse that was meant for me. She instructed me to create a salt circle around a fire pit and burn the note, among several other rituals that she told me to perform that would help protect me. After that, I never heard from my old roommate again. Now, I'm not one to believe in curses or the paranormal, but I can't deny that my life has been a series of tragedies ever since, starting with my mom's great aunt passing away 2 days after our conversation. This is why I never had a roommate. I've never had a roommate. I never wanted a roommate. I will never have a roommate. This is why, unless I really know the person. But do you really know somebody until you live with them? I don't think you.
I have another scary story to read y'all, and this one is a little different than the ones that we've done before. This one is about mimics. That is something that is absolutely terrifying. Mimics, skinwalkers, hell no. I'm originally from Arizona, and funny, my boyfriend is actually from North Carolina, and I feel like those two areas are just like really known for having a lot of like skinwalker and mimic activity. That stuff just really freaks me out. This person who DM'd me, their name on here is Ghosty. I don't have their real name, but they did give me permission to tag them in the caption. So for this story, we'll just call them Ghosty. So this story happened to Ghosty recently. This happened last month. Ghosty is 18 and they had just spent a really fun day joyriding on their golf cart with their friends. One of Ghosty's friends that was with them is a medium. Ghosty says when they picked up their friend, they drove past this old lady's house, and Ghosty's friend waves at the lady as they drive by on the golf cart. Ghosty's friend said after that interaction with the old lady, she felt like they were being followed. So later on that day, two of their friends come to hang out with them, and they say that they can see it too. So not only can they feel this around them, they can see something. It was the old lady that they had waved at earlier that day. After some time goes by, they can still see this mimic following them around, but it's no longer in the form of the old woman. It's in the form of one of their friends that they are currently with. So understandably, they are all super freaked out, but at the end of the day, they all go home. They all go their separate ways, except for the friend that Ghosty was with on the golf cart. That friend decided to stay the night because she was so freaked out. So Ghosty and their friend get on FaceTime with their two friends that went home, and their two friends say that they can still see the mimic inside their homes. Ghosty is smart. Ghosty knows a lot about this kind of paranormal stuff because they tell their friends to just try to stop thinking about it, stop worrying about it, because mimics feed off of fear. So Ghosty tells themselves and their friends that they are not scared anymore. After that, Ghosty doesn't see the mimic anymore, but their friends are still seeing it because they're still so scared. The night continues on and they all eventually go to sleep, and the next morning the mimic was gone and they haven't seen it again since September 14th. That is so terrifying because that's not really something that you can just run away from, like a home invasion or something. This is something way more evil than that. I couldn't imagine seeing a mimic outside, and I certainly couldn't imagine seeing one inside my freaking house. I am so glad that they haven't seen this thing since last month, and I hope y'all never have to see that again. If you have a similar scary story or any kind of scary story, whether it be paranormal, home invasion, maybe you saw something you can't explain, I would love for you to DM it for me and I'll make a video reading your story. Also, if you have any Appalachian scary stories, I say Appalachian, I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, but if you live in the Appalachian area or in the desert like Arizona, Utah, Nevada, I would love to know if you have seen anything similar to this, any of the folklore type stuff. Please DM me your skinwalker and mimic stories if you have one.
So we move on to our next TikTok, which is called Big Gang Says Things. And she tells us that she found a Reddit ghost story, which is about a mom who has a toddler. She put him to bed, and of course she's just trying to hang out with her friend in the kitchen. No big deal, but all of a sudden they hear screaming and they're like, oh my god, is it the toddler? To go check on it, and they see the toddler standing in different pajamas, and all of a sudden they look over in the doorway, he disappears. They look away for a second, he disappears or whatever. And of course, he's in bed, tucked away, sleeping in the other pajamas she put him to bed in. So I don't know what that was, but that's really freaky. And of course, their friend leaves her. That's not really a good friend if she just up and leaves you to deal with this situation on your own. Okay, let's just get that right. No, friends like ride or die during like ghost hauntings, okay? That's a real friend. But anyways, like, I don't know, maybe it's just like, I don't know, like a ghostly mimic of sorts that was trying to mess with them, I guess. That would be my best guess. But it's really freaky. It only like showed itself and then screamed, of course, to cause panic. And then, I don't know, I think it was just trying to mess with them. To me, though, it's weird that if it was a mimic, it was literally like a few feet away from the child they were mimicking. That is kind of strange in itself. That's weird. And then we move on to Not K Marie. Sorry, www.notkmarie. I think that's her name. She tells us an Appalachian Mountain story. And she goes on to say that basically what I've confirmed is that they're dealing with a skinwalker, in my opinion. But it's weird because never would I think that this SW would go after her, a non-believer, and instead I would have figured that it would have gone after the boyfriend, in my opinion. I mean, it just makes more sense because he believes in the supernatural. He is a believer. So you would think that would just be like easy prey for the skinwalker to go after him. But clearly, maybe the skinwalker likes a decent challenge or whatever. So anyway, she hears whistling, knocking, and she sees a shadow of what she thought is a man that she thought was at her boyfriend first. She thought it was just her boyfriend outside, but then it morphed into just a different man. And of course, these are like all things you should not do in the Appalachian Mountains. We've learned, 1, you don't answer your door at night. 2, you never whistle back when you hear whistling. 3, you saw something. No, you didn't. And honestly, we should be following all those rules, whether we live out in the Appalachian Mountains or not. We should be following all those rules, all of us, wherever we live. And then, obviously, this SW was calling her name, saying her name, and trying to pretend to be the boyfriend at one point. And as soon as she felt drawn to it and sees the person as not her boyfriend, then her boyfriend, stops her when she was about to open the door to go help, which she thought was, a guy in distress. But anyways, even if it was her boyfriend out there in distress, like, I don't know, the whole thing is weird. One point it shapeshifts to her boyfriend, and then I don't know if it stayed that way, I can't remember, but the point is it was a man out there. And then she's like, oh, whatever, I'll just, so she felt drawn to go outside and help this guy. At first she thought it was her boyfriend, then realizes as he's morphing and shape-shifting into some random man, she felt like she needed to go outside, see him now. She's very compelled. And as soon as she's getting closer to the door, she finally is at the door and she's about to friggin' bolt outside to go save him. But then her boyfriend stops her, and obviously, thank God he was there to begin with, because it would have sucked if she was on her own and this was all occurring, because who knows? This girl would have been taken by the SW, and we would have never heard this story probably to begin with. I think they both, either way, would have been kidnapped by this SW. If they would have opened the door, all this we would have never heard about. So clearly this SW made her obsessed to the point where it's like she almost gave up her life just to go see this thing. And it probably just wanted to steal her skin, you know? That's what I think. As soon as she went up to that thing, you think the SW is going to be like, oh, I'm injured, poor me. No, it's going to either eat you in one whole bite or literally bonk you on the head and drag you back to the forest and steal your skin. Just saying. Anyways, this was an insane story. It was so good. Then we move on to Mrs. Isabel Barbabosa, something like that. I can never say her name, but it's all lowercase MRS.ISBALABARBOSA. And as you know, I try to put the names down below in the video, and I will do that in the description box for you guys. Anyway, she tells us a story about a woman that is living alone in her house, and things start to get weird. She's missing things, she's hearing things. Then she finally, you know what? I'm just gonna see if I can find maybe what's going on in my house. Maybe there's a ghost, maybe there's a raccoon, maybe there's a mouse, maybe there's a squirrel. But as soon as she goes to her closet and notices there's a board missing, dude, I would have been freaked out, and I would have been like, okay, clearly there's something going on here, that there is definitely something in your walls living there. Like, why she went in there to go check it out, probably not the best idea. She should have called the cops first, but she didn't. She went in there, and there was literally a nest, like a giant human bird nest thing full of her stuff. As soon as I saw that, I would have been, okay, time to run. Let's go out of the house. But what got me is this thing got her to run out of the space in the wall into the bathroom, and as soon as she thought she was like safe, the thing like went from one person living into her wall to, I think, because she said she saw a bunch of feet on the floor, like when she was looking under the door, and she saw all these like tons of people in her house. Either A, the cop showed up somehow, somebody reported this, or I was thinking that it could have been a bunch of homeless people coming in her house and taking over her house. So it's like, now you're screwed. If that was the case, you know this is not going to end well. Like, they're going to break the door down and either luckily throw you out of the house, or they might end you. Anyways, we move on to GRW, I think it's flies, Grom flies, I think is how you say it. So a couple checks into a hotel, and she notices her boyfriend was acting a little weird. So, yeah, obviously, definitely it was creepy that he was acting weird. She thought maybe he was drunk. But the point that they still stayed in that room when they lifted the mirror, that it had a giant hole in the wall that led to another room. I wouldn't be spending the night there. I would be like, okay, time to go. No. Because if a human could literally be in the other room, I wouldn't be sleeping at all either. I'd be literally staring at the hole in the wall. I would move the mirror out of the way, and I'd be looking into that room every second, not taking my eyes off of it, just in case something pops out of there. And of course, the room doesn't exist. Go figure, when they come back, the wall is up. Like, yeah, now it's like, definitely there was a ghost there. But I don't understand, maybe it wasn't like a ghost, but maybe it was like a room that can like portal all through the hotel or something, like just pop up randomly to scare people. Could be that. And then we move on to this story, which is interesting. Her TikTok username is Medium Mandy Starling. Now, she grew up in what she thought was a haunted house. I don't think it was just a haunted house, in my opinion. I think it was more than that. This is interesting. So she and her siblings, her sister and her brother, grew up in a haunted house, but she felt like she could hear someone or something around her most of the time, and she could hear things that weren't there. She could hear voices, weird stuff. But what got me was that her sister and her brother on different occasions would see little people. Maybe Mandy saw them too, she just doesn't remember because she says it feels familiar to her. But the point that these little people were screaming insults at the sister and the brother, that is weird. So what I'm thinking is that these little people might be magical elves, perhaps. They could be magical gnomes. I mean, I'm pretty sure, aren't there bad gnomes as well as good gnomes, bad elves as well as good elves? They could be a type of fae folk, maybe we just have to look them up in the, I don't know, online, maybe you could find them. But the point is they were described as little people, so that makes it feel like they were a type of fae folk to me, or a gnome or an elf. And the brother said that they were moving yarn, like a big ball of yarn across the floor in the middle of, like stealing things, clearly, which is something that fae folk do and gnomes do. They steal like trinkets and things, some, I think fae steal, or like birds, how some crows steal shiny objects. That's what it's giving, like they're taking things, they're using it to probably, because they live in the house, they could live on the walls maybe, and that's why they're taking yarn and this and that. Either way, it's really cool. I mean, even though they were mean to the kids, probably because they don't want the parents to find out, I think it's kind of funny that one of them said to go end your, or I will end you if you tell your parents about me. I mean, it maybe didn't mean to like harm it really. It's just maybe they're scared that because they're magical beings and they're not supposed to be seen by humans, they're worried their secret's gonna be let out. So of course they're gonna like threaten you to keep the secret. But the point being, it's a little weird that they are showing themselves to you regardless. So they must live in the house, or maybe they live outside in the yard or something. But it would be so cool to find out more stories about this, or like hear more experiences from her. Maybe she'll remember more things, or her sister and brother might remember more things. But I love this story. It's different, and I don't think it's a haunting. I literally think you have magical creatures, magical fae folk living in your old house, like straight up. Like, that is so cool. In a way, it's cool. Dangerous a little bit, but it's cool. And then we move on to Spooky Sunny. Tells us about her friend, SJ, who was a DoorDash delivery person, talking about a black-eyed man. Now this is interesting because you usually hear about black-eyed children. That is what this story is initially about, but instead of a child, we're getting a black-eyed man, and an old man at that. Now, of course, she sees him. He's like just not wearing contacts, and you can tell in daylight if he was wearing contacts or not, because your eyes, like the way contacts look on your eyes, you can tell. But she said no, they were pitch black. So anyways, I thought that was really interesting, because it's like usually you see black-eyed children, not black-eyed adults. Those are pretty rare. And I don't know, maybe this guy was possessed, and you never know, because I think one of the side effects of being possessed, don't you get like really black irises, like your whole pupil just goes black? Or like she said, he could have been an alcoholic, drinking too much and black out, and his eyes are blacked out. Could be that. I don't know if that's real. But the fact that he's walking around in the daylight, usually you only see black-eyed people walking around at night trying to ask you if they can get in the car with you or not. This was totally different. So maybe he was possessed, maybe he was cursed, maybe he was a ghost. I don't know. What do you guys think? It was weird. It was definitely weird, for sure. I'm glad she got away from him, because who knows what could have happened. And then we move on to Tara_Met808. So she talks about a roommate that she's about to move in with, but she notices that this roommate is a little weird, right? Yeah, definitely weird. So my thing is for one, I thought, well, maybe she's a sleepwalker, or maybe she's like in a trance of some sort and can like, while she's sleepwalking, she's like possibly either sleepwalking or in some type of weird like trance, that she's like a medium of some sort and she's like psychic or something. She's in a trance and she can like see ghosts or spirits behind people. I'm wondering if maybe that's what that was at first. But then we keep going on, and she's saying she's staring at the ceiling a lot. So, and I also thought, well, maybe she has an entity in her. She could have a demonic attached entity. I mean, a demonic being attached to her, an entity of some sort attached to her. Or basically, she could be possessed. But as soon as this lady, this roommate, left, took all her things, and the girl found like that note, did the weird drawings or whatever on paper, symbols and stuff, right away I knew, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's black magic, it's dark magic, whatever. And I was right. So that makes me feel like she obviously made a pact with an entity, or she's a, practicing dark witch, who does black magic, dark magic. Maybe she made a pact with an entity or a demon or whatever, and now she's got superpowers. I don't know. I'm just saying. It was weird. And then the next one we have is emo_Swifty_13. She tells us a scary story about a mimic And I absolutely like mimics. Like, don't get me started, because mimics fascinate me. Mimics are like their own like whole thing in this universe of paranormal. It's just, mimics are interesting. They are different. They show up, they disappear, like they come and go as they please. Like, I don't know how to describe them, but they are fascinating. So Ghosty's on a golf cart, picks up her friend, and Ghosty is a type of medium, and she says that she was waving, Ghosty was waving to this old lady, and the old lady was like, I'm gonna hitch a ride with you guys. And then the other friends see the old lady. They're like, oh, we can see it. Yeah, we see it. It's behind you. But what gets me is it's definitely a mimic, because then it switched into one of the friends. That was crazy. It literally, the old lady, this is how I pictured it, because it's like, okay, the old lady basically ripped off her old lady costume and then just decided to turn into one of the friends now. Like, that's how I picture this mimic. And you know, who knows if like this mimic, like if it kept following them, how much worse it would get. Who knows? But thank God, like this girl or guy or whatever, Ghosty, is smart enough to know that you do not give it power by being scared or thinking of it. You have to stop thinking of it. You have to like let it go from your mind completely and just be brave. Don't be scared anymore. And it clearly helped, because they did not see it anymore. It disappeared after that.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true. I'll go.
In 2007, when I was 17 years old, I was living with a good friend of mine that I went to school with. And one day when we were not home, we had taken the dogs to the vet, and his house burned down, burned to the ground. And we weren't there, so it was like kind of a good thing, but the insurance company paid for us all to move into this, like, it was a nice house. It was like 17 years old, but it was built at the edge of town, kind of near this like farm and like field area in South Carolina. I want to say this was August when the house burned, and so we lived in this house for like 3 months. And weird things started happening that at the time they were happening, we didn't pick up on. Like, there was this alarm system on the house, and it would sometimes, in the middle of the night, would go off. It had like a door alarm. It wasn't like connected to anything, like it wasn't active, but it would still like chime when the doors was opened. And one night, we woke up to like the alarm just going off like crazy, and we could not get it to turn off. Like, it would not turn off. And finally, after a couple hours, it like turned off. It was so loud, I remember. And we're like, that's weird, you know, like, but didn't really think anything of it. So flash forward to Halloween night of all nights, 2007. This is back when you still had like computer rooms, kind of, and so the computer was in the den. I was like on the computer, and I hear my friend upstairs, and he's calling. He's like, "What? Like, what do you want?" Like, da da da, like going off. And finally, he comes downstairs, and he's like, "Are you calling me?" And I said, "No. Like, what do you mean?" He said, "Well, the house number is calling my cell phone." I was like, "It's not me." And he said, "Well, it's not my mama. She's upstairs, and she's handicapped, by the way, so it's just an important part of the story, so she can't really get around." And we're like, "No, it's not me." So he was like, "Okay, well, it keeps calling." So he goes back upstairs. A few minutes later, he comes running downstairs, and he's like, "Look, like, the house number is calling my cell phone." And you answer the phone and immediately hang up. We're like, that's weird. Like, okay, like, And it keeps doing this, and we're like, this is weird. Like, this is like the house number kept calling his cell phone. So later that night, we're like upstairs and we hear this noise. And we go into the bathroom, and all the water, like all the sinks are on, and all the drawers in the bathroom were open. Like all the doors and everything were just opened. So we freak out. And we all go into his mom's room. And so at this time, we're like, we do like, I can't remember, like star 69 or star whatever, where you can call the last number from the house, like out. So we were doing that on the house phone, and we'd call out. And every time we did it, it wouldn't call his cell phone. It would call the last number out that was called from the house number. So we ended up going to bed, and my friend's dating this girl at the time and her brother. And he calls her next day and tells her about it. And she comes over, and he's like, they're like, oh, we're in a haunted house. Like, we're kind of like joking about the whole thing at this point. So later that night, on the second night, night 2, we go get Chinese food. I remember we went and got Chinese food, and we're on the way back home, like driving down the road that this house is on. And as we're driving down the road, we see his mom's car going in the opposite direction. So we turn around and we go catch up with him. And we're like, what are y'all doing? And his mom is like, the power went out in the house, like, but only on the first floor. And they were inside the house, and the power went out, and it freaked them out, so they just left. So we drive back to the house, and sure enough, we get there, and the power is out on the first floor, but is on the second floor. So there's a front door and like a staircase that goes upstairs, and my friend's room was up there. So we run into the house, run up the stairs, and go get his phone. He had left it charging. And sure enough, while we were gone, he had all these missed calls from the house number. So shortly after, the phone rings again from the house number, and we answer. And this time, instead of hanging up immediately, there's just like a silence. It's deafening. And then it hangs up. So we're all scared. We all sleep in the same room that night. Wake up the next day, and this time on day 3, the phone starts ringing like earlier in the day. And we had all stayed, like my friend's girlfriend and her brother had stayed, and so her brother Tucker was like, I'm going to answer it next time it calls us. So the phone starts ringing, and he answers it. And I'm not shitting you. He just like bursts into tears. And we're like, what's going on? Like, what's happening? And he was like, it made a noise. It made a noise. So he ends up leaving, the girlfriend ended up leaving, and at this point it's just me, my friend, and his mom in the house. And I'm on the computer, and all of a sudden I hear my friend like screaming, like a blood curdling scream. And before I can even get up, he's like in the room with me, and he said, I heard what Tucker heard. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, what did you hear? He said, it made this noise. Like, he said, I was on the phone and I was talking to my girlfriend and I got a call. So I switched over and not realizing, and it was the house number. And he said, when it calls next, you have to answer it. And I'm like, okay, like, I'll answer it. So like, it must have been like 45 minutes later, the phone rings. And it's the house number. And I remember it had this specific ringtone that the house number had. So when you'd hear that sound, it was just like creepy. So it rings, and I answered it. Put my ear up to the phone and I say, hello? And there's no sound, no nothing. And I say hello. And then all of a sudden, it makes this sound like, to this day, I've never heard anything like it. It didn't sound like a person, but it sounded like it was like a low growl, and it just got louder and louder and louder, but when I heard it, like immediately, like just tears started coming down my face and every hair stood up and I had to go sit down. Like it took my breath away. It was so scary. Meanwhile, as this is happening, like, those drawers in the bathroom and the sink keep opening. Like, every time we go up there, we keep opening. And there's this closet door that just keeps opening. Like, it's an attic door that was in the room that I actually slept in, which I don't think I ever slept in that room again during this. But that night, you know, my friend is like telling his brother about this, and he like comes over and he's like, one of y'all is doing this, like one of you is messing with it, like whatever. So we're like, well, we're gonna do like a seance, like not a seance, but like a thing to get this whatever out of the house. So we buy the stuff, we light the candles, we're like saying the prayer in each room, and we're putting salt bags over the door, and we're downstairs. We did upstairs first, and then we go downstairs. And as we're downstairs, my friend goes upstairs, and he just starts screaming again, like I'd never heard this before from him, like 2 times in one day. And he's like, who did this? Who did this? And so we all run upstairs and look. And we go into the bathroom, and there's shaving cream sprayed all over the mirror, all over the Bible that we had left in there. And that was when we were like, nobody would do that. Like, it was all over the Bible, and we were like, what the hell? Like, and so that night, stuff like just got real. Like, basically the phone calls started getting like a much more like frequent. And we called my friend's brother to come over, and we're like, you've got to help us, like something's going on. He's like, I don't believe that like one of y'all is doing this. And so he comes over, and he's standing in the kitchen, and he's like, in the same breath as he's saying like one of y'all is doing this, all of a sudden we hear this loud noise, and across the room a can, like a soda can, flies down the stairs, hits the floor, and slides in the other direction. And he turned around, and he started begging his mama, please leave this house, please leave this house. And a lot of other shit happened after that. But
tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true.
When me and my sisters were in high school, we got our hands on a glow-in-the-dark Ouija board from Toys R Us and decided to use it in our house because we experienced weird things on occasion, and we were sure there had to be a ghost or two. So we used the Ouija board. Nothing happens initially, but after using it, me and multiple other people in my family started to see shadow figures in the home. And it got to the point that I couldn't sleep in my bedroom at night anymore because the activity was bonkers. I would literally drag my twin-size mattress out to our living room, and I would sleep out there at night because no one could stay in my room. So finally one night, one of my family members is like, hey, let me sleep in your room with you and see if I see anything. And that night I wake up to them screaming bloody murder. I look up, I see multiple shadow figures all standing in the room. And before I say anything, I look at them and I say, what did you see? And they said, Ivy, I saw them. It was crazy.
Hi, Madam Fear. I've debated sending this, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. This happened in 2019 when I was renting a basement apartment in Peoria. It was old but cozy, red brick, tiny kitchen, huge bathroom with a full-length wall mirror. That mirror is where it started. The first night I moved in, I noticed it was slightly off-center. When I tried to adjust it, it wouldn't budge. The landlord said it was glued directly into the wall for safety. I didn't think much of it until I started waking up at 3:33 a.m. every night. Not from a nightmare, just awake, cold, watching the mirror. Then I noticed it. My reflection was delayed only by a half second. Barely noticeable, but enough to make my stomach flip. I told myself I was just tired, even paranoid. Until the reflection started smiling when I wasn't. One night, I tested it. I stared at the mirror without moving. After about 10 seconds, the reflection tilted its head. But I didn't. I ran. I slept at a friend's place for 2 nights. When I came back to grab my things, the apartment smelled like sulfur. The mirror had fogged up from the inside, and drawn on the glass were the words, "You left me." I moved out that day. 3 months later, I drove by the building. The window was boarded up. A fire apparently started in the bathroom. No one had lived there since me, except the fire report said they found a set of footprints, bare, human, burned into the tile, but on the inside of the wall mirror. So I asked, do mirrors reflect us or just mimic us until they decide not to? Got a story? DM me, we'll share it live, only on Madam Fear. Because sometimes your reflection isn't yours.
Story time of the house I lived in Ohio that was by a cemetery and felt like it had a portal in it or near it. So I was like maybe 11 or 12 by the time we moved out, and I think I was like 9 or 10 when we moved in. We weren't there long, but there was a cemetery diagonally across from our house in the backyard, and I feel like there was a lot of weird stuff going on, even though I don't think the house was haunted itself. So first thing that happened was we saw the Hat Man, which is apparently like a shadow figure man that has a top hat, in the woods in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m., 30 degrees outside in the snow. My father saw it too, and he's not one to really see these kind of things, and we're just like, nobody's gonna be out there. That was weird. We'd see it multiple times, especially in the fall and the winter when it would get really cold out, and that's the only time we'd see it. Number two, other than that shadow figure, I saw other shadow figures. In fact, one time I was in the guest bathroom, when I came out, I had this really heavy feeling, and I wanted to run to my room. I don't know what it was, and by the time I starting to speed walk, I get stopped because I think I hear something, and then a shadow figure just walks through me like, whoosh. It felt like that sound. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I could feel like a difference in the air around me, but it was gone just as quick as it came. And it freaked me out really bad. I ran in my room. But my room also had experiences too. I was playing with toys with my cousin, like 12 or whatever, and all of a sudden the doorknob just jiggles, and then it starts jiggling violently for like 2 minutes straight and doesn't stop. And it finally does after I beg it to stop and to go away. That freaked me out so bad I started locking my door at night, to where another time there was what sounded like maybe like a man or a boy in the hallway, very confused, sounding scared, like making like, I don't know, uneasy noises, and it freaked me out very much so. And it was just in the hallway, and it scared the living crap out of me. Like, I could hear it try to open my door, and it tried to open my door. It sounded like I actually thought there was a man in the house because of this. And my mom was asleep, and I didn't call for her because I probably wouldn't have woke her up anyways, because I didn't have a cell phone or anything. And I heard it leave the house. Like, it sounded like a door open, and I got up in the morning to check, and didn't look like anyone was there, and all the doors were still locked. So that was very peculiar and very strange. And a lot of this is happening while my dad's working in a construction plant in Kentucky, so he's not like directly living with us in there every night, which is also something worth noting because he wasn't there to experience some of this. There were other times I would have what looked like groups of like short shadow figures. It like seemed like children that would come and bother me. They would ask me to help them. Like, I would hear voices after seeing the shadow figures, and it freaked me out. You know, I went to my mom like, what is going on? I think that had to do with the cemetery once again. I was seeing some of the spirits from the passing visitors through that area, and they knew I could see them, so they'd come ask me for help. You know, I was a kid, and I didn't feel like I knew what I was doing or knew much about it other than whatever my mom taught me. But the computer room, you'd feel like you were being watched, and that's where I would see a lot of the shadow figures, especially walking by at night. And I would see multiples walking around in my living room, so that was very unpleasant. And we'd also hear weird animal noises or unusual animal noises at night, which those could have been truly animals. I mean, it was Ohio, but we lived in a metropolitan, like, suburban area where the woods I'm talking about is like maybe 2 acres, 3 acres at the most behind the house, and there's absolutely no reason for it to have like been like big game animals with these kind of noises we were hearing. We actually called the cops when we were the ones thinking that there were people outside our house, because we had teenagers that were throwing rocks at our dog one time, which those were real people. But at night there's more than once we heard tapping on the windows, and we think that was actually people. So yep, some of these experiences would just come from nowhere. The basement was also very weird. I'd had a lot of very realistic nightmares about me in that basement, and it seemed like we would just have like a ton of visitors like this, like every few months there just be like a swath of different things going on, and that's partially what I feel like it's a portal. And when I say portal, I don't mean like what they talk about on the movies or even the news, like with aliens or anything. Like there's apparently a connection to cryptids. People say Bigfoot to do with portals. I mean, it's a whole conspiracy theory that goes deeper in that, and this is not that. This is just like a spiritual thing that I felt like is happening, centered around a certain area of my house. Though I do think that, of course, that's a much bigger conspiracy, and it might explain some of the weird disappearances, like the missing 411 and such. But regardless, that's my experience, and I wanted to share it since a couple people have requested I do off of a comment thread, so I hope y'all enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's always more details I leave out in some of these.
Want to get creeped out? Then watch this video. This one is from Peyton Olivia 8. Hi, I don't know if you take submissions or stories or if you would consider this one. However, I would still love to share this with you. So I had a really weird experience while I was staying at a relative's house, which was an older house. The room I was staying in freaked me out because there was a lot of old trinkets and such in there, and walking in it felt like there was something in there with me. I went to bed, and next to the bed was a tall dresser next to it. I woke up feeling like I was being watched, and I turned over to the dresser. On top of the dresser was a black figure crouched down looking at me. I screamed, and I'm a loud person, so I figured it would be heard. Here's the really freaky part. I turned my phone flashlight on, and I could see the figure's skin was pale and gray, as well as very skinny. After that, I immediately left the room and went out on the couch. This is terrifying. I left the door open and eventually fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, the room's door was shut. I asked my family if they heard me scream, and they said no, so I thought it was a dream, but I wasn't set on that yet. Since I turned my flashlight on my phone, I could look at my phone to tell me if the flashlight was turned on at some point. My phone showed that I had picked it up at night to use the flashlight. Also, on top of the dresser, the dust was moved as if something was sitting there. That's terrifying. I'm not really sure what I saw, but most people say when they have sleep paralysis, they can't move and the figure is more of a shadow. So whatever I saw might not have been sleep paralysis, but I never found out. If you read this, thank you so much for your time, and I really enjoy your videos. Thank you so much. That doesn't sound like sleep paralysis because it doesn't sound like you were paralyzed. And that is a scary freaking story. Like, I wouldn't stay at that relative's house again. I'm just saying. Anyways, that's it for this one. Stay spooky.
Want to hear something spooky? I'm gonna need you to buckle up. I'm gonna need you to hide all the mirrors and tuck your feet in. If you're not sitting down, I need you to sit down. Because I'm not joking. I scoured the post that I found in 2019 of all the creepy things that children have said to their parents, and I have found the scariest ones. I am not joking. These are terrifying. The first comment says, when I was a kid, I frequently heard other children playing outside my window at night, singing Ring Around the Rosie. One night, I was awoken by what I thought was my sister. We shared a room, and I thought I heard her tell me to come here. In the dark, I followed her as we crawled around the bedroom floor, but in the morning when we woke up, she had no memory of it. She didn't even know what I was talking about. So weird. Next one, I'm going to put a trigger warning because it does involve drowning. Bought a home and found out a few months later from the neighbor that the previous owner's grandson drowned in their pool. It was never disclosed to us, but it did explain the toddler-sized bathing suit in the closet that was left behind. Never had any strange occurrences until about 2 years later. And our 2-year-old was sitting looking out the window towards the pool. He said, "Mommy, the boy wants me to open the gate and go swimming in the pool with him." I said, "What boy?" He says, "The boy with the black teeth. We don't live there anymore." This one says that when I was young, my aunt told me that when I was 4 years old, I would talk non-stop. One day, she and my mom asked me, "Who are you talking to?" I said, "Oh, that's just Steven. He's looking for his mommy." We were creeped out because a few years prior to us living there had been a fire downstairs. A little boy named Steven died in the fire, but his mother survived. I was skeptical about this story until I went down to the public archives and saw for myself not only the records about the fire, but also Steven's obituary. This next one is terrifying. When we lived in Massachusetts, there was an old graveyard in the middle of our apartment complex. The dumpster was at the top of the hill, so it was just easier to cut through the graveyard. My daughter was about 4 at the time and not able to read yet. I stopped in front of one of the stones and said, "Mom, Lucy's cold, she really wants a hug." Look at the stone, and the name on it is Lucille. The dates that show that she was only about 7 when she died. Later that night, she woke up crying and screaming, saying, "Lucy wants in my room. She won't leave me alone. She won't let me sleep." I walked into her room and said, "Lucy, you are not welcome here. You have to go." My daughter said, "She's gone now, but she's so sad." Next day, she didn't remember anything about it and ignored the stone when we passed by it to get to the hill. When my son was little, he used to play with someone named Roy. He would tell me that Roy died in a fire. One day, I was sitting at the computer and my son said, "Mommy, tell Roy to sit down, he's going to fall." I turned around and my rocking chair was rocking like someone was in it. It was just rocking away. I said, "Roy, sit down or you're gonna fall and hurt yourself." The rocking chair immediately stopped rocking. One day, a few months later, I was telling my grandma about all these crazy weird occurrences. She deadpanned and looked at me and said that my grandpa had a 3-year-old brother named Roy who died in a fire. Needless to say, I was very freaked out. One says, my oldest and youngest have both seen ghosts. It's honestly such a common occurrence that I'm not typically fazed by it anymore. But there are some exceptions. My youngest, who is now 5, from about the ages of 2 to 3, would talk about a little girl in her closet. I'd go in her room and she would be standing there talking and giggling away. One day, she wanted to go into my room, but the door was closed. We were in the living room and she was knocking on the door. She couldn't turn knobs yet or even reach them at the time. She told me that the little girl wanted her to come in the room and play with her. She kept asking me to open the door and I told her no, but then suddenly the doorknob turned and the door flew open on its own. I walked in the room and held out her hand as if she was taking someone else's hand. Said, "See, Mommy, I told you she wanted to play." She then calmly went into the room. Her father and I almost shat ourselves. Stopped talking about the little girl around the age of 3 and said that the little girl was gone. Then she started talking about seeing a scary man hanging in her closet. From that point on, she refused to sleep in her bedroom and would not go in there at all if the closet door was open. 30 years ago, a man actually did hang himself in that apartment. She would also talk about the little boy, quote, covered in mud outside her window. 25 years ago, in the house next door, a guy murdered his wife and stepson, buried the kid in the basement under the stairs. Self, closets are canceled. Since I've been reading these stories, I flinch every time my kid says, "Mommy, look." I'm like peeking through my fingers like, yeah, that's cool. There's nobody else in here, right? My nightmares are gonna have a field day with this lot. I mean, I'm gonna have prequels, sequels. We're gonna have a whole franchise of nightmares now. I mean, who needs sleep anyway? It's overrated. It's fine. Everything's fine. Anyway, good luck with your sleep tonight. I know I'll not be sleeping. Anyway, stay spooky, stay creepy. Don't forget to tuck your feet in and cover up all the mirrors. And my God, close the closet doors. And come back for the next part.
I'm going to tell another weird story of something that happened when I lived in Appalachia. Don't give me shit about how I pronounce the fucking name. The Appalachian Mountains run through a billion states with different dialects, so shut the fuck up. I feel like it's just as justifiable to call it the Appalachian Mountains as Appalachian. It doesn't matter what you say, potato, potato. But anyways, back to the story. I lived in Jasper, Georgia. Inside of Jasper, Georgia, there's a small little town called Tate, Georgia, where they produce marble. There's like all these marble factories all around where I lived, and around the marble factories, it's like coated in this white dust. It was kind of weird. I'm gonna tell a story about Tate, Georgia today. So I had a friend who, their whole family lived on a mountain in Tate, Georgia. Like, it would be like my friend's house, their family next door, more family members next door, more family members across the street. Like, they ran the fucking block type shit. She was my best friend growing up, and she's still one of my really good friends to this day. She's awesome. But for the sake of this story, I'm gonna call her Rachel. So across the street from Rachel's family's house, there's this one house that has like all this kudzu in the backyard. And her mom always told us, don't go play in the kudzu, don't go over there. Because the person who lived at that house before unalived themselves, and it was just bad vibes over there. So one day, we went over there and we were just like fucking around in the backyard. Just like walking through the kudzu and like looking through the windows of the house and stuff. And we just kind of felt this bad energy. So we ended up just going back to Rachel's mom's house. So I don't know. I always knew like that place was kind of bad vibes. But anyways, fast forward, I'm in college. This is probably like 5 or 6 years later. Basically, Rachel and I are living together while I'm going to college in this town called Kennesaw, Georgia. I went to KSU. And Rachel's mom calls us and tells us this really scary story. She said that she had a dream that she walked to one of the family members' houses down the street. And sorry, I just saw my neighbor in the back and it kind of scared me. But she said she had a dream that she walked to one of her neighbor's houses, her family member, and she said in the dream there was this dude in a tall tuxedo, like a tall dude in a tuxedo with no face following her. And she said it freaked her out so bad that she started running in the dream. And then all of a sudden the dude with no face was in front of her. And she said he was just really close to her, and it scared her so bad that she woke up. So she called us and basically told us about this weird dream she had, and she said it was the most vivid dream ever, and it was just all sorts of weird. And so, yeah, I don't know. And she would call us pretty often, so that's not, like, unusual. We were like, damn, sorry about your dream, that sucks. I hope you don't have a bad dream tomorrow. And so then, the next day, she called us again, freaking the fuck out. So basically, when she called us, she said, so her and her boyfriend were having like a cookout at their house, and her boyfriend has 2 young boy children. And while they were cooking, the 2 boys wandered off to go play, and they went back in the kudzu patch behind that weird house. And all of a sudden, they were gone for like 15 minutes or so. And then they hear these 2 boys screaming and sprinting back to Rachel's mom's house. And basically, the 2 boys say that they were playing in the kudzu and they turned around because they heard something, and they saw a tall dude in a tuxedo with like no face. And so, yeah, Rachel's mom was freaking the fuck out and was like crying on the phone with us, and it was really fucking scary. I don't know what the fuck to make of this story. It's just something that, like, I don't know. It happened, she told us about it, and then I was like, Slender Man? What the fuck? So, yeah. A lot of weird stuff happened growing up in Jasper, specifically around the area I lived in for some reason.
My cousin and I were sitting up in the bed in the dark, just talking like little kids do. My little brother decided he wanted to pretend like he was camping, and so he slept on the floor. It wasn't in a sleeping bag, but you know how like when you're kids and all the cousins spend the night over the grandmother's house or aunt's house, so sometimes kids sleep on the floor. My cousin and I are talking in bed. All of a sudden, my little brother starts screaming, saying there's something moving around on the floor. He says, Dawn, there's like a towel moving on the floor. Now, we just thought that he just wanted to get in the bed, so we just ignored him and like, whatever. As my cousin and I are sitting there talking, we look towards the door that leads to the hallway. Now, the hall light is on, but it's dark in the room, so there's like a crack in the door, and the door is ajar, maybe about 3 inches. As we look up, I see a person standing in the crack of the door, but it's like inside the room. The person's head was bigger than its shoulders. The neck was very skinny and the shoulders were really narrow. I didn't know what to think. My cousin starts screaming, I started screaming, and then the figure proceeds to step over into the dark. I think I'm gonna have to do a part 2 because the story keeps going. So part 2 of my creepy story at my aunt's house. We see this thing standing in the doorway. It's got a big head, it was like a watermelon, like how a watermelon shape, sitting flat on the ground, you know, like long ways on the ground, with a really skinny neck and some narrow shoulders. This thing steps over into the dark. My cousin and I scream. My little brother goes, see, I told you guys that there was something down here. So we're like, come to the bed, like hurry up. My brother dives into the bed before we can even finish telling him to come in the bed. So we're all laying there scared, like what the hell was that? Like what's going on? And I decide to look over, and next to the bed, next to where I was laying, I swear I saw this thing standing like next to the bed. I get terrified. My fight or flight kicks in, so I'm fight. So I like swing at the air. There's nothing there. Then I flip on the lamp quickly. Nothing there. So we were so scared that we slept with the light on for the rest of the night, the lamp on. The next morning, we get up and like run out of the room, and we're like, oh, I'm like never going back in there. but I forgot my shoes. So I had to go back in there to get my shoes. Now, by this time, the other little kids, my cousins and stuff, were outside playing. So I went to the back room and I was looking for my shoes. I then hear a female say, Dawn, come here, quick, come here. So I run out to the living room and I ask my great aunt and my cousins, like, what do you guys want? They said, we didn't call you. I go back to the room. They say, Dawn. This voice goes, Dawn, hurry up, come here. So then I go back out into the living room and I ask my great aunt and my cousin, like, what? Like, and they're like, Dawn, we didn't call you. And my cousin was older. She was like in her 20s. So then I go back into that room and it calls my name again. Dawn, come here, hurry up. I got to show you something. So then I grabbed my shoes and I just went out of the bedroom. Now, there were some kids playing in the front yard. So I asked those kids, they were like my cousins and some of the other kids that my aunt looked after. And I was like, did you guys call me? And they were like, no. Now, the way this house is set up, these kids are playing in the front yard and this bedroom is in the backyard. As kids, we weren't allowed to go down the side of the house and go to the backyard. Also, one side of the house was kind of pushed up against a brick wall because the lot next to it was elevated. All right, looks like we're gonna have to do part 3. At any rate, so after we leave my aunt's house, I go home and I tell my mother about it, and my mother believed me, and then she told my grandmother about it, and my grandmother was like, yeah, I don't know why they keep staying over there in that old haunted house. So it turns out that my grandmother's sister, Aunt Hattie, had, I guess, shared some stuff with my grandmother about that house, but she never told us as kids because she figured there was like no point in scaring us. And then a few years later, my great Aunt Hattie's husband died, and then they said that they sometimes would hear him calling out to my great aunt's name from upstairs, like saying, Hattie, Hattie. So because he stayed upstairs all the time, so after he died, they boarded up the staircase that went to the upstairs. And I would say I would draw what I saw, but like I'm kind of scared to do that. I don't know. So this is a drawing of what I saw. So you see the head is like almost like a big ass bean or something, and the neck was really, really skinny. And it did sort of look like that, like it was kind of humped over a little bit. And one shoulder was like kind of up like a little bit more than the other. Like I have to delete this after I deleted it after I drew it because it still spooks me out like a lot. So the comment here says, so alternates are basically you, but not you, and it's from the Mandela catalog. You should definitely look it up. So there's a whole other video I can do about that because I did look into that. But because this is another video that I did, I wanted to include the drawing, but I'll touch on that comment at a later date. And there was one other time that I saw something that was similar to this, except it was hooded. And I was much, much younger. I was probably like 5 or 6 when I saw this. But that, my friends, is going to be another story time.
So, we are going to go over what we just watched for the other TikTok. Oh my god, I'm flabbergasted right now. You guys have no idea what just happened. Like, while I was trying to write down my thoughts and my opinions and get my reaction ready for this next TikTok video, a lot of weird things were happening behind the scenes. Okay? I'm saying, like, literally, as I'm watching the video, my phone that I'm recording on right now, kept acting up. Like, the video would stop and it would not load. The rest of the end of the video would not load, and I kept scrolling back trying to fix it, and it just kept acting up again, not letting me watch it. And as I was about to give up, because I'm like, well, maybe the video is, broken or something. I go back into my files to find that video, and it was there. And I go to play the video in my files instead of watching it on my editor video app. It literally went from playing the video, the whole thing, to saying the video was, the file is corrupted. And I'm like, the hell? It just went from playing to disappearing in a couple of minutes. So once that happened, what does Kat do? Kat goes in to TikTok and re-downloads it for you guys. So I go back, I re-download it from TikTok, put it back in my editing software app. I play it, I watch it, I finally get it to load finally. But after that happened, I had to take a break and go get my son off the bus. And while I'm outside, I wasn't inside. I come back from being outside and I look out, I'm looking out the window in my room and I hear whistling, random whistling. And I'm like, what the hell? So I thought, well, maybe it's my son downstairs whistling and maybe whatever, it's not him. I asked him, he said it wasn't him. I thought it was my neighbor because I have neighbors out here, but no, the new neighbor's gone. My other neighbors are not here. So it wasn't them, wasn't my son. It wasn't his grandmother either because she wouldn't do that. And I heard it 3 times of whistling in the yard, and I looked out the window. It's daylight here, by the way, and nothing. No one's out there. My dog was out there, my cat's out there, but they're inside. Because as soon as I heard the whistling, I run downstairs, and literally nobody's out there. My dog's on the back porch. My cat is right by the back porch, and then I had them come in. Nobody was whistling. And on top of that, my phone was freaking the hell out too. As soon as the video was corrupted, I had to re-download it. Sorry. All of a sudden, then my phone starts glitching out and I'm trying to hit the video or whatever. That's not working. The apps start opening up by themselves, and then the main button to hit home is flashing 1,000 times. I literally was about to reset my phone, and then I don't know what happened. It just stopped doing it. The editing software stopped messing up on videos because that was flashing too, and it wasn't letting me delete the video either. It was so weird. I don't know. This video might be cursed. And if that's the case, I'm just telling you guys right now, think about a white light around you. I don't know, do a prayer, light an incense, light a sage, something, because that was bizarre. I don't like this. So, and what's weird is it's nothing insane. I don't know, this story though, something about it is clearly still around this guy, I think. It's weird. So let's jump into it. So him and his friend move into a different house after they have a house fire. And so basically they didn't think they'd be moving into a haunted house. So they were not prepared for this. And I don't blame them for how they handled things, they did pretty good. And so as they start to get used to the new house, strange events keep reoccurring occurring for them. Mostly they would get phone calls from their house. And every time they'd answer, no one was there. Of course, that's super strange. And the house phone would be calling the friend's cell phone, and no one was on the other end of the line. For some reason, this story is reminding me of the first Scream movie, when Ghostface is calling and the other character Drew Barrymore played, or no, not Drew Barrymore. The newer Scream movie, when Jenna Ortega gets a call from Scream Ghostface, and the first time she picks phone up, Ghostface says nothing, and then she hangs up the phone. That is what this energy is giving in this house. Okay, that's what it's giving. Anyways, I believe that's how the movie went. Anyways, the newer one. So, the house number was calling the friend's cell phone, and then it would just keep hanging up on them. There'd be no answer, and then it would just click, hang up on them. And also, like, the attic door would be open, the drawers and cabinets in the bathroom would be open. And I do find that strange. Just like all these things keep like repeating and like getting into a sequence, and it would just start out slow and then start getting faster as the days went on that they were there. And when they did try to star 69, the number that called them, the number would not show up. And I find that so crazy. So when they star 69, that phone number, the house number, it would not show that it called the cell phone. It would just show the numbers that were before that. And that is so crazy to me. It's just like mind blown, because I find this so bizarre. You can't even, I don't know. It's so bizarre, because not even being able to get the proof that of the cell phone number being on the house phone is really hard to fake something like that, especially because this was like, several years ago and technology wasn't that great. And we're talking about house phones. Like, they don't go like getting corrupted easily like a cell phone would. So it's just really hard to fake something like that. And another thing that is strange is how the power stayed on upstairs, I believe, and then downstairs had no power on the other level. That was really spooky. Like, I don't like that. I dip out too. Like, I would dip out. If that was me, I'd be dipping out right away. Be gone. But they were brave to go get that cell phone upstairs, and then they saw all these missed calls from the house phone. And then it was like the house knew that they came back, because as soon as they come back to the house, they got another call from the house phone. And it starts ringing, but as soon as they answer, there was nothing there. It was like dead silence. And then, of course, the phone hung up on them again. The caller hung up on them again. And it feels like whomever is calling them is trying to give them a message. So they all answer the phone call one by one that they all had the same experiences every time they answered this phone call, which is really weird. It's like not different. Again, it's like this strange rhythmic sequence that just keeps repeating like a record broken. And it feels strange. So they all answer the phone call, obviously, and everyone has the same experience. Nobody has anything different. It's always they answer it and they hear this low growl from the phone, and it sends shivers down their spine, and they start crying immediately, which is really weird. So that means they were obviously super terrified. So it must have been really, really scary. It could be an evil entity that made this noise, or it might also be a spirit that is restless. They try blessing the house, and they try blessing the home, which, good for them for taking the matters seriously. Most people don't, so good for them for doing that. And I found it interesting that the attic door was open, keeps opening all the time, which could mean that, that's where this ghost could live, or it passed away there. Now it's really interesting that the shaving cream was all over the Bible. Why not stop at the mirror? It could be a type of demon that they were dealing with. I don't know. What do you guys think? And then they were, then this thing was throwing things down the stairs, and the house phone calling more and more. It's just strange, but it makes me feel like all these antics could be from a ghost child. But then again, it does feel evil to me. So, and after what I just experienced earlier, I'm starting to think that it's not a child anymore. I'm starting to feel like it's an evil entity. Yeah. So whatever's attached to him is clearly still there, and he needs to do a blessing on himself, or, I'm just saying, because this thing is messing with my shit, okay? So it needs to knock it off. That's all I'm gonna say. Moving on. You read the next story from Ivy_Boyd, I think, BOYD. She clearly was used to dealing with the haunting at her house on her own, but when her family was screaming, when her family started screaming, they finally saw what Ivy was seeing. And that's when, you have a major problem on your hands, because that means these spirits don't care about hiding from your family and you anymore. They want to scare you altogether. And that's all I have to say about that one. It was a roller coaster. It was a short experience, but a roller coaster in its own scary story. And honestly, she should not be messing with the Ouija board, okay? Should have never brought it into the house when things were already hectic. It's just opening up a dark, like, portal for these more sinister things to come through. All right, our next TikTok is Madam Fear Podcast. And she tells us a story called Mirror, or The Mirror. And this was a really good one, honestly. So the woman noticed her reflection was starting to delay. And then her mirror reflection started to morph into something unexplainable. And it was not her, but it looked like her. She left the house entirely. And then when she's passing by, she saw this fireman. And he says that someone started a fire in that bathroom. But nobody lived there before her or after her. Or it was after her. Whatever. The point is, her reflection, I think for sure, was a mimic. It was not human. It might have looked like her, but it got out of the mirror, which means I'm thinking it was definitely a mimic. That was scary. And then we move on to our next TikToker is called Chocolates, I believe. CH0 for O's, C0LLETTE. She lived in a house in Ohio near a cemetery, graveyard cemetery. She believes there could be a portal in the house or in the graveyard, or both. So many things she went through as a kid clearly still shakes her to the core when she talks about this. You can just tell she is going through it. I think she's positively right about there being a portal from the graveyard to her house. It does sound very much connected to me. So let's move on to our next TikToker, which is the Queen Crypt. And she has a follower send her a story, and she tells us about this woman as a young kid who was in her room thinking she was having sleep paralysis or a nightmare. She already felt eerie when she walked into the bedroom, but she just pushed those feelings right down and she went to bed. And right next to that bed is a tall dresser. And of course, when she looks over at the tall dresser, what does she see? Except she sees a weird, deformed, cryptic monster. That's the only way I could explain it. Now, I'm thinking it could be an alien or an evil spirit or something like that, because the description she gives is it was gray, pale, and skinny. Could be a small alien, could be an SW, skinwalker. I don't know. That's what my mind goes to when she says it's skinny and pale and gray. It's just so unnerving. That's what you wake up to, and you shine a light on you so you know that was real. Like, there's no making it up. Like, you open your phone up, you hit flashlight, you shine a light on it. There's no way it's not like a dream now. Like, you're really awake. Ugh, I can't imagine. And I wish she saw the face, because if she did, she could have gave us a better description of its features, because I am curious about what the face looked like. If it was like, you know, a big head, a small neck, like a skinny face, a fat face, I don't know, hair, something, big eyes, little eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, like yellow eyes, red eyes, something. Because then we might know that it was a alien for sure, or a evil, deformed little gnome. I don't know. Could also be fae folk, you know. We did watch that other story earlier about the girl who saw little people in her house, which I'm still thinking that's definitely fae folk for sure. Anyways, we move on to her name is Ghoul Tensions 13. And the stories, guys, got one call. Anyways, so moving on, we are going to talk about Ghoul Intentions. That means she tells us that she found a post that talks about kids, what they saw what they saw and what they said that was super scary, that these parents tell us about. And it is so crazy that she found this from like 2018. It's really cool. So the one story, I think, out of all of them that really stuck to me was the one about the little toddler drowning in the pool. That is so sad, but also freaking creepy, because the kid saying that its mouth was black, the teeth were black. I mean, that is a creepy, specific detail, and just unnerving. And why the family left the toddler swim trunks there is not good. Those should not be in that house anymore. It should have went with the family or thrown away or given away, because that's probably why this toddler is haunting the place and it cannot rest, and it could be stuck there and it needs a way to see the light. I don't know, but I did not like that one. That one really freaks me out. Moving on, we have another TikTok called mitaya.wab. Now, she gives us an Appalachian mountain story that has Slender Man who makes an appearance in this. And that's really interesting. They had marble factories in this city town, and there was marble dust everywhere. That's really interesting. I don't know. I just found that kind of fascinating because we don't have marble factories, nor did we ever up here in New England. So it's kind of cool. And anyways, so her and her friend were playing in the backyard, and the mother warned them not to go any further because someone died there. To their own demise, they passed away. So she warned them, they still went. And then all these years later, Rachel's mother said that she had a really bad nightmare about this man that was extremely tall, and he was wearing a tuxedo, and he was running after her. And she was running away, and then he just appeared right in front of her. And then she woke up and was telling the girls about this dream. And next thing you know, time goes by and she's having a barbecue, the mother, and these little boys, her boyfriend's sons, go into that same spot that the girls went, and they were screaming and running away, and then told Rachel that they saw the same thing that this mother had a dream about. To me, that is just like jaw dropping, because that means the mother must have been having a nightmare as like a warning sign being sent to her. Because honestly, the details of this being was right on par with Slender Man. The tuxedo, how tall he was, the no face at all, no features, just like blankness. That sounds like Slender Man for sure. So the boys, if they would have stayed in this like forest, woodsy, like backyard area, who knows what would have happened. Honestly, thank God they got out when they did, because who knows, Slender Man might have kidnapped them, made them the newest victims that he's been going after. Anyway, so we move on to young, I think it's Mephin. It's Memphin. She tells us about her sleepover with her little brother and her cousins. So the first thing they saw, like in the doorway after the brothers already terrified, that it was insane. The fact that this thing had a watermelon head and a skinny neck and a crooked hunched shoulder. Ugh, I don't like that. Because to me, it's almost like she's explaining that this thing looked like Hey Arnold, that cartoon, how Hey Arnold's got a football head. That's all I'm picturing is this entity, this spirit had a football, watermelon looking head. I can't imagine just looking at the doorway and you see this thing staring back at you. The figure too, stepping into the dark, trying to get away from the light, is really strange. And it almost makes me feel like it could be malevolent, evil. And on top of that, Dawn said that she had to deal with a mimic, because the voice kept calling to her saying, Dawn, Dawn. That feels very mimicky to me. And hell no, it's just, that's insane. And it might be that the mimic and the figure they saw in the doorway could be either the same person or two different people. Two different beings, I mean. But oh my God, I cannot believe her mother and grandmother knew the house was haunted and just never said anything to the kids, but just sent them on their own because she said, I didn't want to make you guys scared. Well, them knowing nothing at all made it probably 20 times worse, because they experienced all this after not knowing. They should have knew at least something. And then they boarded up the upstairs. I don't think that's going to help them, because they should have just cleansed the house or blessed the house or saged the house or prayed over the house, something. Because boarding up the place ain't going to stop the spirits, to be honest. I don't think it's going to do anything.
Let me tell you about this haunted hospital I worked at, where I had to push this body down to the morgue, and these spirits was jumping all on top of the body bag and pushing the body cart all up and down the hallway. So this is my first hospital job. I'm super new. I had never done anything in a hospital before. I was only doing like nursing homes and home health care, right? So I turn around and I'm training with this woman. You can tell she hated her life. She being rude. She didn't want to train me. She had me doing everything by myself, even though she was supposed to be training me. And so then, unfortunately, this patient passes away. And she tells me, like, you know, you got to toe tag them. You got to do X, Y, and Z. So she's telling me what to do, but she's like not really wanting to help me. She'll just keep leaving out the room. So I'm doing everything by myself. And I finally toe tag her, and it's time for us to like go ahead and put her in the bag. So she comes in, she helps me put her in the bag, and then she looked at me and she's like, you got to take her down to the morgue by yourself. I said, aren't you supposed to come with me? Like, I don't even know where the morgue is. She was like, no, I had to do it myself the first time. Okay. So I went ahead and I was like, cool, I'll just go by myself then. So fast forward, I pulled the body onto the elevator, and I'm already freaked out. I'm in the elevator with a dead body, and the first thing that's on my mind is, what if this elevator stops and I get trapped in this elevator with a dead body? Anyway, so fast forward, I'm in the basement and I'm pretty much waiting for security. She told me that security was going to meet me there. Now, mind you, I don't know where I'm going. So I'm going up and down the hall, pushing this body up and down the hall, trying to find this morgue. And so it's a fairly large hospital, right? And when you don't know where you're going, you be confused. So I finally like saw this area, and I'm just like, okay, that looked like it would be something like a morgue. I don't know. So I walked up to the door, and in small printing, it said morgue, right? So I'm like, okay, this is it. I pushed the body up against the wall. And when I pushed the body up against the wall, I'm just standing there. I'm waiting for security. I hear the elevator ding, and I heard the doors open, and I was like, okay, finally, they're here. Nobody got off the elevator. So then I heard walking from the opposite direction, and I was like, oh, okay. So I'm just waiting. Nobody ever comes. I'm down there waiting, like I had pushed the body up against the wall and everything, waiting for about 15-20 minutes. So finally I was like, okay, let me call up there. So I called the unit, and when I called the unit, the girl who's training me answered the phone, and she's like, oh, sometimes it just takes them a while. It's okay, you can go ahead and just wait there. And so I'm just like, okay. So then I wait down there longer, and the longer I wait, I just feel anxious. And I'm like, I do not like being down here. Like, I'm literally in the basement. It feels like by myself. I don't see any other workers. This shit is weird. So I hear talking, and I'm like, okay, let me walk to where they are, like whoever was talking, so I can tell them like, hey, do you mind getting security for me so they can hurry up and get down here? Because I don't want to leave the body, right? So I get to that area where I heard the talking, and there's nobody there. So immediately I know what that is. And I immediately don't want to be down there. I already didn't want to come. So I get annoyed because I've been waiting for a long time now. And so finally, I'm like, I'm just going to search spree to try to find somebody myself. So I finally like walk down this other hallway. And as I'm walking down the other hallway, I hear commotion coming from where I left the body. And so I turned around. I'm like, maybe the security people came from the opposite direction. Maybe that's them. So when I go back around the corner, I noticed that from afar, I can see there's something on the floor. And as I'm walking closer, I can see that it's the belongings bag that belongs to the deceased. I had it on top of the body bag. And so I'm like, okay, it could have just fallen. I don't know. And so as I'm getting closer, I see that there's somebody behind the cart, like holding on to the handles behind the cart. And I was like, you know, getting scared. So finally I was just like, okay. So as I get closer, the person that was squatting behind the cart stood up, and it's a spirit pushing the body cart towards me. And then it's a couple more spirits sitting on top of the body bag. Y'all, I never ran to an elevator so fast. I ran to the elevator, and I called the unit again, and I told the girl, I said, hey, I'm gonna need you to come down to the, thing with me. The security didn't even show. She said, just come on back up here. So I went back upstairs, and when I got back up there, she had an attitude. We called security again. Security gets down there, but this time they tell me that I had the body pushed all the way over by janitorial. Y'all know I did not. No, I did not. I did not have that body pushed down there by janitorial. So security's like, yeah, I just don't send no more new people down here if they just gonna be leaving bodies just anywhere. Anybody could walk down here. Well, maybe y'all should have been where y'all said y'all was gonna be.
Let's talk about the creepy haunted neighborhood I grew up in. So I've already made 2 other videos about paranormal experiences that I've had in the neighborhood that I grew up in rural Louisiana. But today I want to talk about a creepy story that happened in that neighborhood. But instead of ghosts, it happened to actual people. So when my parents were looking at this neighborhood and looking at different homes for sale in this neighborhood, there were 2 different homes that they were interested in. The house that we moved into, and then this different house down the road that also had some very weird vibes to it. I asked my mom why we decided to not go with that other house, and she said it just really made her feel weird and uncomfortable, and the layout of it was super spooky. But at the time I was only like 7 years old, so she didn't want to tell me the real reason why they didn't want to move into this house. But when I was a teenager, we were at my friend's house who lives in the same neighborhood, and her parents decided to tell us the story of what happened in that house. So apparently when my friend was a little girl, one night in the middle of the night, they started hearing banging on their front door. So they run down and they go see who's banging on their front door. This is really strange because, again, this was like kind of a rural neighborhood. Like, we all lived on acres of land. It's strange for someone to come knocking on your door in the middle of the night. And they realize that it is the cop who lives down the road from them, and he is panicking. He tells them that his wife ran away and left him and took their child with her. He's telling them that his wife is not in the right state of mind, that he's really worried about her, and to please let him know if they see anything, hear anything about his wife. So of course they tell him that they'll let him know and that they're so sorry, and to keep them updated on what's going on. This is where the story gets really creepy though. Whenever this house was put up for sale, the realtors found something really strange in the attic. Inside of the attic, there were tally marks drawn onto the wall, and there was other evidence showing that this cop had locked his wife up in the attic every day with their child. So this woman was literally spending her whole life locked up in this attic. But this woman who was her neighbor helped her escape. So this cop who came to my friend's house panicking over his wife, saying that she was not in the right mental space to be lost or run away, he actually was panicking because she escaped his abuse. She escaped from being locked up in an attic during the day with their child. I'm not sure what happened to this woman. I'm not sure if this man ever found her again. Hopefully not. But I just think that is the scariest story, that this man had been doing something like that right down the road from my friend's house and nobody knew. And that is why my mom did not want to move into this house, because of just the negative energy and how creepy it is and how horrifying the story is. But I am very glad that the woman was able to escape.
These are our last TikToks, and I just want to get this done because I feel like this video has been taking me weeks to make, only because I don't have a card to hold memory really. So probably the next videos I make, they won't be as long as this one. So I might start making like 25 to 30 TikToks, I think, max. So hopefully that's okay with you guys. So yeah, these are our last TikToks. And we have J.Mara, I believe her name is Jamara. She tells us a story of having to push a body bag on the cart down to the morgue by herself. So I just want to start off by saying she is a trooper for doing that on her own. I mean, hats off to her. She's amazing. And then But seeing those spirits coming after you legit sounds like a horror movie to me. I cannot imagine. I can't believe she saw a spirit crouched down, holding onto the cart, and then the bag on the floor next to the body bag, and more spirits sitting on top of the body bag. And then the spirit jump up and start pushing the cart to Jamara. That must have been just like a shock to her system, because for one, they can already see you, but they didn't. I mean, they probably can sense that you can see them. So, I don't know. That is just going to be so scary, knowing they can see you and you can see them, and they can sense that. Like, I don't know if that's why they went after her. And then, I don't know, it's just, that was terrifying, I'm sure, to go through. And it really must feel like a curse to have this gift. It must really feel like a curse sometimes being her in a scary situation like this. To have that gift feel like a curse sometimes in a moment like that. I just can't even imagine what that must feel to you, because I'm sure she meets a lot of nice spirits, but these spirits might not have been nice, and that must feel like your gift is a curse in a moment like that. And then also, I really hope that these spirits were just playing a bad prank on her, because if they were, then, it's funny, but I'm sure to her it is a traumatic event she'll never forget, and that really is sad that she has to deal with these type of events in her life. But I hope that her gift comes in handy in other situations like this. And we move on to someone named MYAS_diary. She gives us this crazy story about her mom and grandparents moving to this neighborhood, and they're looking for a house, and the house that they don't buy is, her mom says, because she gets a bad vibe from it. So as the story goes on, she tells us the friend actually lived in that house, so she knows the story about it, and how one night this cop, well, not lived in the house, I guess lived across the house or next door to the house, says that a cop knocks on their door, and you would think instantly, oh, it's something to do with us, maybe we're in trouble. No, this cop actually lost his wife and kid. And you're like, oh my God, this is horrible. We'll be on the lookout. Keep us updated if you find out anything, or if we find out anything, we'll tell you. That's all you're thinking. You're not thinking this is going down a dark path. So, trigger warning for the word abuse. So the friend says that this woman was locked up in the attic with her kid this whole entire time. And when she escaped, it was because of her friend. Oh my God, I feel so bad that that woman and child can be locked up in a creepy attic of all places. Oh, nobody should be locked in an attic. That's horrible. And most of her life was up there. That's horrifying. And the kid on top of it being locked up there, at least, they had each other to keep company, but it's just horrible. And I mean, literally, that is truly the worst type of nightmares to come to life. Thank God that this lady's friend freed her and the child. and bless that woman's heart for doing the right thing. So, yeah, that was our last story. I'm glad the woman and the child ran away and were free from that cop. I mean, a cop of all people you're supposed to trust. Just because somebody has a badge does not mean you always trust them automatically. So, I hope you guys enjoyed today's TikTok stories, and yeah. I love you guys. Stay spooky, my spooky darlings, and I will catch you on the flip side in our next video. Thing I wanted to say to you guys is please like, share, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, and also please follow all these creators. They're amazing at storytelling, and if it wasn't for them, we would not have incredible stories. So yeah, please follow them as well. If they have YouTube channels and TikToks, follow them there. And also follow me on TikTok as well as YouTube. Thank you.